or starting blocks, and they just want to be as comfortable as possible. So we say good morning, good evening, good afternoon, or good night. Welcome to our coverage on Stride Vision TV, as we say good morning to Mr. Winston Harvey, a former president of the Jamaica Basketball Association, a hard-working J3's official, and himself have contributed immensely to Jamaica Land We Love insofar as the development of sports is concerned. Into the set position and away they go. St. Jago got a good start. Also to St. Catherine out there. Heidel in lane 3, getting by Camperdown. But we look also toward Woolmer's out there in lane 7 and St. Andrew lane 8 in the middle of the track. Heidel traveling best of all. They've got just now the penultimate change to make. And this is Heidel flying on the curve.
As well, but
on second at the moment, seem to be St. Catherine. St. Jago third, Woolmer's. But they come now to the final exchange. And Heidel looking strong. The others trying to have a word in the conversation. But the sentence may be too long and too wide to catch up back. They're heading to the end of it. And it will be a full stop. Heidel, 49-44.
The flash time for Heidel. Immaculates were finishing strongly. 49.18. That's the fastest time
49.18
this season. It betters the 49.45 by Homer Technical earlier in the season. Heidel, they are sounding the alarm early here.
So
2023.
So Heidel 49.18. St. Jago 50-45 in second, and then third was Immaculate 50-91. Bear in mind though that Immaculate at the corporate meet last year swept the class 4, classes 3, 2 and 1, 4 by 100 meters. So those girls were on a roll last year at the corporate era meet. If that can be repeated this year, it remains to be seen. March 3 and 4 is a corporate era meet, which is a qualifier again for the Boys and Girls Athletics Championship, March 28 to April 1. Welcome to Stride Vision TV. This is a Camperdown Classic. Yours truly, Dwight Fraser. And they're honoring this year Godfrey Murray. While and of course Godfrey Murray, though, is a past student / old boy of Camperdown. And we'll tell you his contribution to Jamaica where sports is concerned. I think I met the gentleman around about 1995, 96 thereabout at Boys Athletics Championship, being the meeting manager at the time. At Boys Champ specifically, because Boys and Girls Athletics Championship really merged in 1999. It's interesting to note, though, that coming up through the ranks and all through those years, Murray himself, as we said, we'll give you the numbers and the details in a while, I've never gone far from sports. And as we say, using the term gone far, I think we should now be moving into class 3. Should be the class 3 girls now. So we move over to the class 3 girls 4 by 100 meters event. Some of the events to come on the program later on include, but is not limited to, the 4 by 100 meters for all classes for girls, the 4 by 100 meters for all classes for boys, that is class 3, 2 and 1. Those come up in the afternoon.
We're now moving on.
As well as the 800 meters, the 100 meters, the 4 by 400 meters. There is a special 60 meter race sponsored by Grace, which is for the senior women. For that we'll give some details in just a while, except to say that Brian Williams will be making her season debut at this meet in that 60 meters.
Lane 3.
And she'll be representing the Titans International. And Williams, who turns 21 next month in March, has a personal best of 7.04 seconds over the distance of 60 meters. Bearing in mind, too, that Stride Vision did carry the event 2 Saturdays ago when Elaine Thompson-Era, the double Olympic champion, the sprint double champion out of 2016 and 2021 Tokyo Olympics, winning the 100 and the 200 meters, raced over 60 meters on opener season at that meet in a time of 7.14 seconds. 7.04 for Brianna Williams, who finished 5th in the 60 meters at the World Indoor Championship in Serbia back in March of last year. And one athlete who would mention at not last week but the week before at the Queen's Grace Jackson meet, Shawnee Miller-Weibo of the Bahamas, who is out of action for the rest of the season, as she and her husband will be having their first child. And when they announce the pregnancy,
To resume on the track, let's go across to the women's triple jump.
it means that she'll be missing the World Championship in Hungary,
We have 3 competitors in action.
and missing the World Championship too will be Jamaica's Kristen Gordon Powell,
A meet record
who won
of
the,
meters and 87.
who was the current
That's on her second attempt. In second is Sabrina
800 meters
Her best
national champion,
second attempt, 11.5
having beaten Natoya Gould in the trials last year.
Murray, 11.23 meters on her second
Kristen
attempt.
Gordon Powell
She's in third.
is pregnant and won't be at the World Championship too.
Atkinson, she has recorded no mark to date.
Gordon Powell, if you recall,
Those are the 4 competitors in
gold medal winner for Jamaica on that famous 2015 World Championship team in Helsinki,
meters and 87. The class is 3 and 4 high jump.
where Noveline Williams-Mills
We provide you with
anchored Jamaica
momentarily.
to its first gold medal for a female side at the Olympics or the World Championship, the highest level. Jamaica's first gold medal came in that event in the 4x400 meters. And Kristen Gordon Powell, Noveline Williams-Mills, they were part of that team, beating the United States in that event. So on the track now, we look at the draw for lane. We see 5 schools represented here. In lane 1, McGraw. In lane 2, Mona. Gainstead in there, as well as Mulgrove in 4, St. Jago in 5, Manchester in 6. In fact, correction, it is Mulgrove in 7. So we are seeing 6 schools represented here, make that 7. Lanes 1 through 7 being occupied.
Lane 1, Mona. Lane 2, Gainstead. Lane 3, Alpha. Lane 5, St. Jago. Lane 6, Manchester. Lane 7, Merle Grove. And lane 8, McGraw.
So
Alpha is actually lane 4.
So the stadium announcer giving the correction that Alpha running out of lane 4.
Lane 2 is Gainstead.
Lane 1 Mona, lane 2 Gainstead, lane 3 Alpha, lane 5 is St. Jago, Manchester in 6, in 7 is Mulgrove, and in lane 8,
McGraw.
but McGraw is a no-show for this one. They should be running in lane 8. The Camperdown Classic also features several field events, one of which
Box three, are we ready?
or one which is currently on the way is the long jump,
Box one, are we ready?
and we'll tell you which long jump it is. Looking on our paper just to make the confirmation. In fact, it's the triple jump open for girls that began at 9 o'clock, just about 34 minutes after 9 on our clock, and just about 34 minutes after 7, or make that 6 in the West Coast. So away they go, and we're seeing Manchester High looking solid at the start. They make the first changeover, and Merle Grove and St. Jago got second and third respectively. So they come now to the penultimate changeover, and Manchester have them at bay, at least at this stage, and St. Jago digging in, hoping to close the gap, and they will do so quite comfortably. So St. Jago it is now, coming through now to take a slight advantage over previous leaders Manchester. They come into the straightaway, and it is St. Jago leading them home. Manchester trying to get back, also to Merle Grove and Alpha in there, but St. Jago will take them through the line, 50-21.
For St. Jago to take heat 1. So 49.93 the time adjusted for St. Jago.
The time for St. Jago is 49.93.
For the team in third, and that's Alpha.
And second was Manchester, 51.09. And the third in the event was Alpha, 51.14. So that completes section 1 of the Class 3 Girls 4x100 meters event. And we'll be going now to section 2. We'll give you the draw for the lanes in just a while. So on the track is the girls long jump. In the field it is the girls long jump, or make that the girls triple jump open event. It's the only field event that is currently on the way. The high jump hasn't gotten on the way just yet.
Class 3.
The triple jump open for girls.
Only 4 entrants in this.
Sees several competitors.
Lane 1 we have Excelsior. Lane 2 York Castle.
And we wait to verify
Lane
those
3
competitors,
St. Hughes.
if we can or if we ever get
And
it.
lane 5 Digital. Box 1, are you ready? Box 2. Box 3. Okay, Mr. Starter.
So of course, getting ready for section 2. So they get on their mark for this one. And we'll be getting some details in a little while in terms of
49.93 done by St. Jago in heat number 1 is the target here. As we get heat number 2 on the way. The team in lane 2, that's York Castle. Lane 1 though is Excelsior.
well, all right, so we go to the event which is on track now. Excelsior on the track, looking well on the backstretch. York Castle goes in chase, and Dintil Technical on the outside. But at the moment, the school from Mountain View Avenue, Excelsior looking good at this stage. So they've got just about 120 meters to go in this one. And the final change now. Excelsior in lane 1.
A slow back to pass for them on their final change.
And
They robbed them of a few seconds, but not
almost
really.
outside of the exchange zone.
Line for the win.
But Excelsior will win it. Section 2, 49.15. My gosh, that 49.15, the flash time would have been the fastest this season, eclipsing the 49.18 run by Heidel earlier. But then guess what? The time now is, let us look at something to
fastest time recorded so far.
fastest time recorded so far, 49.87
Number 2.
in Heat 2.
2 more sections to come then in the class 3 girls 4
And Excelsior
Without delay, we'll go straight to the lane assignments for
having some trouble negotiating that baton exchange in the final stages.
in lane 1, St. Catherine.
But
Lane
in the
2,
end,
Magazine.
did manage to survive.
Lane 3, Ferncourt. Lane 4, St. Mary High. Lane 5, Ardennes. Lane 6, Campion College. And at lane 7, St. Thomas Technical. Box 1. Box 2. Box 3. The lane assignments once more. Lane 1 is St. Catherine. Lane 2, Magotty. Lane 3, Ferncourt. Lane 4, St. Mary High. Lane 5, Ardennes. Lane 6,
So for the
Campion.
person
And lane
asking
7,
on
St.
our
Thomas
YouTube
Technical.
page what is the
Box
schedule
1, are we
like,
good now?
the schedule here at the
Box 2,
Camperdown
box 2,
Classic
ready,
is,
box 3. Box 1.
well, seem to be rigorous. I don't have the actual each sheet just yet, but I can tell you that after the 4x100 meters for the class 3 girls, we'll be moving into class 2 and then class 1. There's also the 800 meters as well as the 400 meters, 100 meters, 4x400 meters, and there's a special 60 meters. Insofar as we have it that the girls will be competing in the morning session and the boys in the afternoon. So this is section 3.
Away they go then for section 3.
So
Class
a
3
good
girls,
start
4x1s.
as we look
Campion
at
on a good start in lane number 6.
Campion looking well in lane 6.
Yellow in lane 4. The first changes are about to be made on the inside. Magotty and Ferncourt. St. Catherine also going well. So St. Catherine on the inside, Campion on the outside. That's your top 2 teams at the moment. The changes are good. St. Catherine leads based on the stagger. Ferncourt in the mix as well. Campion now being caught. It's St. Catherine and Ferncourt as they turn into the home stretch. The passes are clean. It's St. Catherine away from Ferncourt. Then Campion. Then Magotty. St. Catherine storming to the line. St. Catherine will get the win in section 3 ahead of Ferncourt. 48.95 the time on the clock. Campion hands on for 3rd. And Magotty finishing strongly, so too St. Mary High. 48.69 the time on the clock for St. Catherine. That's the fastest time recorded so far in section 3. One more section to come now in the class 3 girls 4x100 meters relay. So the final section comes up now. This is the class 3 girls 4x1. In lane 1, we have Holy Childhood. Lane 3 is Petersfield. Lane 4, Woolmers. Lane 5, Heidel. Lane 6, St. Jago. And lane 7, the Queen's School. So 1, Holy Childhood. Lane 3, Petersfield. Lane 4, Woolmers. Lane 5, Hydel. Lane 6, St. Jago. And lane 7, the Queen's School. Box 1. Box 2. Box 3. Mr. Starter. Away they go then for the final section of the Class 3 girls 4x1. St. Jago on the outside in lane 6, also going well.
So St. Jago looking smooth down the back stretch. Going in chase to his Hydel. Woolmers in there too. This race seemed to be much quicker than the previous one. Look for a good time in this one if it remains as it is. Hydel on the inside. Pressing now. St. Jago on the outside. Woolmers is in there as well, making a statement of their own. They're coming out to the final exchange. And it is Woolmers. Could have been that 3 east of Woolmers. Hydel going in chase. Woolmers leading at the moment. St. Jago out of it. And Woolmers will land it. 47-20 for Woolmers.
That's the flash time for the Woolmerian team. 46-95.
46-95.
Ladies and gentlemen,
whoa.
This time this season.
46-95. We're getting the confirmation now that it's the fastest time this season.
Set by Excelsior.
Whoa.
This year. Hydel
47-15.
This time now.
Second fastest time so far this season.
Reminding us that day 2.
But as I said before, looking at the race,
2 girls are next on track.
From the second exchange, it was clear that this race would be a humdinger, and it turned out to be the fastest time recorded by a high school in class 3 for girls this season. 46-95. Michael Carr should be smiling.
50.91. 4th St. Catherine 51.11, 5th St. Mary High 51.20, 6th St. Jago B 51.67, 7th Woolmers 51.75, and in 8th Excelsior 52.05. Of course, you may see the results on Roster Athletics, so make sure to follow meet on that platform. The girls class 2 4x1s on track. The first heat already waiting for us. We start in lane number 4. That's McGraw. Lane 5 is Holy Childhood. Lane 6, St. Jago B. Lane 7, St. Mary Technical. And then lane 8, Camperdown. Box 1. Box 2.
So Woolmers with that 46.95, the fastest time this season.
Box 2.
For the high school girls. Class 3 4x100 meters event.
Lane 5 Holy Childhood. Lane 6 St. Jago B.
That's something for Edwin Allen.
And then 8 is Camperdown B.
And homework to think about.
Box 2, can you copy that now?
Woolmers certainly will be a first record at Girls Championship come March 28 to April 1. As Edwin Allen gets set to go for championship title number 10 in a row. The last time that transpired, Homo Technical is going for the 10th title. Just Edwin Allen who broke it. And now Edwin Allen closing in on 10 titles. And Homo Technical is prepared to break it. So, looking good now on this event. It is St. Jago making the most nice of all and looking best on the inside too.
Going well is Holy Childhood.
Holy Childhood in lane 5 on the inside. Holy Childhood with a slight advantage. St. Jago not going away, finding ways to smoke out their opponent. They come now in the final exchange in the school from Monk Street in Spanish Town. St. Jago will lead around the corner and opening up at least a 5-meter advantage. St. Jago almost home and dry. The line comes closer. The finish line is there. 47:55 the flash time for St. Jago. The official time though is 47:28.
From Skipper Avenue, Holy Childhood, and then Camperdown on the outside. 47:28 the time on the clock. And that's the second fastest time this year for the Class 2 girls. 49:45 for Holy Childhood in second. And Camperdown 49.81 in third. Let's give you the official results for the Class 3 girls 4x1s.
So
we'll come back to that shortly.
St. Jago 47:28. This is the Class 2 girls now. And with the Class 3 and 4 out of the way.
In the meantime, section 2 of the girls Class 2 on track. 4x100 meters relay. Lane 1, Manchester.
Going to
Lane 2, Alpha.
section 2 in just a little while.
Lane 4, the Queen School. Lane 5, Magotty. Lane 2 is Alpha.
So we give you the results of the first section in just a bit.
Lane 5 is Magotty. Lane 7, Mulgrove. And lane 8, St. Mary High. Box 1. Box 2.
Following the information, Star says it is available. Alright, so we go to section 2 in just a little while as the result takes some time to load. St. Jago 47:28 being the time to beat in
target to catch.
Class 2.
Outside St. Mary High with a good start.
So we look at St. Andrew High.
And Manchester High on the inside.
Looking well on the inside also to Manchester. So St. Andrew High looking good. Flying down that back stretch also too is St. Jago and St. Mary in there as well. They come now on the final exchange. Just problem for St. Andrew High. Maybe they have run under the box. But Manchester on the inside, St. Mary on the outside, Manchester in 1, St. Mary in 8. So they come out the corner and Manchester with a slight advantage. St. Mary not going away. St. Mary having some work to do. But Manchester holding on to win this one. 48-46 the flash time.
48-46 the flash time. 48-19. The official time for Manchester High in Heat 2. So 47-28.
So 48-19.
This girls Class 2 4x100
for Manchester here in Class 2. And these are the 4x100 meters if you're just joining us. 4x100 meters for girls. We've had Class 4 and Class 3 completed. We're in now Section 3 of the Class 2 girls event. But the result of Section 2, Manchester winning 48-19.
Booking assignments for Section 3.
And
2 4x1s in 1. It is Petersfield. Lane 2, Excelsior. Lane 3.
We're hoping to give you before we move on
4.
The completed result.
Lane 6.
Manchester winning 48-19. You can make a note of that.
Lane 8, St. Jago. Again in 1, it's Petersfield. Lane 2, Excelsior. Lane 3, Hydel. Lane 4, Woolworths. Lane 5, Camperdown. Lane 6.
And there may be a disqualification in this race.
Box 1.
Manchester winning 48-19. Second St. Mary High 48-63. And a third Queen School 50-15. So St. Mary really gave chase but couldn't catch Manchester Section 4. This will be the final section before we move to Class 1. Petersfield in 1, Excelsior in lane 2, Highlow in 3, Wilmer's Girls in 4, Camperdown High in 5, St. Catherine in 6, Herbert Morrison 7, and St. Jago running out there in lane 8. Quite unusual to see St. Jago in lane 8. But nonetheless, these are the draw for lanes. So the starter telling them to stand up, suggesting that there could be something
So
wrong.
Petersfield, Excelsior, Hydel, Woolmers, Camperdown, St. Catherine and St. Jago. Final heat, Class 2 girls 4x1s.
Couldn't narrow it down at the moment to tell you exactly what it is. And a man who coached the Olympic 400 meters hurdles gold medalist, Melanie Walker, and led St. Jago to Girls' Championship title. Raymond Casey Graham, track and field analyst, track and field aficionado, writer, sports journalist par excellence, is in the midst here this morning. You're watching Stride Vision from across this little planet called Earth. Petersfield in 1, Excelsior in 2, Highland, Wilmers 4, Camperdown 5, St. Catherine 6, Herbert Morrison 7, St. Jago in lane 8. And lane 7 unoccupied at the moment, Herbert Morrison Technical High School, a no-show for this event. This is part of the Stride Vision Analytics series.
So no St. Jago for this one.
And St. Jago not there as well.
Start in St. Catherine.
So
Start for them.
disqualified for false starting. They must fix that heading into their next event. So Woolmer's looking good also too. In the middle of the track too is St. Catherine High. Camperdown have crashed out, unable to pass their baton. So Hyder looking well in lane 2. Also too on the outside is St. Catherine. But Heidel there in lane 3 will lead him off the corner. And St. Catherine having some catching to do. But Heidel at the moment navigating well, holding on to that lead. Flying in the breeze. 46.86 the flash time for the school from Ferry St. Catherine. Heidel 46.61 the time now for the school coached.
That's the fastest time this season. Betters by 100th of a second, the time
By Corey Bennett.
done earlier in the season at 46.62.
We'll give you the full results in just a while. 46.61
So that concludes
for
the
Heidel.
first 2 girls 4x100 meters relay.
And St. Catherine
Class 1 girls are next.
47.40. And we'll be heading over now to Class 1. So here is where interesting to note that Edwin Allen not present at this meet in so far as what we are seeing so far since the 4x100 meters have begun.
100 meters relay.
So Heidel 46.61 winning
In lane 2, Woolmers. Lane 3,
in high school, 47.40, and third Wilmers 49.33.
box 2. Box 3.
So we go now into Class 1 as we said before. The meeting record for this one
The
is
starter.
45.45 or 45.45 the meeting record and 40.82 the world record. This is a Class 1 girls 4x100 meters event.
Away they go then for the Class 1 girls 4x100 meters relay. Heidel on the outside in lane 6.
So Heidel there in lane 6 looking smooth so far after the first exchange. Excelsior having some work to do if they are to catch Heidel on the day, but Heidel continues to extend that lead. Penultimate changeover made. It come down to 150 meters to go.
18.
as Heidel now looking large and in charge out there in lane 6. Off the corner, and Heidel looking smooth in this morning session. Heidel making most of the running, leaving the rest of the field for dead. Just about 5 meters to go. 44.86 Heidel it is. Heidel, Wilmer's finishing second, and Petersfield finishing third. 44.59 for Heidel.
44.59 for Heidel.
Second in the event, as we said before, was Wilmer's. 47.72.
For Class 1 girls.
So a season best for Heidel, and the fastest time this season, as the competitors or the athletes, if you will, get better with time. Because we're now in the second weekend of February, and some good times being run now.
The fast starters or fast runners for Heidel just now, Alana Reed and Monica McAnuff on that team.
So getting the confirmation now that Alana Reed.
Next event you'll see on the track will be the 800 meters for Class 3 girls.
A gold medalist at champs last year in the sprint hurdles. And McAnuff,
Completion of the Girls Open Triple Jump competition, the winner.
a silver medalist at the World Under 20 Championship in Cali, Colombia last year in the 4x100 meter relays. Jamaica finishing behind the United States in that event in Colombia.
Which is a personal best for her. And Tawani Murray was third, 11 meters and 46. No mark.
That 44.59 just run by Heidel is also two.
No jumps on all attempts.
And looking at the confirmation, 44.59, it is a meeting record, eclipsing the previous best though of, we'll tell you in just a bit, eclipsing the previous best of 44.45. So a new meeting record, 44.59 the time for Heidel, and a season best and the fastest time this season for them, and the fastest time this season for any school at Class 1 girls in the 4x100 meters. So we'll give you the results in just a bit. 47.72 for Wilmer's, outside of the record, finishing second in that event, and third in the event was Excelsior, 48.55. They go to their marks for this other section. So there could be a problem with the timing system. See Bruce James down there helping to get things sorted. Hearing Raymond Casey Graham making the call from now that Heidel will win the 4x100 meters at just for Class 1. So if you're just joining us on Stride Vision TV, just getting out of bed or just getting ready to go to bed, wherever you are, you might want to fight off some sleep though, and stay with us for a little while, because we should, as I said before, seeing some sparks fly.
We're asking the track umpires to set out the cones for the breakover point for the 800 meters.
They've labeled the Camperdown Classic the Sprint Show. So we'll be going now into the 800 meters. 800 meters Class 3 girls event on the track. Kayla K. Murray representing Alpha Academy. Ali K. Reynolds in there from Alphonsus Davis. Chanel Thomas also too from Alphonsus Davis. Tabril Williams, Alphonsus Davis. Talisa Burrell, Ascot High. From Ascot High as well is Lanique Thomas. Akoya Brown from Bel Air and Crystal Knight from Bel Air. So we're just seeing just about 5 competitors now, make that 6. And we're expecting the wind to pick up. So those athletes include Kayla Murray, Akela Reynolds, Chanel Thomas, Tabril Williams, Talisa Burrow, as well as Akoya Brown. Nice picture quality here on Stride Vision TV. So away they go. First time of asking. This is the 800 meters Class 3 girls event. We have 7 competitors in this one. And based on the heat sheet that we have, we'll confirm in just a while. Who these runners are. They've completed just now 300 meters. St. Jago seem to be up there, as well as Ascot. Seem to be Lanique Thomas. But at the moment, St. Jago leading. Can't verify the name of the athlete though.
So 400 meters left in this girls class 3, 800 meters, section 1.
So St. Jago and Ascot slowly pulling away from the rest of the pack.
Seems to be Tashali Palmer of St. Jago with the lead.
So as the top two slowly separate themselves from the rest of the pack, the athlete of St. Jago separating herself from the athlete gone second. Just about 200 meters to run now. 800 meters class 3 girl event. The school from Monk Street in Spanish Town being represented in this one.
So Palmer comes into the home stretch with the lead.
And it is Palmer of St. Jago, just verifying that now. Not too sure of her first name. And St. Jago coming through now to capture this first event in the Class 3 girls 800 meters, 2 minutes 30.44 seconds. Ascot is second. So 2 minutes 30.44 for Palmer of St. Jago. So 2 minutes 30.19. So Palmer of St. Jago, 2 minutes 30.19. Looking at the board now. And second in the event was Marquise, 2 minutes 35.51. We'll tell you Marquise time in just a bit. 2 minutes 35.51 for Marquise. So Track Diamond says just blessing up all the Sprint Factory fans in the house. And Sprint Factory is the moniker for Camperdown, formerly coached by Glenn Mills, as well as Kino on our Facebook page, on our YouTube page, and week in, week out, as well as Miller Vision. We've always commented and I've always stayed with Stride Vision, and we're giving you quality coverage since 2018. This is section 2 of the girls Class 3 800 meters event. See, at 9:49 this race should be on the way. Now it's 11 minutes after 10. And so these competitors now in section B, this is, of the 800 meters, currently in progress, have cleared just about 300 meters. Just about 100 meters to go on the first leg, that is, of this section 2 of the girls Class 3 800 meters event. This race might be quicker than the first, insofar as what it turned out to be.
400 Coombs of St. Jago. And then Manchester High's Rihanna Morgan.
So
Williams of Alphonsus Davis.
So we'll verify that in just a bit, and it is Williams of Alphonsus Davis and Coombs of St. Jago.
About 250 meters to run.
With a bib 11.93. Coombs staying second.
This second section of the girls.
This one is one that could go down to the wire.
Manchester High's Morgan in third.
Williams of Alphonsus Davis leads.
So Williams and Coombs will.
And Coombs of St. Jago hanging there in second, waiting for the perfect time to strike.
Williams.
They come into the straight now. And let us see if Coombs of St. Jago have enough left in the tank to challenge. No, not today. It is Williams of Alphonsus Davis. Tabrel Williams will lead them on to take section B.
Ahead of Coombs of St. Jago and Morgan.
2 minutes 18.64 the flash time for Tabrel Williams of Alphonsus Davis.
That's quick.
And the time rounded to now 2:18.43. Tabrel Williams, a promising athlete, and one to watch out for.
So 2 minutes
Girls Athletics Championship this year.
For Tabrel Williams of
Coombs 2:21.72, finishing second. and Coombs is of San Diego. So Alphonsus Davis, formerly Spalding High, making some statement quite early in the season at several track meets. We say good morning to the Alphonsus Davis coaching staff and the rest of the aggregation there. So away they go. This is section 3, or section C if you will, of the girls 800 meters, 800 meters event.
Jada Fletcher of St. Jago, the early leader. Shadia Grant of Hydel in second. Third is Elika Reynolds.
So St. Jago leading at the moment.
Who was up to the second section, the second fastest at class 3 this season.
Competitor 12:01,
at
Jada
2
Fletcher.
minutes 24.84. Of course, will be looking to try to go faster than her teammate did in section 2. That's 2 minutes 18.
These 5 athletes though,
courtesy of Tamara Williams.
are broken away from the rest of the pack.
The leader though, still Fletcher of St. Jago.
Jada Fletcher of St. Jago leads them.
Reynolds of Alphonsus Davis
12:01.
behind her. Then from St. Catherine in third is
And,
Thomas. 400 meters
The
to run.
athlete of Alphonsus Davis, Reynolds.
And it's Reynolds of Alphonsus Davis.
Now on the shoulder
And
of Fletcher of St. Jago. And hoping to go by her now with some 300 meters to
on
go.
the track right across from the medical tent. Neck and neck, shoulder to shoulder.
So Reynolds now of Alphonsus Davis on the outside and Fletcher of St. Jago on the inside.
Reynolds of Alphonsus Davis.
And Reynolds of Alphonsus Davis.
Davis's
Alphonsus Davis, Reynolds having more in the tank at this stage at least.
In third, Grant of Hydel in fourth.
And St. Catherine gone second at the moment, make that third at the moment, St. Catherine through Thomas.
Leads Fletcher of St. Jago.
That's Ken Shanique Thomas of St. Catherine gone third. But she has faded somewhat, and these two now, with just about 100 meters to go, it might be a duel to the finish. Alphonsus Davis,
Can't keep pace with Reynolds as she pulls away.
the stronger of the two, pulling away. Look at her stride. Look at her go. 2 minutes 21:59, the flash time for Reynolds of Alphonsus Davis.
Fletcher is third. Grant Hydel made that. Fletcher St. Jago second. Grant Hydel third, and Thomas St. Catherine in fourth. So 2 minutes 21.40 for Reynolds of Alphonsus Davis. One more section to come in.
Reynolds 2:21:40.
800 meters.
So Alphonsus Davis, Reynolds 2:21:40. Fletcher 2:25:59. That's 2 minutes 25.29 seconds. And some good early season times returned by the athletes. Get that confirmation just a bit. It was Jada Fletcher of St. Jago finished second.
So the final section on the way, class 3 girls, 800 meters. The fastest time so far, 2 minutes 18.12, courtesy
Ali K.
of
Reynolds
Camperdown
of
Williams in
Alphonsus
section
Davis.
2 from Alphonsus Davis. Her teammate Chanel Thomas now leads in section 3, and their teammate Reynolds will have
So
taken
Alphonsus
section
Davis looking good in these middle distance event. At
Section
this
1
meet,
was won by Teshley
the Camperdown
Paul
Classic, the
Sanjago,
sprint show
2 minutes
on
30.19.
Stride Vision TV. Could she be
Diesel
going
gap
too
being
fast,
opened
too
at the
early?
moment here by Thomas of Alphonsus Davis.
She has certainly opened up the gap quite early. We'll wait to see if she will be strong
St.
enough to
Jago's
keep the
Gabriel
pace
Bully in
right
second.
throughout.
And behind her,
There's a caution to the wind in middle distance running,
competitor there from Petersfield.
that if you know how strong you are, then you can use it to your advantage.
So 400 meters to go.
If not, you better
And
be
it
careful,
is Chanel Thomas
as the rest of the pack
who leads the final section in this Rainbow Awning sponsored class 3
could
girls
catch you up
800 meters.
within a jiffy.
On to the back stretch now. As we say good morning to all our sponsors. Thank you
So,
for coming on board to
Thomas it is of Alphonsus Davis,
meet was possible, or is possible.
leading at the moment. This is section D.
So the final section, class 3 girls,
And the two
800
athletes
meters.
of St. Jago now closing the gap.
About 200 meters left in it. Chanel Thomas though running out of gas.
And Thomas, as I said before, might have gone out a little bit too quick, unable to sustain it now. And so St. Jago, the pair of
So into the home stretch now.
the two athletes. Well, on the inside is St. Jago. Not too sure if that's her teammate.
And that's a Koya Brown. Double check that one.
It could be a Koya Brown of Bel Air, 231, the lady in your picture, competitor 91. Yes, it is. A Koya Brown of Bel Air winning this one, 2 minutes 31:13.
18.12 will be the fastest time recorded.
Two minute 30:88. Looking at the. Let me say good morning to the entire Stride Vision team. And bearing in mind, though, viewers, that when you see the action on Stride Vision TV getting on the way as early as 8:30 or 9 o'clock, the work actually began some 48 hours before, where the technical team
So let's give you the official results for the class.
hardly get any sleep
4x100
to
meters
ensure that you are
sponsored
satisfied.
by Great Schools. The winners, Wilmers. 46.95 ahead of Heidel, 47.15.
So Koya Brown, the winner
8.12
from Bel Air High School, 2 minutes 30:88.
48.87. 6th Ferncourt, 49.25. 7th St. Jago B, 49.9.
Fastest time of the day
was 8th,
in the Class 1 girls event.
51.04.
We'll double check that in just a bit.
Seems to be Heidel's Abigail Campbell.
This seemed to be
So
now
remember her taking the
the
400
Class
meters last
2
year
girls
champs.
event.
Also winning at the Curtis Games at on the 18 level.
Yes, it is. The 800 meters Class 2 girls event. The losing record is 2 minutes
Looks strong at
08:38.
800 meters as well. Saw her 2 weeks ago at Stets. Part of that 4x4 team that Heidel have assembled. 400 meters to run. Campbell, the leader. St. Jago's, Mr. Jake Samuel.
So at the moment it is Kamoy,
Then Camperdown.
Abigail Campbell it is of Heidel. And
So on to the
She
match
led them for
now,
the first
Abigail
lap.
Campbell.
Can
Second
Campbell
place here, looks very
maintain it?
comfortable.
The athlete gone second at the moment, St. Jago
So
Samuels.
challenge, and challenge she does. She goes by Campbell.
Putting Campbell under some degree of pressure and passing her on the back stretch. Just about 200 meters to run now. It is Campbell.
Was sixth at Champs last. Mr. Jade Samuels and looking to make some improvements this year. So Samuels of St. Jago will take the field into the home. Mr. Jade Samuels.
So Mr. Jade Samuels.
Campbell of Hydel.
Looking good at the moment.
To the line.
Still looking strong. Not tiring in the morning here at the National Stadium.
This time this year so far. That's going to be bettered here, courtesy of Mr. Jade Samuels.
2 minutes 14.
14.48.
2 minutes 14.48. The flash time. And that 2 minutes 14.48 is the fastest time of the day, bettering the 2 minutes 18.43 by Tabor Williams.
14.29, the adjusted time.
So the time adjusted down to 2 minutes 14.29.
Campbell 2 minutes 17.72 in second.
So the time 2 minutes 17.29 for Campbell.
And bypass Camperdown 2 minutes 24.3.
And Campbell is of
So the first
Hydel.
two times now move into first and second positions in the rank for this season.
And a bypass of Camperdown 2 minutes 24.38.
2 minutes 14, 2 minutes 17, courtesy of Samuels and Campbell of St. Jago and Hydel respectively.
So it is Jennifer bypass of Camperdown, it is, who would finish third. 2 minutes 24.38. Campbell of Abigail Campbell, it is, of Hydel, would finish second.
Results for the Class 2 Girls 4x100 meters relay.
And your
That's event sponsored by Western Union.
winner?
Give you those right up to the start of the race on track.
So where they go now
46.61
for another section. And the event's running thick and fast here in the morning session.
Third, St. Catherine, 47.40. Fourth, Manchester, 48.19. Fifth, St. Mary High, 48.63. Sixth, Woolmer's, 49.33.
Still within class 2. These are the 800 meters.
49.72.
In your picture.
The official results for the Western Union sponsored girls class 2 4x100 meters relay.
I'm just trying to verify Samuels. Not seeing her on the sheet that we have, but we definitely can't move on
Sorry, that's 800 meters.
until we're able to verify
Back
that
in time just now.
Christian name. It is Misha Jade Samuels. And Misha Jade Samuels is of St. Jago, who was 6th last year at Champs, and running 2:14.29, the fastest time this season,
On the 400 meters to run now.
over 800 meters for a Class 1 girl.
Won the silver medal at Champs last year, Headley of St. Catherine.
So we move now to another section, and Headley of St. Catherine leads
As
them.
company though from Hydel, Taifa Gao.
And we'll wait to see how this one
Steps
will
this season.
pan out. These athletes, though, have some experience under their belt. As the athlete of
Goes to the lead here.
St. Catherine,
150 meters to run. It's Taifa Gao of Hydel from Kitanya Headley of
the
St.
silver medalist at Champs last year.
They're followed
But-
by Rihanna Gale of St. Andrew High as they come into the home stretch.
So they come into the home stretch now, and it is Go of Hydel in your picture, and Headley goes in chase from St. Catherine,
Section
but
2.
Go looking solid, not tiring along the way,
Ahead of Headley.
fighting away to the finish. Competitor 6:59 Go of Hydel Revenue, and Headley of St. Catherine finishing second. 2 minutes 18.76.
Short time. Headley second and Gale of St. Andrew High in third. 2 minutes 19.38 the official time for Gao of Hydel. to take section 2.
So 2 minute 19:38. The time for goal on Heidel. Headley second, 2 minute 21:17. That's Headley of St. Catherine. Was really
2 minutes 23:02 in third.
pushing the advantage, but the goal was better on the day. And see if we can hurry to get the first name of these two athletes, Gow and Headley. If it's not on our program, then we'd better move on. Not seeing it, so we move to the next event. Still within class 2. Don't have the draw for lanes for this one, or we don't have the lineup in terms of competitors. But
So the final section of the class
9 competitors in there.
To beat, that done by Misha Jade Samuels in section 1.
So now
Alicia Johnson of Alphonsus Davis.
Alicia Johnson of Alphonsus Davis leading at the moment. But it's way early in this contest to make any final proclamation. We have seen several lead changes in many of the races before, and the momentum swinging back and forth at different points for different athletes in different races. And so one can't arrive at any conclusion just yet. But at the moment, Alphonsus Davis and Heidel. Good to see though Heidel have done some work in the middle distance area. Yeah. Heidel finishing in the top 5 at champs last year.
So the leader seems to be Alicia Johnson of Alphonsus Davis. Behind her from Heidel is Alia Mullings.
So Alphonsus Davis.
So 200 meters to go. And the competitor there from
Leading at the moment.
Alphonsus Davis, pulling away from the rest of the field.
Just like Corey Bennett, Alphonsus Davis have done their work as well.
In second.
So they come home now, and Alphonsus Davis, the athlete, unperturbed.
So coming to the line here, the competitor from Alphonsus Davis.
As the rest of the pack catching up the athlete of St. Diego, Alphonsus Davis winning.
That seems to be Kristen Edwards.
2 minutes 24:26. We'll tell you the name of the athlete in just a bit.
Rather Dental Technicals, Carissa December.
So
Or she's from Guyana. 2 minutes 26.47. And it's Johnson, the competitor from Alphonsus Davis, who gets the win at 2 minutes 26.47.
So Johnson, your winner.
Ahead of December of Dental Technical, 2 minutes 30.60.
And December finishing second in February. 2:26.47 for the winner Johnson.
Results for the
Carissa December is from Ghana
sponsored girls class 1
and now attending Dental Technical.
relay. The winners in a meet record time of 44.59 seconds. Haida second, Woodmas 47.72. Fourth, made that third is Petersfield 49.04.
So the athletes
Fourth
get
is Manchester High with 49.
ready now. I think we should be moving up now to class
The
1.
Queen School 50.34. So those are the official results for the SDF sponsored girls class 1 4x100 meters relay.
So December 2 minute 30:60.
So 2 sections to come in the girls class 1, 800 meters.
And Johnson 2:26:47. Johnson's of Alphonsus Davis. So we don't have the lineup for this race either.
Field for section 1.
Well, we understand now it is section 1 of the class 1 girls event.
Some interesting names in this one. Watch out for Shanine Clark-Giddings of Port Antonio. Was a medalist at class finished just outside the medals rather last year, class 2, first year class 1.
So Alphonsus Davis leading at the moment. Seem to be competitor 37. See if we can verify. It is Kishero of Alphonsus Davis.
Junior in Jamaica this season at 2 minutes 13.33. So Kishero, Shanine Clark-Giddings of Port Antonio lies in second.
So 800 meters class 1 girls now. Just about some 300 meters to run. Kishero of Alphonsus Davis.
As Rowe takes them onto the back stretch.
Leading them down the back stretch. The athlete of Heidel and seem to be Herbert Morrison out of the picture, out of the fray.
So
And look at Kishero go, my word. Running away from the rest of the pack.
Back in 2017 or 2018 rather. So
Kishero is large and in charge. They won't catch her, not today. Only if there is some kind of misfortune. But at the moment, she's navigating well.
And look at Kishero go, class 1 girls.
Kishero, the record could be broken here at this meeting, this event.
Is a nice time. That's
2:09:49. My goodness. And on 2:13:33, 2:09:23.
Davis continues her good early season form.
We'll double check if it's a meet record.
23, the adjusted time for Rowe.
But from all indication, it seems as if it is.
And that is a new personal best for Kishero.
And
entering her previous PB of 2 minutes 09.31 in the process by 800ths of a second. And that moves her even further ahead on the leaderboard for 2023 at class 1.
So
800 meters.
So 2:09:23
15.14
for Kishero. The meet record though 2:08:31 survives. The world record is 1 minute 53:28. But Kishero of Alphonsus Davis certainly one to watch out for at champs this year. And what a champs expected to be hot. The fact that Kingston College being defending champion and Jamaica College are all set and poised to topple them this season. Edwin Allen closing in on title number 10 and Homewood Technical.
At the presentation area now, that's a representative from Grace Foods to go to the presentation area now.
So we move into another section. As we look at the athletes bunched tightly on the backstretch, coming down that backstretch first time of asking. This now is section B.
So the second section of 2.
Orisha Champagne in there, Shakina of Dinton Telegraph, Shakina Anderson of Excelsior, Tasudra Dennis of St. Catherine, Chanel Johnson Excelsior, Carling Temple, Alphonsus Davis Alphonsus Davis. Watch out for tempo of Alphonsus Davis. Also too
Daniel King of Hydel.
is Daniel King, competitor 666.
She has the lead.
Not too sure of those three numbers,
Finals last year.
but nonetheless the race must go on. Look at King running like a queen.
From Alphonsus Davis is Carleen Temple.
Alphonsus Davis's tempo, as I said before, gone second at the moment, navigating well and watching the leader at the moment, but also too much rush over her shoulders, because closing in on her seemed to be the athlete of St. Mary, Ashanti Walters. We'll double check that in just a bit.
Hydel with the advantage.
So King of Hydel,
Daniel King from Alphonsus Davis. Sean Waters in the mix as well.
just about 180 meters to go now.
She was just outside the medals in her first year at Class 1 last year. Won a medal
So
at Class
tempo
1 for St. Mary High.
Of Alphonsus Davis
Stretch now.
have faded to third, but King continues to lead. Daniel King from Ferry St. Catherine.
Waters of St. Mary High in second.
So the athlete of St. Mary High,
Temple of Alphonsus Davis.
Walters,
So King will go across the line.
want to catch King,
Second section.
but it will be another day, not this morning. 2 minutes 30.
Waters second and Temple in third.
So that certainly was
As we wait
a
the
quicker one
adjusted time for King of Hydel
than some previous eats that we have seen, but not faster than the 2:09:23 that Kishiro ran in the previous heat. Competitor 666, Daniel King in your picture from Hydel. Our winning time 2 minutes 13:07. And Walters 2:14:72.
So Waters 2 minutes 14.72 in second.
And of course
And that concludes
King is of
for girls.
St. Mary High.
The next event you will see on the track will be the women's 400 meters.
Daniel King of Hydel, beg pardon, and Walters, that is shown as Shanti Walters, is of St. Mary High. So happening simultaneously with this, the Camperdown Classic, the sprint show here at Kingston's National Stadium, is the Mile of Western Relays happening at GC Foster College, where there'll be the 4x100 meters, the 4x400 meters, 4x200 meters. There's also 4x800 meters, a distance medley in there as well. So providing good background work for the competitors.
Come on, let's make them feel welcome. In lane 5, representing the Racers Track Club, the 2018 CAC Games 200 meters bronze medalist. Let's make welcome Janine Williams.
So Janine Williams in this one for the seniors of racers.
Also from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Alia Frederick. The lineup for the women's 400 meters.
Alia Frederick, and this is the women's 400 meters event. Confirmation coming now. Women's 400 meters. Just 4 competitors in this one. And Frederick of Wilmers running there in lane 3 is of St. Vincent. Several athletes from other jurisdictions representing Jamaican schools. So this could be a 400 meter season opener for many of them. Rhonda White looking good on the back stretch. She's second at the moment based on the stagger. Janine Williams out there in lane 6. But just about some 200 meters to go. Rhonda White on the inside. So it will be a battle between these two. Rhonda White to the right of your screen on the inside there, running out of lane 5.
Rhonda White, who leads the 2018 CAC Games 400 meter hurdles bronze medalist. Looking to get to
So Rhonda White will take them home.
Will get the win in the women's 400 meters. Janine Williams will go across the line in second. A strong start for
53.84 for Rhonda White.
3:84.
The flash time.
For Rhonda White, unofficially here.
And the time rounded down now to 53.60 for Rhonda White. A nice season opener for her.
5:13 in second. 53.60. The adjusted time for White. Frederick of Woolmer's 1:00:22 in third, and Cooper Camperdown 1:03.39.
It was a battle in the wind as the stadium announcer asks for the support of the athletes. Looking at them in your picture now, Williams finished second, 55.13. So Rhonda White with a nice season opener over 400 meters, 53.60 seconds. And second, Jenny Williams, 55.13. That was a senior 400 meters. We go now to the Class 4 girls 100 meters event. So looking at this lineup, we'll double check in just a bit. Tell you what we have on paper. In lane 1, Denicia Carter Alphantus Davis. In lane 2, Lenora Scarlett Manchester High. In lane 3, Jayla Brown Rossies High. In 4 is Karen Shanicia Jarrett of Magotty. Shalom Berry of Convent of Mercy runs in 5. In lane 6, Tony and Davis Excelsior. Lane 7, Alicia Carter San Diego. And in lane 8, Malia Reed Dental Technical. So again, the draw for lane: Denicia Carter Alphonsus Davis in 1, Lenora Scarlett Manchester in 2, Jayla Brown Rossies in 3, in 4, Magotty's Karian Shanisa Jarrett, in 5, Shalom Berry, in 6, Excelsior Tony and Davis. Running there in lane 7, Alicia Carter of St. Jago. And in lane 8, competitor 395 of Dental Technical, Malia Reed.
So quick update in the girls class 3 high jump competition. The height of the bar still at 1 meter and 35, that's 1.35 meters.
So the girls class 3 high jump
And
event
so far we have
at the bar at 1.35 meters and 8 competitors who have cleared that height, which therefore means
that's about 12 who have gone clear at that height.
once all the competitors have cleared that height, then the bar will move up.
So the next height will be 1 meter and 40.
Move up by 5 centimeters
One more competitor
at 1.40 meters.
clear at 1.35. We already have 2 competitors who would have not have made it over that height. And the bar goes down once again.
So we get set with the ladies on the track waiting.
The class 3 girls high jump. The class 4 girls also ongoing, running simultaneously as the class 3 girls. The height of the bar in the class 4.
So it is Carter, Scarlett, Brown, Jarrett, Berry, Davis, Carter, and Reed.
And we have had 5 competitors clearing at that height.
So the heat of the morning sun So there'll be a break for at least an hour. And that break we'll tell you in just a bit. Coming up
So the next
at
event
about
you'll see on the
11:50.
track will be the 100 meters.
An hour from now.
Starting with the class 4
And
girls.
11:50 to 12 o'clock. Just about 10 minutes for the break. Then when we take the break at 12 o'clock,
And
we
that
get
should
back
take
at
us
1
up to
o'clock.
about 1:30.
So that at 1 o'clock then the boys should be in action. And they get to the track with a 4x100 meters event for class 3 boys. Sponsored by Grace Foods. So the overhead shot throwing the athletes going through their paces.
So we're ready here for the first section of the girls class 4.
We look at the assistant starter and the meet official par excellence.
100 meters.
The gentleman just standing in front of the lane 8 blocks, almost blocking. Back to our picture in the blue hat, Ricky McIntosh. We've worked and served this country long and hard. As an official, as he goes across to make one final check, he's a sports master at Coburn Gardens Primary School and a former trainer of yours truly at the Body Basic Gym, controlled by Dan Millett back in the day, in the early 90s it was.
The lane assignments for section 1, lane 1, Denicia Carter, Alphonsus Davis.
So,
lane 2, Lenora Scarlett,
after the girls,
lane 3, Jayla Brown receives.
class 4, we go into class 3, then class 2, and in class 1.
Lane 6, Tony Davis Excelsior.
We've seen the 4x100 meters already run, as well as the 800 meters and a 400 meters invitational for women won by Rhonda White, 53.60 seconds, as these athletes open their season over 400 meters. So the starter calls them to their marks. Mario Reed of Dintil out there in lane 8, leading them all the way, and will lead them home with a flash time of 13.50 seconds, the flash time for Mario Reed. So negative 1.5 meters per second, the win reading. As we look at the clock now, 13:22 for Malia Reed of Dintil, winning there out of lane 8. Second was Jarrett in the event.
So 23 heats to come in the
13:48, and Scarlett third,
We'll
13:57.
be going through them at quite a pace. Section 2, lane 1, that's Aisha Hyatt, Camperdown. Lane 2, Alexia Munro of Dintil. Lane 3 should be Kadisha Ashman, Manchester, or Tana Smith, Excelsior.
So we go in the draw for lanes now.
Kayla Howard, Melgrove. 6, Serena White, Mount St. Joseph.
For
7,
section 2.
Sharissa Myers, Campion. And lane 8, Ariana Street receives.
We're seeing lane 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 being occupied. So they move into the set position, and away they go. Good start. On the inside is Ashman. In lane 3, Ashman of Manchester will take it. Kadisha Ashman of Manchester, your winner. 13:52, the flash time for
-1.1 meters per second, the wind speed.
So 13:52 for Ashman.
Third section on track now.
Yeah.
Maybe Herbert Morrison's Janaya Christine second just to help Petersfield's Anisha McKenzie on the inside. Negative 2.6 meters per second the wind speed.
So negative 2.6 meters per second the wind speed. As you look at the clock, still running. So the 100 meters class, 4 girls. And the organizers having some trouble with the timekeeping system. Just being able to stop now at 43 seconds. But we wait for the official result, which may not come because it now would switch to the other event. But Ashman,
Heat on track, heat number 4.
13:52.
Lane 2 also from St. Jago, Ashanti Green. Lane 3 from the Queen's School, Shantika Carr. Lane 4 from Carolyn College is Chantel Brown. Lane 5 from Camperdown, Davina Biggerstaff. Lane 6 from Bridgeport.
So we get set now to move into
Lane 6 is empty. Lane 7 is Tyrnesh Johnson, St. Mary High. And lane 8,
another
Parker
event.
Faculty. So Spence here, just joining the party. She lined up in the lane 6.
I'm still trying to verify where exactly the organizers have reached. We're still within the realm of the class 4 competitors. So it seemed to be Krista Gay Brown in 1 of Bel Air, Herbert Morrison Jenny Christie in 2, Petersfield Alicia McKenzie in 3, York Castle J. Lee Clark in 4, and Latifa Hamilton of Mona in 5. So immediately we see the athlete out there in Parker of Magati, but on the inside Campbell. So Parker of Magati 13:22, your winner.
Negative 0.6 meters per second, 12.97 the time for Parker. Campbell 13.15, St. Jago in second, and Green in third, as mentioned, also from St. Jago.
So the results showing now Parker of Magati 12.97, as we see a ground shot with the official, clipboard and flag in hand. A nice wide shot of Kingston's National Stadium, site of many records, into the set position, and away they go. This is a girls class 4 section 5 of the 100 meters. Shani Stewart of Excelsior leads them home 13:60.
Negative 1.3 meters per second, the wind speed 13.33 for Stewart. More 13.76.
So Stewart of Excelsior, your winner. As you see, both athletes out, but Stewart 13.33 of St. Jago.
So section 6 coming up. Lane 1 from Manchester High, Kareen Whittaker.
So we move now into section F. So we couldn't give it the draw for lanes. Whittaker of Manchester in one have been left behind, but Convent of Mercy, Alia Ross leaves them at 50 meters. Ross trying to catch her.
Ross wins it. Cara Petersfield is second.
So 13.93 for Ross, winning section F of the girls 100 meters.
14.12 in second. Whittaker 14.3.
Girls 100 meters class 4, Ross winning at the moment.
1 meters per second.
This is it in your picture. And Stride Vision working overtime to ensure
23 sections to come.
with the replay.
Now at section 7.
This is Ross in the event that you might have missed it.
Main assignment.
Pulling away all the time. Our form
Trishan Smith.
will have to be worked
Lane
on.
5 from Ferncourt, Chance Small.
Leaves a lot to be desired, but nonetheless, she got the job done and won the event on the day.
From Mavis Bank, Tanya McNiven.
13.68 for Ross. So we go now to section G. In lane 1, from Gainsted High, Trishan Smith. In lane 2, it should be Tashika Ferron of St. Jago, empty at the moment. In lane 3, Abigail Brown of Immaculate. In lane 4, Rossi's Onisa Donaldson. In 5, Chance Small, Ferncourt. In lane 6, Monet Campbell, St. Hughes High. In lane 7, DeJourne Morrison, Clarendon College. And in lane 8, Tanya McKinley of Mavis Bank. So the officials helping the athletes, they're set up their blocks, and one official giving the athlete running in lane 6, that should be Monet Campbell of St. Hughes, some instructions, so not to be confused with the solid white lines that form the corner and the dotted line that shows the 100-meter lane that she should be running in. A first for some athletes at the stadium, so it will take some getting used to. And so Ricky McIntosh giving her the instructions. Right, and so after a couple paces, I think the officials are satisfied. But what is of no confusion though is that she'll start in the blocks. And some of the athletes using the blocks for the first time as well too will have to get used to that as they prepare for greater things to come. Away they go now. First time of asking this one. The athlete of Morrison of Clarendon College on the outside was taken over the running from start to finish and just kicking across the line. Morrison of Clarendon College, 13.93 seconds. Our time.
This is the Class 4 Girls 100 meters, sponsored by Premier Optical.
As we look back at the replay,
we're now at the 8th heat.
So we get set now to go into section H.
This is
H in the alphabet and A8 as it regards the numeral. With roster athletics, they usually, unlike some other timing systems or meet managers that give you the sections by number, roster athletics give us the sections by letters.
Lane assignments here for
So section H. In lane 1 should be Ciara Williams of Wilmer's Girls. In lane 2, Shamila Warren of Belair. Lane 3, Ciara Drummond Hobart Morrison. Lane 4, Camperdown Sienna Anderson. Lane 5, Leandra Irvin of Alphonsus Davis. In lane 6, Jadine Patterson, Alphonsus Davis. Lane 7, front court high, Rihanna Rose. And in lane 8, Texera Johnson of Hydel. There are only 6 competitors turning up. Lanes 5 through 8. The athlete of Alphonsus Davis dashes to the front. It is seemed to be Patterson, but also Johnson of Hydel will leave them at about 40 meters to take them home. Say good morning to Mr. O'Neill Bell of the Jamaica Badminton Association and the Jamaica Olympic Association.
Irvin 13.70 in second and Rose 13.73 in third.
As we look at Texera Johnson of Hydel leaving them at about 50 meters, striding and then shutting it down in the last 10 meters or so to win in a time of 12.64 seconds. So 12.64 the time there for the athlete of Hydel. Seemed to be the fastest time of the morning in the Class 4 girls event. We'll double check that.
In assignments in lane 1 from Wilmer's, Antonia Barrett. Lane 2
Texera Johnson Hydel.
Lane 3 from Hydel
12.64.
Lane 5 from Wilmer's, Ashara Prairie.
Second in the event was Leandra Irvin of Alphonsus Davis, 13.70. And the third from front court, Rihanna Rose, 13.73. So yes, it is. Looking back over the numbers, 12.64 is the fastest time of the morning session in the Class 4 girls 100 meters event, run just now by Texera Johnson of Hydel. We go now into section I, or section 9 if you're using numbers, and I if you're using letters. Five competitors have turned up for this one. Lane 1, 2, 3, lane 5, and lane 8. Away they go. There's no trouble with the start. The athlete of Hydel dashes to the front immediately.
And it's Hydel's Gabriel Morgan.
And Gabriel Morgan it is of Hydel. Competitor 6.70. Fastest of them all. 12.95 the flash time.
The time on the clock.
We wait to see the time now for Morgan. 12.70 for Morgan.
And that moves her to number 4 on the leaderboard for Class 4 this season. Negative 0.7 meters per second the wind speed. For Morgan, Blake 13.27 in second.
So Morgan, just like her teammate in the previous heat, winning.
So Curry was
Her
actually
time,
second and Johnson
the
excelled
winning time for
third.
Morgan is 12:70.
As we go to the next heat on track, these are time
That
finals,
Morgan,
by the way.
of
We're
course,
now at section 10. It's sponsored by Premier Optical, Class 4 Girls, 100
is Gabriel Morgan.
Lane 1, Shelley Lewis, St. Catherine. Lane 2, Alicia Allwood, Denby. Lane 3, Caliandra Brown, St. Catherine. Lane 4 is
So-
Nicholas, St. Thomas Technical.
In lane 1 should be Shelley Ann Lewis
Antonio, Shanique
of St.
Spence.
Catherine. Denby's Alicia Allwood runs in 2.
Anna Blake. And then lane 7.
From St. Catherine, Calindra Brown in 3. St. Thomas Technicals, K. Marie Nichols in 4. Shanique Spence of Port Antonio in 5. Immaculate Conceptions, Ayana Blake in 6. DeAndre Harris of Mulgrove in 7. Lane 8 occupied. Jessica Nickel of Heidel, a no-show. Good start for the athlete there in lane 3. Kiliandra Brown of St. Catherine, 12:86. But keep your eyes on Blake of Immaculate. Also to on the inside, Lewis of St. Catherine,
Blake of Immaculate and Brown of St.
out of
Catherine.
nowhere.
14:09 the flash time.
14:09 the flash time
Zero wind there.
for Lewis.
So negative 1.2 meters per second the wind speed. 13.82 the winning time for Lewis of St. Catherine. Blake 14.09 in second of Immaculate, and Brown 14.21 St. Catherine in third.
So
Section 11 on track.
13:82 for Lewis.
The lane assignments. We start in lane 3, representing St. Hughes, Alana Smith. Lane 4, from Gainstead, Deandra Horton. 5, from Norman Manley, Kirika Thompson. 6, from Camperdown, Deandra Waters. Lane 7, from Ferncourt, Michael E. Palmer. And in lane 8, from Herbert Morrison, Imani Bygrave.
So they're on their marks already for this one. This is section K. Immediately we see the athlete there in the middle of the track.
In lane 7 of Ferncourt, look at lane 4, that is Horton of Gainstead.
Horton of Gainstead will fly to the line.
Ferncourt, Michael E. Palmer, 13.61 the time, rounded down to 13.34, negative 0.5 meters per second the wind speed. Palmer second, 13.77. Walters in third, 13.95.
So Horton, your winner. We'll look back on the leaderboard and tell you just a little while
On track now.
as to the time that she returned. 13:34.
Let's go to lane 2, representing Excelsior, Cordelia Gabidon. Lane 3, Charlie Ramsey Petersfield.
So they're on their mark for section J. Or make that section L. As you look at the athlete there in lane 2. Pulling away, navigating well, and running across the line in 13:74. We'll verify the institution just a bit. It was Camperdown 1347 of Excelsior. Cardella Camperdown it was. Winning section L. 1347 for Camperdown, your winner of Excelsior. So we move over now into section M of the girls class 4 100 meters event. Just seeing about 4 athletes on track, but the draw for lane we have Brittany Ashanti Jones of St. Mary High in 2. There's an athlete in lane 1, but we don't have that athlete on our program. In lane 3, O'Neill Thomas of Manchester. In lane 4 should be Otania Williams, also to of Manchester High. Camperdown's Kyra Nelson runs in 5.
Mr. Starter, we ask you to hold the race. Thank you.
With lane 6 being vacant. Lane 7 features Danica Fuller of the Queen's School. So 5 competitors there. So the event being held up momentarily. Not sure why. I heard the stadium announcer asking the starter to hold the race momentarily. So overcast conditions now. But the athletes should be keeping warm, as we'd have seen several weeks ago at the Queen's Grace Jackson track meet. The 200 meters for the men, the invitational 200 meter was scrapped as the athletes were held up
So on track now
for several minutes, which caused them to
is heat number 12. So just to let you know
go
that heat
cold,
13
and
right before, we have gone back to 12,
given the
which is on
conditions,
track. The lane assignments in lane 1
it is understood that
lane 2 from Excelsior, Cordelia Camperdown. Lane 4
members of the respective
from St.
coaches,
Andrew High, Gabriel Miller.
members of the
Lane
coaching
5
staff
from
of the
Queen's School,
respective
Kimona
teams
Glen.
told the
And in
athletes
lane
to
7 we have
pull out,
Kelowna Hamilton St. Hughes.
not to risk any kind of injury. This Camperdown Classic you're witnessing here on Stride Vision TV, as we say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, has attracted some 1,200 athletes, including elite seniors. And here is where the fast athlete Barna Williams will make her season debut. So immediately, so Gabriel Miller of St. Andrew fading, Kelowna Hamilton are trying to get close.
Negative 0.9 meters per second the wind speed. 13.29 for Hamilton. Getting the nod ahead of Camperdown of Excelsior. Hamilton of St. Hughes 13.29, Camperdown 13.30 in second. Very good race that. As we go to the next race on track.
So Hamilton winning this one.
Number 14, or letter N. The lane assignments in lane 1. Pisani Rose McGraw. Lane 2 from Alphonsus Davis is Kiana Reynolds.
So we get to
Simon.
section
Lane
N.
4 from Camperdown is Adriana Allen. Lane 5 from Manchester High, Nahelia Nevers. Lane 6 from Campion.
In lane 1, Chrisania Rose of McGraw. In lane 2, Kiana Reynolds, Alphonsus Davis. Tishas Goldings, Zodi Simon runs in 3. Adriana Allen, Camperdown in 4. Manchester High's Naila Nevers in 5. From Campion College, Kitara Davis in 6. From the Queen's School, Shania Barnett in 7. And in lane 8 should be Trisha Lee Sutherland of Clarendon College. So this is a loaded field. Oh, so they leave the athlete of Camperdown in the blocks. As we look now to Clarendon College's Sutherland, looking smooth, looking sharp, well focused, and the other athletes are out of the frame. Good dip at the line, 13.64 for Trisha Lee Sutherland of Clarendon College.
The time on the clock, negative 2.3 meters per second, the wind speed. 13.37 the time adjusted for Sutherland of Clarendon College. Reynolds 14.28. Alphonsus Davis in second.
So 13.37 it is. For Trisha Lee Sutherland of Clarendon College. So ever so often we have the benefit of the replays, which give us the advantage here on Stride Vision TV compared to anywhere else. This now should be section O. So in lane 1, Paris Degree St. Hughes. Lane 2, the Queen's School, Janika Graham. In 3, Jada Harris Woolmans. In 4, Ronick Smith Manchester. In 5, St. Andrew High Daniel Warren. In 6, Princina Harriet of Alphonsus Davis. In lane 7, Katie McKenzie of Rossies. And in lane 8 should be Deandra Fitton of St. Jago. Another loaded field. Keep your eyes on number 3, Jada Harris in Wilmer's Girls. And so the Woolmerian dashing to the front. Look at Harris burning the track. The rest of the field was out of shot. 13.53.
Negative 1.6 meters per second, the wind speed. 13.26 for Jada Harris of Woolmer's. Mackenzie 14.14.
13.53 for Harris. Michael Carr should be smiling. The coach of Wilmer's Girls. So we get set now to go into section P as we look at Harris again. Almost reminiscent of Natries East. Natries East, part of the Wilmer's program,
16 on track.
taking the gold medal last year in
Lane 1 from McGrath is Triciana McInnes.
Class 4.
Lane 3 from Port Antonio, Jayana Harmore. Lane 4 from Happy Grove is Shahira Bailey. 5 from BB Cook, Cabrina Gooden. In 6 from St. Hughes, Shanoy Gentles. 7 from Excelsior, Arasisha Brooks. In lane 8 from St. Mary High, Shayon Smith.
So we go now into the what will be the final section for the Class 4 girls. Tricina McInnes of McGrath in 1. In 2 is Regina Lacey of Robert Morrison. In 4, from Happy Grove, Shower, Bailey.
Runs out of lane 2.
But keep your eyes on the athlete of St. Hughes, Gentles, but also to on the inside of Herbert Morrison, Lyseth of Herbert Morrison will run away from the rest of the pack. 1378.
1378.
Or Lyseth is Lysaith. I've never seen that particular surname, but the old adage is that you live and learn. So Herbert Morrison Lyseth getting the win, 1351.
From St. Hughes. Section 17 of 23 on track.
So section 17 of 23 we're told. So this is
in lane 1 from Norman Manley, Kavina Clark. Lane 3.
This is section Q.
Abigail Ross. Lane 5 from York Castle, Niara Edwards. Lane 6 from Heidel, Yolanda Mills. Lane 7 from Camperdown, Ikaya Brown. And in lane 8 from St. Jago, America Brown.
So so in lane 1, Clark, first time of asking.
We go then for section 17.
And we look at St. Hilda's McBean
Edwards of York Castle.
and Edwards of York Castle now dashing to the front. And Edwards will win this one, 1363.
13-6, that's 13-3-5 for Edwards. Ahead of Brown, 13-5-7 of St. Jago, and Mills 13-6-0 of Heidel, third. Negative 0.5 meters per second of the wind speed.
This trap. This one showing great promise with Alphonsus Davis and St. Jago in there. Both athletes going down on the line. 1383 the flash time.
So that was section 18, 13.83 the flash time. Negative 4.7 meters per second. 13.57. Negative 4.7. Interesting. Park second. 13.58.
1357.
And Azan 14.14.
The time for Williams.
So that's Celine Williams of Manchester High, the winner in section 18. Section 19 comes up next. Class 4 girls, 100 meters. It's sponsored by Premier Optical. Section 19. The lane assignments. In lane 2, Leger Brown Immaculate. In lane 3, from Port Antonio, Kavina Bourne. Lane 4, from York Castle, T.Sh. Walker.
So we're going now into section
Section
S.
Lane 6, from St. Catherine, Gabriela Trevor.
Tatius Golding,
Annalise Sherwood.
Ikea Gonzalez should be in 1. Najee Brown Immaculate in 2. Kevin Bourne Port Antonio in 3. York Castle's Tisha Walker runs in lane 4. Keanu Reid of Steertown in 5. Gabriel Treasure of St. Catherine in 6. Watch out for lane 6. Dintle Technicals Annalise Sherwood in 7, and Brianna Palmer takes us goal in 8. The athlete there in lane 1, not a picture of concentration. And therefore was left in the block. Gabriel Treasure didn't get a good start, but in lane 2 from Immaculate, Najee Brown. In the middle of the track too from Port Antonio, Bourne of Port Antonio on the inside, Brown of Immaculate.
13.51 the flash time.
13.51 the flash time.
Negative 4.6 meters
for
per second, the wind speed.
Kavina Bourne of Port Antonio.
13.24.
Your Castle's Walker got it. 13.24.
13.26. So it's Walker of York Castle getting the win ahead of Brown of Immaculate.
So
ladies
getting
and
set now.
gentlemen, coaches and athletes, we're asking that when your name is called, especially athletes for presentation, that you have the athlete report
as we get set
as
now
soon
too.
as possible.
So Walker winning 13.24, Brown second.
Completed within the scheduled time. We'll be commencing with the 800
13.26
meters, so
and Gabriel Treasure third at
in the
13.84.
800 meters for class 3 girls and class 2 and 1 to report at the presentation area. Let me help you out. For the class 3 girls, Tamron Williams, Alphonsus Davis, Alika Reynolds, Alphonsus Davis, and Khadijah Coombs St. Jago. That's the top 3 for the class 3 girls 800 meters. Make your way to the presentation area. That's Tamron Williams, Alphonsus Davis, Alika Reynolds, Alphonsus Davis, and Khadijah Coombs of St. Jago. Make your way to the presentation area. Mr. Starter, over to you.
Picture of concentration. Not too sure what will happen now. Competitor 699. Jump a little too early. Immaculate Conception's Mikhail Rose. We wait to see what the official will do. Taking one more look of the runners. And at least the athlete of Immaculate being granted pardon. Or a lifeline, if you will, into the set position. And away they go this time. And she was the one who got up third, but on the inside, Heidel Sapphire, Nelson Brown, also to in the middle of the track from Bridgeport, DeAndre Morgan. But on the inside, it is Brown, Nelson Brown of Heidel, competitor 6.75. The flash time, 13.49 for her.
The following athletes, please report to the presentation area. This is for the class 2 girls 800 meters. Misha Jade Samuel St. Jago, Abigail Campbell Heidel, and Taifa Gao Heidel. Again, Misha Jade Samuel St. Jago, Abigail Campbell Heidel, and Taifa Gao of Heidel. Please report now to the presentation area. That's the top 3 girls in the girls class 2 800 meters. For the girls class 1 800 meters, we are asking the following athletes to report now at the presentation area. Kishe Rowe and Francis Davis, Daniel King Heidel, and Sean Walter St. Mary High. Again, Kishe Rowe and Francis Davis, Daniel King Heidel, and Sean Walter St. Mary. Please report now at the presentation area. We are also asking representatives from Rainbow Awning, Full Circle, and Niche Financing to report as well to the presentation area. Coaches, we're going to ask you to assist us in this regard. As soon as you hear the athlete's name, please have them come across to the presentation area. If they can't make it, please send a suitable representative. Away they go then for the 21st section here where they're brought back.
So the athletes were called back. Seems as if there was some kind of trouble there. There was an issue earlier on with the timing system. There was an issue all around with the wind gauge system. So the third time of asking, and this time the athlete of St. Diego, Grant of St. Diego, slowly pulling away and leaving the rest of the pack. 11:63 for Trisha and Grant of St. Diego, competitor 12:03. The winning time for her is 13:29, and Smith of Manchester 13:97 was second. That is Rihanna Smith of Manchester.
So the penultimate section comes up now, Class 4 girls, 100 meters. It's sponsored by Premier Optical.
So the next lineup,
Again, a big thank you to all our sponsors.
Tanisa Nevers of Glenmuir High in 1. Aisha Howell, Convent of Mercy or Alpha in 2. From Magati High, Rashid Antonia Samuels in 3. Justija Longbridge in 4, representing St. Hugh's. Also 2 from St. Hugh's. Imri Small in 5. In lane 6 from Camperdown, Mahalia Mills in 6. In lane 7, Tamoy Wheatley of Dintle Technical. Lane 8 is vacant. 6 competitors. Into the set position. Away they go. In the middle of the track, Longbridge of St. Hugh's looking well at these early stages. Also 2 on the inside from Alpha, Alicia Howell. Howell pulls away from the pack, looking strong, looking smooth. Will get the win, 14-19.
Between Samuels of Magati High and Longbridge of
So
1393 for Howell.
Howell of Convent of Mercy getting the victory, 13.93 in your picture. Samuels 14.50, that is Rashid Samuels of Magati, 14.50, and Small 14.58. Small, Imre Small of St. Hugh's High. So we're coming up now on the penultimate event. Section W.
So the final section comes up now, the Premier Optical sponsored class.
We might as well finish the rest of the alphabet. In lane 1 should be Kelia Smith of St. Diego. Lane 2, Brittany Jones of St. Mary. In lane 3, Talia Onigan of Manchester. 5, Kayla Francis of Gainsted. In 6, Gabriel Dennis of Campion College. Lane Malcolm Belair in 7, and Alia Jones of Petersfield in lane 8.
For Campions Dennis in lane 6.
So away they go with the sound of the gun, and immediately athlete of Hydel, Ariane Nelson, dashes to the front. Daniel Locke of St. Andrew High is seeming to be interested in going with her, but Nelson is too fast on the day to be catch, or to be caught, beg pardon. 13:41.
Down to 13:41 for Nelson of Hydel to conclude proceedings in the girls class 4 100 meters.
So in the event you're just joining us, we're saying good morning to you. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night. And so the world is a melting pot.
The first section of the class 3 girls 100 meters on track. This event sponsored by Grace Foods.
And certainly all the world come to see what Stride Vision having to offer. So the athletes stand just in front of their blocks. Just wanted to verify if we're actually move over now to class 3. The meeting record is 11:47. The world record 10:49. And that 10:49 though is, by God bless her soul, Flojo of 100 meters. Set back in July of 1988.
Okay, they go first.
So, class 3 girls 100 meters. Immediately we look to the athlete, Tiana Marshall of Wolmer's. Marshall giving it her all. Wow!
And it's going to be Marshall.
12:81. Marshall sending an early statement.
5 meters per second.
Looking like a girl possessed and looking as if she's serious.
12:53 the time.
16:11 Tiana Marshall.
12:68 for Mitchell. 12:89 for Lindo in third.
So Marshall winning.
Some official results for you for the Class 1 girls 800 meters. The winner, Kishay Road.
So Tiana Marshall of Wolmer's
Second, Daniel King Heidel, 2 minutes 13:07.
in a time of 12:53.
2 minutes 14:72.
Win reading negative 4.5 meters per second.
2 minutes 15.68. Sixth, Carleen Temple and Francis Davis, 2 minutes 15.97. And again, ladies and gentlemen, you can check the results live on the Roster Athletics platform.
Second in the event was Moisha Gale of Heidel. $12.99. Third, Malia Duncan Heidel. So Heidel second and third in this one. And Duncan time was 13:03. And fourth was Mikel and Lindo, 12:89.
Clean start, second time of asking St. Jago's.
So St. Jago's Powell got up early, but Excelsior's Bombings, 12:69, the winner.
12:69 the time on the clock, the negative 2.2 meters per second. The wind speed, 12:42 the time adjusted for Bombings of Excelsior. 13:14 for Powell, 13:31 for Burke.
Shall be moving over to section 3 in just a bit, or section C if you will.
Alphonsus Davis, 2 minutes 18.43. Second, Annie K. Reynolds, Alphonsus Davis, 2 minutes 21.40. Third, Khadija Coombs, St. Jago, 2 minutes 21.72. Fourth, Brianna Morgan, Manchester High, 2 minutes 24.13. Fifth, Jana Fletcher, St. Jago, 2 minutes 25.29. And sixth, Chennai Grant Heidel, 2 minutes 27.51.
So the winner on the day of the 800 meters class 1 girl event is Kishay Rowe, 2 minute 18:43. Class 3 girls 100 meters event. We're looking at 6 competitors in our picture. Lane 1 occupied, as well as lane 4, 5, 6, 7. Goal, the athlete in lane 1, and also 2, the athlete in lane 5, Sashana Johnson. Looking good at this time. On the inside 2 is Williams, but Johnson of Heidel will step away to take it.
So Johnson of Heidel and then Williams.
And looking at the clock, it will be a world record.
Negative 7.7 meters per second, the wind speed.
And the clock showing a world record, but that can't be correct. If it was a world record, then perhaps we might just pack up the broadcast.
7 for Johnson of Heidel.
This is the event again.
Two for Williams, her teammate, running out of lane 1 in second. The top 2 for the third section, section C.
This is section D of the girls class 3 100 meters event. This seemed to be courtesy of St. Thomas Technical. Bigger than the rest of the field, stronger than them, faster too. 13 seconds flat.
There's actually Jobson of St. Catherine. 12.79 on the clock. Car 13.
They say it's Jobson of St. Catherine 12.79.
Hazen 13.28 in third.
And not Curtis of St. Thomas Technical. Curtis finished fourth, 13.70. Regina Jobson of St. Catherine Yoga. We go now into section E. Anglin of Arden in 1. Lane 2 vacant in 3. Should be Happy Groves. Anisha Trowers in 4. Kelsey and Fuller representing Bellear High. From St. Hughes in lane 5, Gianna Carby. In lane 6, Ronique Stewart of Rossies High. In 7, Gianna Lowers, St. Hughes. Gianna Lowers of St. Hughes running in 7. In lane 8, Crystal Bennett of Merle
Again, a big thank you to all our sponsors. Grace Foods, Western Union, SDF, Rainbow Awning, Full Circle, Niche Financing, Premier Optical, ADB Enterprises, Godfrey Murray, who is an honoree for the meet, Camperdown High School, of course, Andy Minas King, Adelaide Studios, Kingston Bookshop, and Sports Source.
So the lineup again: KL Anglin Arden in 1. In lane 3 from Happy Grove, Anisha Travers. In 4, Kelsey and Fuller Bellear. In lane 5, Gianna Carby St. Hughes. In lane 6, Ronique Stewart Rossies. In 7, Gianna Lowers St. Hughes. And in lane 8, it is Crystal Groves. In fact, based on what we have on the program, it should be Crystal Bennett of Merle Grove. Might be a typographical error. Crystal Bennett of Merle Grove in 8. Gianna Lowers of St. Hughes in 7. Ronique Stewart Rossies in 6. Gianna Carby of St. Hughes in 5. Kelsey and Fuller Bellear in 4. Anissa Chowers Happy Grove in 3. With lane 2 vacant in lane 1 from Arden, Kyle Anglin. So the starter, being comfortable with what he's seeing, will therefore send the race on the way. This is section E. As the athletes stand behind their blocks and wait on the instructions to come forward. Many persons in the United States tracking the broadcast. In Connecticut, we say good afternoon. Those in Delaware, New England, Massachusetts, as well as several of our good friends in Indiana. And say good morning to Kamara, who is there in Houston, Texas, who made the long drive from Philly. So getting over to Texas to take care of some business before she fly back to the East Coast. And many Jamaicans should be running and performing this weekend as well, as the outdoor season continues for the NCAAs. Julian Alfred, though, the current leader
So section 5 on track of the girls class
Julian
3,
Alfred is on
100 meters.
the Texas track and field program, University of Texas. Kevona Davis is there as well, former winner of girls athletics championship over 100 meters. Came through the ranks in the system just like you're watching here now. And formerly of Edwin Allen High, coached and conditioned by the legendary Kaldike. They're on their marks for this one. Away they go after a long delay. This is the athlete Ronique Stewart, but also throwers of Happy Grove out there in lane 4. Throwers, focus, head up, neck up, form is intact. Competitor 572, your winner in your picture, Anisha Throwers. I wonder if she could be related to my mother, Gertrude Throwers.
Of Happy Grove, negative 2.9 meters per second the wind speed. I guess the clock will make that correction momentarily.
So the clock should make the correction. We'll wait to see what will transpire. $13.01. $13.01 for Travers. It is corrected. So now we go into section F. In lane 1 should be Jodian Tate of Tatius Golden. In lane 2, Dacia Kane, Convent of Mercy. In lane 5, Ashley Awuba of Mona High. But look at the athlete of Convent of Mercy, Dacian Kane. Dacian Kane, 14.16 seconds. Well, in fact, it was the athlete of St. Catherine, calling themselves the Conquerors. Well, the stadium announcer kept silent on this one because I too was baffled, because based on the draw for lane in section F, not sure what transpired there, because based on what they have on paper and based on the athletes who did run in this one, two conflicting information coming through now. So I suppose this should be section G. We'll check that for you. The action is on Stride Vision TV. We say welcome to the Camperdown Classic. Back after a 3-year break. Or make that back after a 2-year break, as Camperdown Classic was staged in 2020, the same year when the pandemic hit Jamaica, March of 2020. So the Camperdown Classic would not have been kept in 2021 and wasn't on the schedule last year either, but back with us now. So we say good day to our sponsors: 876 Springwater, Grace, Western Union, Niche Financing, and Stride Vision, growing from strength to strength. Making strides, yeah. Unlike any impression that might have been formed, sponsors are with us now. So we look at these athletes now getting ready for this should be section G. They wait to sort this out in a little while. Because as we said before, the previous section, based on what we're following, well, let us see once again. In lane 1 should be Jody and Tate, Tatius Golding. In lane 2, Dacia Kane, Convent of Mercy. In lane 3, from Ferncourt, Latina Smith. In lane 4, Casey Joe Davis, Knox. In 6, Agina Nelson, Shante Powell. And Campion College's Isabel Dodd runs out of lane 8. So it's lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Lane 5 being vacant. So your Camperdown Classics. Camperdown being the school of the former World 100 meters champion as well as World Championship Relay gold medalist Ewan Blake. And the school of
section F on track for the class 3 girls 100 meters. Lane 1 is Jody and Tatius Golding. Lane 2
the former national champion and Olympic 100 meters finalist Raymond Stewart.
Casey Joe Davis Knox is in 4. Ashley Iwua of Mona is in 5. Gina Nelson Dintel in 6. Shantae Powell Queens in 7.
And formerly of Camperdown 2, Donald Quarry, who was the Olympic champion of 1976, beating Hazley Crawford of Trinidad and Tobago. In the 200 meters, though the 100 meters was Hazley Crawford the winner on Donald Quarry, but Quarry turning the table later on at the Olympic Games. 7 competitors, lane 5 being vacant. Away they go, first time of asking.
So here they go then for
look at
section F.
Knox College's Davis.
Going well is Davis of Knox. And on the outside is
But on the outside, Dodd of a Campion trying to get back, but 13.88.
Negative 3.2 meters per second is the wind speed.
Nice design of the jersey by Campion College. Competitor 271 in your picture. Dodd getting it, 13.61.
13.66 in second, and Powell 14.08 of the Queen's School is third.
So Dodd of a Campion College winning the duel with herself there and Davis. 13.61 the time for Dodd of Campion College. Isabel Dodd. Second, Davis, Knox College, 13.66, and third, Shantae Powell, 14.08. Wait to see if this is section G. A good start by the athlete Tora Campbell of Convent of Mercy. Start just like a Safa Paul, but in the middle of the track seem to be dental technicals. Amelia Civil will verify that in just a bit. It is Civil, 13.56. The flash time for Civil.
13.56 the flash time. That was section G, negative 3.1 meters per second, the wind speed.
Competitor 3.83.
Gillespie 14.14 and Grosset 14.31.
Gillespie 14.14 and Grosset 14.31. Grosset having that same surname as Louis Grosset Jr., a star of the film back in the 1980s, Officer and a Gentleman.
Lane 3 is Tashika Thomas, Alphonsus Davis. Lane 4, Kimoya Hibbert Gainstead. Lane 5 is Nazia Sabariahu of Herbert Morrison. Lane 6, Michaela Bakella. 7 is Natal Walk of Steertown. And lane 8 should be Trinity Campbell Wolvers.
So Civil the winner that time. Of a Dintil. And her time again, 13.29. Of St. Jago, 13.87 the flash time for White of St. Jago.
The time on the clock. Negative 5.0 meters per second, the wind speed 13.61, the adjusted time for White, 13.92 for Campbell in second, and Walker 14.09 in third. Just to remind you that the corporate area development meet will be staged.
So the replay
third and fourth. Right here
shows the athlete on the outside, Wilmer's running hard, but White of St. Jago had them measured at approximately 70 meters, 13.61 for White.
Where the corporate air teams battle for supremacy. Okay, there you go. This is section I. And now the athlete well is Steertown Academy's Palmer, and on the
Palmer of Steertown
will get the win. Close for second as Barrett of St. Hughes and Johnson of Manchester going across almost at the same time. Negative 4.0 meters per second the wind speed, 14.35 the flash time, 14.08 for Palmer. So Palmer of Steertown Academy the winner.
So
14.08 for Barrett of St. Hughes ahead of Johnson of Manchester High.
14.08 the flash time for Palmer. Yashika Palmer of Steertown.
Next on track.
So they've already called them to the box. This is section G.
Lane 2, Dintil Technical. Lane 3 is Rebecca Nugent Gainstead.
In lane 1, Karine Tate Dintil in 2, Rebecca Nugent Gainstead in 3, Tashona Brown, Alphonsus Davis running out of lane 4, Devonna Davis of Norman Manley in 5, Azari Lawrence of York Castle in 6, Jason Wesley in lane 7 from Clarendon College, Cole of Camperdown. 7 competitors. Away they go. The athlete in the middle of the track, Alphonsus Davis, Tashona Brown, but also to look at Nugent of Gainstead will slowly open up a gap, but Nugent will hold on.
Is Rebecca Nugent of Gainstead just ahead of Wesley.
So Gainstead, Rebecca Nugent
13.73
of Gainstead,
9 meters per second the wind speed.
competitor 5.11. Rebecca Nugent of Gainstead, your winner, 13.45.
There, 13.45 for Rebecca Nugent of Gainstead, 13.50 for Giselle Wesley of Clarendon College in second. Lawrence 13.76 of York Castle across the line in third. Section K coming up now, lane 1, Akila Bell.
So we look at the action over the high jump
Chantal Scott St. Thomas Technical.
event.
Lane 5 is Janita Williams Excelsior. Lane 6 is Shade Allen Pearlcourt. Lane 7 is Brianna Thompson.
We don't have any results since we started this morning just a little after 9. No results in the high jump section just yet. So they're already on their marks. Only 5 competitors for this one.
First time of
And a good start. Look at the athlete though. In lane 5, Rihanna Chambers. But Williams, Janila Williams, she's tall, strong. Janila Williams of Excelsior from Mountain View Williams.
Negative 1.7 meters
4.5450 the bib number.
13.13 for Bell of Woolmers.
And then quickly getting some refreshment. 13 seconds flat the time now for Williams of St. Jago of Excelsior.
Lane 1, Angelique Dare, Manchester High. Lane 2, Michaela McBean Alpha. Kanika Spence, Herbert Morrison. Lane 5, Shamoy Birthright, Manchester High. Lane 6, Janelia Dawson, Happy Grove. Lane 7, Shaniqua King, Mount St. Joseph. And in lane 8, Akima Smith, Petersfield.
So Kajanique Dare of Manchester in 1. In lane 2 should be Michaela McBean, Convent of Mercy. In 3 from Holy Child, Joanna Jacqueline Fisher. Kanika Spence, Herbert Morrison in 4. In 5 is Shamona Birthright of Manchester High. Happy Groves, Janela Dawson runs in 6. Shanika King, Mount St. Joseph in 7.
So when they
And
go
Akima Smith of Petersville in lane 8.
outside,
Immediately, the athlete Dawson of Happy Goal going best of all, but quickly being overtaken quickly by Spence and Manchester High.
McBean of Alpha for third, 13.60. The flash time at Birthright of Manchester with the win.
So Birthright,
2 meters per
Manchester
second
High
speed.
winning there, 13.34, and I think I love your form at about 60 meters.
McBean 13.69.
So Shamoya Birthright, the high stepping
13.70 in third. Section M on track. Lane 1. Shakisha Watt St. Mary Technical. That's lane 2. Neela Benman rather of Alpha. Lane 3, Kishriana Johnson, Camperdown.
So
Lane 4 is Douglas of Glenmore. 5, Thompson Excelsior. 6, Bailey Ferncourt. 7, Jackson Arden, and Shackelford is in 8.
this was the previous event. Look at Birthright. High stepping,
On the outside in
but back to the event on track.
the middle of the track. This is Ferncourt, Shabib Bailey.
Bailey of Ferncourt.
Ferncourt will get the win.
Wow. Good form by Bailey,
Jones Johnson and Alpha's Blenman.
having the same surname as the Olympic relay gold medalist, Aileen Bailey.
Not sure that's Thompson who went across first though. No win on that race.
Look at her smooth form. Bailey then dipping at the line. Well coached, well conditioned. Good finish. This is the Camperdown Classic. You're witnessing now the 100 meters class 3 girls in action, and also to a quick shot of what's taking place in the high jump section. Cool conditions now, a cool breeze just passing here through the grandstand at the National Stadium on another Saturday afternoon when we have the athletes on parade. The action on Stride Vision TV makes it so much easier though for you to watch us on the go, whether in your car, in your homes, at work. Stride Vision make it so much better for you to follow Jamaican track and field. This is now another section in.
With the lead ahead of
Harvey of Excelsior leaning forward
and Mill on the outside
and taking it in
But
13.97.
it's Harvey who wins it. Adlery will be second, 13.97. Negative 6.4 meters per second the wind speed. Miller 14.44 second. And Adderley.
So the time 13.71 for Harvey of Excelsior.
Section 4 coming up now. Lane 1, Amanda Masters Boga. Lane 2 is Adora Campbell St. Jago. Lane 4, Janelle Barnaby Astor. 5 is Chennai McCann Mona. 6 is Trisania Hill, Kingston Technical. 7 is Imani Francis of Camperdown. And outside lane number 8 is Alicia Bell St. Mary.
So another event on the track, and we look at the athlete running their lane 2 from St. Jago.
That's Adora Campbell of St.
Adora
Jago.
Campbell of St. Jago, 13.12.
Bell of St. Mary High, 13.12. The time on the clock.
That was section N.
8 meters per second, the wind speed. 12.86.
Campbell,
The official time for Campbell of
12.87.
Bell, 13.04 St. Mary. and Master 1348 of Kogoro.
And then Campbell. Adora Campbell, 1382, winning the race just now. So now,
section P away here.
Section P.
6 on the inside with some high knees. That's good in Cans of St. Jago.
So Cans 1179 will win this one of St. Jago.
Ellis 1329 for Cans of St. Jago.
Well built.
Speed is 2.4 meters per second.
Athlete 1191 in your picture.
Per second for Minot of St. Mary High.
And just class 3. And look at her statue.
And Ellis 1351 Vinton Technical.
Cans 1329, the winner of St. Jago.
So quick word of notice here, we're asking the medal winners and presenters that at the break, that's when the opening ceremony will be taken.
So an opening ceremony getting set to come up shortly.
So
And we gave some information on it all around. We should be honoring.
100 meters. We'll be asking you to make your way to the presentation area. Of course, we will announce those names again.
Godfrey Murray.
As the official results are available for the race is not yet concluded. So that's all presentations will be done.
And Godfrey Murray, a hard-working official par excellence, have done so well in this country where sport development is concerned.
So where they go then for...
This is section P.
There it is, we stop.
So these two athletes stopping on the track thought that they were coming through for first and second, only for the official Bruce James to come in front of them on the track to stop them. The athlete on the inside in the yellow calming down the athlete on the right, running there in lane 7. And you can just imagine how upset she was. I mean, having run at least 90 meters and then only to be stopped by the meet official Bruce James to say that the race was called back. But it happens in competitions like these, which therefore means that they'll have to push this race back to the last event in class 3. Which therefore means that would not be at section P, we'll be moving on now to section Q. What a mix-up. So section Q, if all goes well, should see in lane 1, Penwood High. In 3 from York Castle, Madison Allen. Lane 4, Genevieve Bailey Fern Court. In 5, Victoria Bailey Campion College. In 5, as we said before. In lane 6, Akila Ellis of St. Catherine. In 7, Julissa Campbell Clarendon College. And in lane 8, Ashika Thomas Mulgrove.
So section R will be run, and then we'll get back to section Q.
So section R,
on track.
Jadian Mackenzie of the Queen School in lane 1. In lane 2 should be Tiana Reid of Heidel. In 3, Petersfield Sashana Godfrey. In 4, Tiana Watson Herbert Mercer. In 5, Sasha Gade Williams Holy Childhood, beg pardon. And in lane 6, Brianna Squire Camperdown. Lane 7, Heidel Natisha Fletcher. And lane 8, Stephanie Mitchell of Denby Higher. So Heidel having things their own way in lane 2 and in lane 6. Heidel 1-2. Fletcher of Heidel winning from lane 7, competitor 656.
6.1 meters per second win. Reed 13.4.
So both athletes take a hug, congratulating each other. Fletcher 13 seconds flat. So 13 seconds flat for Fletcher of Heidel.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that we're going to continue through to section S, and then we will go back to section Q at the completion of section S, which is a race on track. So again, the race on track is section S. This is a class 3
So
100 meters.
we're seeing
Section Q after the completion.
Diana of Niche Financing.
So lane 2 is Jada Blake, the Queen School. 3 is Anita Henry.
So there was a break at the start.
4 is Chitardo Beckford St. Louis. 5 is Kyra Lloyd Kelly Immaculate. 6 is T-Marie Jarrett Mona. 7 Olivia Lewis Mergrove, and then 8 is Serena Reed Herbert Morrison.
So we're going back to section P, for which there was the issue earlier on. So lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Queen start here.
So the athlete of Immaculate, but
Lucas will win it. Kelly will be second.
12.94.
Will be Chariot of Mona. 12.94. The time on the clock for the Wayne Lewis of Mergrove.
Mulgrove's Lewis,
2 meters per second.
12.89.
12.69. The time for Lewis.
12.69 Lewis.
13.10 and Jarrett 13.37. The top 3 from section S. So we go back now to section Q. Class 3 girls 100 meters. The event is sponsored by Grace Foods. The lane assignments: lane 1, Sonia Camille Sterling, Woolmers. Lane 2, Abriana Barnett, Penwood. Lane 3 is Madison Allen of York Castle. Lane 5, Victoria Bailey Campion College. Lane 7, Jalessa Campbell Carlin College.
So
Sheikha Thomas Mergrove.
the heat that gave us some degree of problem earlier on, they've now called them back to their marks, where the 2 athletes in lane 7 and lane 8 ran 90 meters or back now. So the athlete of
Sheikha Thomas of Mergrove. And on the inside is
Sterling of Wilmers. Look at Sterling go.
She'll get the win.
13.12.
Campbell of Clarendon College.
And a finish just like that.
89 the time for Sterling of Woolmer.
So 12.89 for
7 meters per second the wind speed. 14.05.
for Sterling of Wilmers.
So 12.89 the winning time for Sterling in section Q. Section T comes up next on track.
So Mikey Carr certainly now will be enjoying the proceedings so far in this class 3 girls event. In lane 1 should be Kimani Shepard of Denby, Kimani Dougherty of Mona in 3, Leonie Morgan of Herbert Morrison 4, Livingston St. Hilda's in 5, Robinson St. Mary High in 6, Rosina Brooks
Off they go then for section
Mount
T.
Elite in 7.
It is
And we look at Dorothy of Mona, who steps to the front immediately and trying to go with her from St. Hilda's. For St. Mary is Robinson, but they're close in on her successfully. Herbert Morrison's Leonie Morgan.
who got the win 12.94.
So Leonie Morgan of Herbert Morrison.
Meters per second the wind speed.
So Morgan of Herbert Morrison getting through. 1396.
96 for Morgan of Herbert Morrison, getting the win in section T. Section U now on track.
So we go to section U.
Burlington runs out of lane 1, Petersfield.
Shea Burlington of Petersfield in lane 1, Rajana Price, Convent of Mercy in 2. In lane 3, Stephanie Ellis Gilmore. In 4, Kerry Parkinson of Dintel. In 5, Michaela Bailey St. Mary High. In lane 6 should be Jazara Allen Immaculate. In 7, Akila Blake of Petersfield. And in lane 8, Ricardo Morgan. Make that Ricardo Morgan of Arden High. So this is a loaded field. Set. First time of asking the athlete of Dintel got left in the blocks, but in lane 2, Regina Price of Convent of Mercy having some trouble though from Bailey of St. Mary, pushing her all the way, but it is Convent of Mercy, Regina Price the winner for section U.
Second 11. Let's leave that alone. That's negative. There's no win.
The time on the clock showing 11:69, but the actual time is 13:24.
Of Alpha, Bailey 13.51 in second, Allen 13.81 in third, and 0 win being displayed by the win gauge.
So, Rajon Price of Alpha, your winners. We look back at the replay.
Section V on track. Lane 2, Shanoya Foster Alpha. Lane 3, Taylor Smith Camperdown. Lane 4, Shanti Sukran Merle. Lane 5, Kennedy White Port Antonio. Lane 6, Alicia Murray York Castle. Lane 7, Siobhan Williams St. Jacob.
So, going now into section V, in lane 1 should be Alpha Shanoya Foster. In 2, Tamoy Smith Camperdown. And they're sent away quite quickly. As we look at the athlete of Alpha Shanoya Foster, looking faster of all, Taniel Smiley. This is nothing to smile about, she's serious. 1372 for Smiley, running there out of lane 8. 1372 for Smiley in your picture, compared to the 679 in your picture. Time rounded down now to the 1346.
1398 of Alpha, negative 6.3 meters per second, the wind speed.
So we say good afternoon to Roger Hassel.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Fraser. Good afternoon to our viewers.
And Roger, certainly some good times since the start of the morning session over into the afternoon session. What we have is that the girls will be running in the morning session and the boys will be running later on.
Yes, you know, some of the meets have continued with this tradition since the whole COVID-19 pandemic started, but some of the meets have reverted to, you know, boys, girls, so that's how it is. I mean, this is one of the meet who will continue with the tradition of the girls first, boys second. So be it. We'll see if they'll continue with it throughout the coming years. But this has been an effective tool for many of the meets, and those who decide to continue with it, they have their reasons why.
Indeed. And there was some setback this morning as well with the timing system. There was one race at Bruce James, the meeting manager, to come on the track to stop the athletes at about 90 meters.
Wow. Wow.
And there were several other technical issues, but we seem to be running much smoother now.
Yes, well, we are all happy for that. Sometimes these things do happen, and then, you know, it sorts itself out, and the meet will continue smooth as it is.
So Johnson, but look in lane 3, Wolf of Holy Childhood smashes it, 12.50.
12.50. The flash time negative 3.5 meters per second. 12.22 for Wolf. Hazel 12.38 in second, and Johnson 12.59 in third. And a good way to start Class 2.
So the Class 2 girls event with Section 1 just completed Wolf the winner 12:22 from Convent of Mercy Alpha. And also too, Roger, what you find is that when you move away from the classes, let us say this, for example, now in your picture with Wolf winning in lane 3 from Convent of Mercy, you'd have to give allowance for at least 2 to 3 races before you can sort out the different sections. Because by your move to a respective class, you won't necessarily see the top 8 on your screen. You might have to be fudging and searching to find out the particular names and the draw for lanes.
Well, it's a development meet, so sometimes, you know, these are some of the challenges that you face, and that's how it is. That what makes us who we are in terms of, you know, our athleticism and what pushes us forward.
Thanks so much, Raj. So again, another athlete in lane 3. It is Heidel.
It's Jody and Daniel. Heidel is going to win this one.
12:57, the athlete of Heidel.
Ahead of Aliana Anderson, also of Heidel on the outside. 12:57. Time rounded down.
So Daly of Heidel winning section 2.
3.6 meters per second the wind speed. Michaela Sutherland, Manchester High second, 12:77, and Anderson also Heidel, 12:78.
As we said earlier on, this is the Camperdown Classics, part of the Stride Division TV J3 series. To come later on should be the boys, and they'll be running the 4x100 meters.
Section C on track. Lane 1, come on.
Classes 3, 2, and 1. As we look at the picture now and see
Bailey, the Queen School. Lane 3.
Dale as well.
Lane 5, Tiana Brown and Francis Davis.
1-3 for Heidel.
Young, St. Catherine. Well, that is
the boys should be competing as well in the 800 meters as well as the 100 meters,
St. Mary High.
the 60 meters and the 4x400 meters. The boys should be competing in the field in the triple jump as well as the high jump. All the events having respective sponsors. This is the 100 meter girls for class 2.
Section C.
This is section C of the girls class 2 100 meters. By the athlete of Campbell of Camperdown on the inside. Left in her wake, St. Mary's.
Ahead of Kamoy Campbell of Camperdown, 11.9.
The athlete of St. Mary winning 11.96.
Negative 4.5 meters per second the wind speed.
Negative 4.5 meters per second the wind speed.
4. Line 4 for Sheppy of St. Mary High, Campbell 13.37 in second, and Ashley 13.43 in third. Section B comes up on the track now. This is the Class 2 Girls 100 meters, the event sponsored by ABB Enterprises.
So, Sheppy. As we take a quick look at the high jump.
The outside in 8, that's Brianna Campbell of St.
Brianna Campbell of St. Jago, stepping away quite early, just about some 30 meters to go, and her form will take her through 12.73.
Jones will be second.
Minimum fuss.
Beckford
As we say good afternoon again to Spencer Darlington,
our next across the line, 12.47.
her good friend, a graduate of GC Foster College, and works with the free-to-air television station, TVJ, which was formerly Super Supreme, which was formerly Jamaica Broadcasting Corporation, which came into existence in the 1960s.
So we're asking all the
and
athletes,
JBC,
girls 800 meters, your names are called
being the
please make yourself available to the at the presentation area after the conclusion.
Television station for many of us who was watching television for the first time, black and white TV to be exact.
So section E on track.
So section E on track now of the Class 2 Girls 800 meters event.
So here they go then for section E.
Immediately we look to the athlete of St. Catherine, Oliver, having trouble on her inside by Palmer of McGraw on the inside. Palmer and Oliver towards the line, and Palmer will win the clash.
Crash time, negative 2.7 meters per second the wind speed.
Just a little too much bulk for St. Catherine's Palmer.
Oliver St. Catherine
Oliver, that is.
13.7 core in third.
A little too much bulk for Oliver of St. Catherine. She had to settle for second, 13.10. 13.05, the winner, Amai Palmer of McGraw. We move now into section F. We look at them again, the duel at 50, 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters. And then as a line approached,
19 sections in total.
then
We're now at
Palmer stepped away.
Section F.
13.32. Our good friend Roger Hasfall will join us in the commentary in just a bit. But Roger, another meet.
So as they come storming to the line now. On the outside, the flash time.
So 12.98 the flash time for the athlete from Petersfield, let's see. Bernard Ming.
Negative 3.5 meters per second. The wind
Negative
speed.
3.5 meters per second the wind speed. And Ming was the winner. In fact, they're showing Walker the winner. Kenna Walker of St. Jago, 13.01.
Foster in second.
So Raymond Casey Graham, just a quick word with Raymond Casey Graham, a coach of great repute, has joined us just to
watching some nice track and field action.
And I understand you'll be running now from here to GC Foster College.
Yeah, I have to go. I can't afford to miss that clash between Homewood and Edinallen. It's got to be something to behold.
Yes, coming back to Casey Graham in just a while. Section G. This is it now. And we look at a clash between these two athletes in 1 and 2. 14 seconds flash. 14 seconds flat. And Williams, the winner, 13.74 the time rounded out to the athlete of Alpha. But Raymond Casey Graham, that big clash should be something to behold.
Yes, based on what I've seen today, I can't wait for this year Boys and Girls Championship. I saw Heidel this morning. They look awesome in all the relays. St. Jago, Woolmers, and then to go and watch Homewood and Edinallen. This has made my day so far, so I can't wait to complete it.
I made the remark earlier on of Homewood Technical going 9 straight.
Yeah.
And just before they got to title number 10, it was broken by Edwin Allen.
Yeah.
Flip the script.
Yeah.
And now Edwin Allen with 9 wins.
Yeah.
Can Homewood Technical do the same?
It's going to be difficult now. Homewood, based on what I saw last week, before last week, I was singing a different tune. But based on how Edinallen performed in the field events, they have a very strong team, all-round depth. When you look and see, not only on the track, they're extremely strong in the field events. Homewood, they remind me of the years when they used to dominate, but to really, they lost by 175 points when they came forth to Edinallen last year.
Right.
Can they turn around 175 points? It's going to be very difficult. So at this stage, I would say Edinallen is in pole position.
Well said. Away they go now. This is section H. As we look now to the athlete of Camperdown, Paris Blake of Camperdown. On her inside though, Taylor of Magati. But Paris Brown of Camperdown will take it, 13.51. That was a good run by both athletes. So before you run then and head over to GC Foster College, we see also too in the middle distances Alphonsus Davis really looking solid this morning in the 800 meters.
Over the years, the new we call it firepower in middle distance. The coach she's been a very excellent. You have a Kishiro who ran 209 today. They look really good, and it's a pity they won't be at GC Foster to compete with the Homewood and Edinallen in the 4x8. I was hoping that they would have been at GC faster to compete with Edna Allen and Homewood in that 4x8. That would have been something special, more special.
And before we let you go, Casey Graham, your expectation of this year's Boys and Girls Athletics Championship. I wouldn't force you to call a winner so early, but what are you expecting where the top three is concerned?
But I can call a winner early.
You can call a winner?
Yeah, you know, I like to put my head on the block. Kingston College will win Boys Champs this year.
Right.
Because they are the deepest team. Calabar, they give Calabar next year, they'll be very dangerous. They are very strong in the lower classes. KC, it's like Edna Allen.
Yes.
Well, KC, they have depth. KC very strong in the field events, and they can hold their own on the track. So I think I can call it now that KC will win champs 2023.
So many persons fancy the chances of Jamaica College to make a statement at this championship, even if they cannot win, to test Kingston College right down to the final day.
They should, because remember they won 2 years ago. They came second last year. But I don't think JC has a depth like a Kingston College. And don't be surprised, Calabar could surprise us and get a second place, because when I was surprised Calabar, I didn't know that Calabar, and I must give Corey Bennett a lot of kudos. He has been doing in his first year. When you look at the hurdles at Calabar, they are outperforming KC right now in the sprint hurdle. So I think Calabar could surprise JC and come second, but nobody will trouble Kingston College.
Definitely. Well, you heard it from Raymond Casey Graham, a man who's not afraid to speak his mind and put his neck on the line. And of course, you'll be telling us what transpired over there with the 4x1. You'll be calling us later.
Yeah,
to give us some information.
Okay,
Thanks
everything.
This is Raymond Casey Graham, a man who have traveled to several Olympics, several World Championship, coach St. Jago girls to 4 Girls Championship title. It was what?
96, 97, 98, and 99. And I lost 2, which I should have won, but injuries. The 5th one, when I lost to very technical at GC first, that championship there, I should have won that one. But, you know, injuries came in and affected the team. So, one of those things.
And the man who coached the Olympic 400-meter hurdles champion, Melania Walker.
That was so true.
Wow. Thanks so much again, Raymond Casey Graham.
Okay.
So that's Raymond Casey Graham, Roger. Yes. A man full of words and information. We'll be calling us later. Thanks so much, Casey. So, Rena Allen of Manchester will win this one, 13:39. So, Roger has for himself getting set to jump in where the commentary is concerned. And Roger, looking at the performances from this morning, just want to tell you also too that in the 4x100 meters, Heidel ran 49.18, which that was in class 4, and that was the best time of the season.
That's not a bad time at all for a class 4 team. That's serious running.
Yes.
You know, that looks as if that team will be unbeatable based on that time so far.
In class 3, the best time recorded at this meet, 46.95 Wolmer's.
Another outstanding time again, another outstanding performance. That Wolmer's team looks unbeatable in that 4x1.
And we had a 44.45 run by Heidel in class 1, Roger.
Away they go.
So away they go.
That's Aisha Morris of Camperdown.
So Aisha Morris of Camperdown, Bennett of St. Jago out there in lane 7, make that lane 8, who will win 13.13 for Bennett of St. Jago, winning in lane 8 in cool conditions. 12.85 the time now for Bennett, and Thompson 13.67 finishing second. Inside there of Camperdown, who will finish second. Alright, so also to Roger, in the 800 meters for class 1, Kishe Rowe ran 2 minutes 18.43 to throw down the gauntlet.
Yes, Rowe has been running all season this well and is continuing that good form, and we expect her to continue that good form right through until the big ones come up.
Of course, Kishe Rowe is from Alphonsus Davis. Roger would have the lineup for the next event on the track, and the commentary as well. So some comments coming through now. Big up Miss Sharon Copeland, that is. O'Brien, who was following the broadcast. And somebody as far as Mexico sent a message to me earlier on that they're enjoying the coverage in Cancun, Mexico. Yeah. So Stride Vision going globally, far and wide. So we have the lineup for you.
Queen start here. On the outside, that's Shanice Ramson of Petersfield.
So Ramson of 12:45.
For Ramson of Petersfield. Grizzle of Received 12.63 in second. Negative 2.5 meters per second with the wind speed.
So cool conditions, Roger, for the athletes.
Right, and a lot of heats here in class 2. It appears that they are using all the letters in the alphabet. We are now down to section M.
Class 2 girls 100 meters.
So
Sponsored by ADD Enterprises.
Section M, most of the alphabet being used up here. Almost all.
just about 2 letters before we complete the alphabet. Y and Z.
Wow, that just shows the depth of athletes we have here in Jamaica. Very, you know,
yeah, the
outstanding in terms
programs
of
are
our
extensive,
program,
yes.
and we have athletes to stone dog, as you want to
as
say,
older
to the
people
local.
say, yes.
Yeah, man, we have athletes like dirt.
So
And,
when
you know,
when a Carl Lewis then, for example, and a Michael Johnson would look on and say that Jamaica just suddenly arrived.
Well, Michael Johnson, to be fair to him, he has definitely is not one of those who try to pour cold water on Jamaica, but definitely Carl Lewis, he consistently pour cold water on Jamaica's athletics and so on. But Michael Johnson has been very fair in terms of how he assesses Jamaica's athletics, but definitely not Carl Lewis.
So,
They go second time of asking.
second time of asking in this event.
Leon Johnson of the Queen
And
School.
Johnson of the Queen School in lane 2 there.
7.
But it was Johnson.
Teammate Gardner.
Well, 2 athletes of Queen School finishing 1-2 in this one.
The flash time.
13:44 the flash time.
Negative 2.7 meters per second the wind speed.
All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Fraser. We are now down to section M of the girls' class 2 100 meters. We have
Teammate Brenda Gardner, 13.7.
Alia Duncan of St. Mary Technical, Akelia Barrett Manchester, Tissane Gardner Rossies, Kaylee Emily Harris of Excelsior, Shandine Williams McGrath, Shemeli Mattison, St. Thomas Technical, Natalia Henderson of Woolmer's Girls, and Shamoya Bailey of Alphonsus Davis. Those are your named athletes, but a number of lanes are missing.
In on track now.
Apparently there may be 5 who will take to the field to face the starter here. We're seeing missing lanes in 4, 5 and 6. So 5 will face the starter here in this section N of the girls class 2 100 meters. We're here at the Camperdown Classics. Good afternoon if you have just joined us. Dwight Fraser takes a well-deserved break, and we're here, and a stumble out of lane 4 from Kayla Emily Harris. But on the inside there is Kayla Barrett of Manchester. On the outside, Samoya Bailey of Alphonsus Davis has her time in the sun, 12.97. The flash time for Samoya Bailey of Alphonsus Davis, formerly Spalding High, 12.70. Barrett of Manchester second, 13.10. Henderson third. We saw a stumble from Kayla Emily Harris from Excelsior at the start, which could have affected her execution in this race. But in the end, it was Bailey out there in lane 8 from Alphonsus Davis, the winner.
Section O coming up on track.
So we have section O coming up, and not many athletes are there. In fact, let us see, we see possibly another 5 again in this field. We have Melissa Allen of St. Mary, Shalene Williams Ferncourt, Akila Johnson Knox, and Shakira Roden Excelsior. along with Camperdown's Jada Emmanuel on the marks in the set position. Shakira Roden flies out of the block for Excelsior on her outside. It is Jada Emmanuel of Camperdown, so they are going at it. Hell for leather on the outside. Emmanuel from Camperdown, and it's very close, but Roden from Excelsior snatches it on the line. 13.16.
2 meters per second the wind speed. It's Roden indeed.
12.90 the official time for Roden from Excelsior. Emmanuel Camperdown 12.93, and Williams third from Ferncourt 13.54. So that was a nice race. They went at it shoulder to shoulder, Roden and Emmanuel. Emmanuel had it at one stage. Here we see the replay again. Roden floored of the block. Emmanuel came forward, but just didn't have enough to catch her on the line. And that's the win for Excelsior's Shakira Roden. Section O. Section P, as the athletes go to their marks. Shakima McIntosh from St. Mary Technical. Off they go. And it is Camperdown Jada Richards. On the inside there is Herbert Morrison's Roach. Roach now steps forward. Roach tracked there by Gillette. And down to the line they come. Russian Herbert Morrison takes the win.
So 13.14.
13.14. Gillette from York Castle second, 13.33. And Richards from Camperdown third. Jada Richards, that is, taking the third spot. But Russian Roach from Herbert Morrison with the win. Section P of the girls class 2, 100 meters.
Class 2 girls, 100 meters. We're now at section Q.
Moving on to section Q. Olivia Smith, Tasha Schooling, Olivia St. John Heidel, Aliana Spence York Castle, Shervia Perkins Ascot, Davia Downer Port Antonio, Rana Sudlow St. Catherine, Sheena Walker Kingston Technical, and Michaela Williams Denby, your listed competitors. There's a missing lane in lane 4 and 6 and 7. Off they go. Clean break. So Heidel's Oliver St. John stakes to the front. There is Sudlow from St. Catherine. It's going to be a blanket finish. Coming through as well is Downer from Port Antonio. Down to the wire they come. And Downer could have sneaked her way up on the line there. We await the official results. And the Downer from Port Antonio in the east snatches the win on the line, 12.91. Sudlow second at 12.93. And St. John from Heidel, who floored off the blocks earlier, she took third spot. But Davia Downer out of the east. Here you see the replay again. She was down in the group, but here she is coming now. Look at her go. She ate away at the lead all the time and came through just in time to snatch it by 200th of a second. Dania Downer from Port Antonio winning section Q of the girls class 2, 100 meters.
Section R on track now. This is the penultimate event.
The penultimate event here coming up in the class 2 girls 100 meters. This looks to be a loaded field. Paris Brown, Port Antonio, Alia Morgan, St. Catherine, Giovanni Palmer, Herbert Morrison, Akila Hutchinson from Holy Childhood. Samantha, off they go. So Camperdown Chantel Reed gets up. On the inside there's Paris Brown from Port Antonio. Port Antonio looking to make a quick double. On her inside is Alia Morgan of St. Catherine, but it's gonna be Port Antonio again. Paris Brown with the win.
Petersfield Samantha McIntosh was finishing fast too.
Paris Brown there in lane 1.
Port Antonio
12.98. Morgan St. Catherine 13.24, negative 3.10 wind speed. Paris Brown, McIntosh
coming up now.
takes third.
ADD Enterprises sponsored class 2 girls 100 meters.
So section R. Section S. Brittany McCormack, Bridgeport. Jamaica Brown, Manchester. Kira Jory, Rossies, Denisha Bell McGrath, Kavia Hines, Ascot, Zacia Oakley, Excelsior, Shanila Hope, Camperdown, and Deja Brown. Off they go. So flying out of the blocks, Jada Brown from Camperdown. On her inside is Brittany McCormack. McCormack tries to fight back. It's going to be a battle down to the wire. McCormack on the inside and down to the wire, and McCormack snatches it on the inside lane, while on the outside lane, Jada Brown kept her honest right through. McCormack from Bridgeport with the win, 12.55. Jada Hope, Camperdown 12.62 for second, 13.63 for Oakley from Excelsior with the third spot in that race. But Brittany McCormack, she got up well, but Jada Brown joined her at one stage. They were going at it leather for leather. Here we are now. Look at it. McCormack kept her composure. Jada Brown tried to fight on the outside. Still close, but down to the wire, and in the end, McCormack of Bridgeport with the win. 12.55. So that is it for the Class 2 girls. 100 meters is now down to the big girls, Class 1. Coming up here, the Camperdown Classics. And it forms part of the Stride Vision TV Athletic Series for 2023. My name is Roger Haspel. Earlier we had Dwight Fraser. He'll rejoin us sometime later on. But for now, we'll be here providing coverage for you. The first section, Class 1 girls, Michaela Coombs, Excelsior, Essence Burbridge from Immaculate. She has been running well all season. Alana Garin Reed from Highland. Off they go, and Reed flies out of the block, and she's storming away. Essence Burbridge tries to stay in the picture, but Alana Reed, 12.78, one to watch.
And so too Burbridge,
Alana Reed with the win, 11.64. That was a good run. Price, Asante Price from St. Mary's second, 12.50. Burbridge third, 12.57. Alana Reed, Jamaican international. Look at her go. Assumed the leadership and dominance quite early and kept pulling away. Great form from the Corey Bennett coached athlete. Section 1.
We have 8 sections to come, 7 more to come rather, 8 in total.
Section
B on track.
B coming up. Shani Mars, Heidel. We have Nandalo, the daughter of former Jamaican international, Nandilo. She's representing Immaculate. Heidel's Alia Baker, Glacier and Luton St. Mary, Onika Mackanoff, another under 20 world medalist in this event. On the marks, in the set position, and off they go, level break. So it is Mackanoff from Heidel, her companion Shania Myers on the inside, and coming through now Baker is gonna be a Heidel 1-2-3, 12.07. Alia Baker, Mackanoff and Myers, 11.9 for Alia Baker. Mackanoff second, 11.95. Myers third, 12.28. That was a Heidel High trifecta in the second section of the girls class 1, 100 meters. So Mackanoff, a quarter miler on the outside, doing some background work in terms of sprinting.
Section C,
but Baker with the win.
next on track.
And the Heidel trio stamping their class in that event. Section C, Kelia White, Knox, Dara Carey, Immaculate, Dakania Webb, Wolmers, Excelsior's Kelia Brown, Jade Gordon, Camperdown, Sienna Gay Leslie, St. Jago, Fedine Abbott, Petersfield, and Shanicia Davis, Excelsior, on their marks. Off they go. Level break again on the outside. There is Davis from Excelsior. On the inside is Women's Girl, the Kenya Webb. Webb now joined on the outside there by Davis again. Abbott very close. blanket finish is going to be. And it could be the athlete from St. Jago, Sena Gale Leslie. Looks as if she has snatched it just in time. Yes, she has. 13.03. St. Jago, Sena Gale Leslie. 13.03. Abbott. Second, Petersfield, 13.05. And Shanesia Davis from Excelsior, third. 13.07 for Davis, 300th of a second, the top three. Here's a replay again. Career of Immaculate was running well too. And then the win. Section D. Christiana Thorpe, Herbert Morrison, Jamara Patterson, St. Catherine, Alexia Beckford, Manchester, Asia Martin, Excelsior, Davian Turner, St. Catherine, Terrian Hudson, off and running, and Asia Martin of Excelsior gets up well. On the outside there is Hannah Charles of Wolmers. On the inside is St. Catherine, Jamara Patterson. Top three coming through. Manchester's Alexia Beckford with the win. 12.93. Alexia Beckford from Manchester with the win. Negative 2.70 with the win reading. 12.66 for Beckford from Manchester. Patterson second. 12.69 from St. Catherine. Third, Martin. 12.84 from Excelsior. That was section D of the girls. Class 1, 100 meters. Jamara Patterson had the lead for a good while in that race, but here comes the youngster from Manchester clawing her way through, coming home with the win. Alexia Beckford, Manchester High. Section E. Girls Class 1, 100 meters. Shanice Anderson, Magate, Hale Ambro Barrett, Holy Charlotte, Jovan Guthrie, Petersfield, Kim Marie Laws, Camperdown, Crenita Mingo, the Queen Schools, Kelly's Clark, Greater Portmore, Kia Michelle O'Connor, Mount Elite, Trisha Miranda Walker from Holy Childhood. Your listed competitors, no athlete there in lane 3. On their marks, 7 facing the starter. Section E, off and running, level break. Clark, Greater Portmore, O'Connor, Elite. Outside there, Walker, Holy Childhood. Coming now down to the wire to win. Kalia McConnor running from Mount Elite with the win. 12.67 for O'Connor from Mount Elite. Clark 13.11 from Greater Portmore, and Barrett, Holy Child, third, 13.48. Kalia Michelle O'Connor from Mount Elite with the win. Section E, the girls. Class 1, 100 meters. So, of course, you're watching Stride Vision TV. We're here at the Camperdown Classics at the National Stadium. Camperdown High. What we used to call back in the day the Sprint Factory. No, they have been rebuilding for a number of years now. School that would have produced a number of outstanding athletes. Most notably the likes of Donald Quarry, Raymond Stewart, Kerry Johnson, Riverly Campbell. This is 6 facing the starter. Wilkes from Wilmers gets up well. Beside her, T. Queeble of the Queen School. On the inside there is Odessa France from Dintil. And she steps forward. Odessa Clark from Dintil with the win. Linstead having their time in the sun as well today. 13.40 the flash time. Odessa France from Dintil Technical in Linstead, 13.13. Cantha second, 13.36.
2 more sections to come then in the girls 100 meters. These are timed finals. We'll provide the official results for the...
Rashid Dwyer, another outstanding
momentarily. And just to remind
Camperdown athlete.
the athletes and coaches that medalists
Kamtha from Woolmer's taking second there, 13.56. And Georgia Adams of Petersfield third, 13.44.
We're asking presenters as well as the medalists to make yourselves available during that time. By the way, that will come up right after the conclusion of the 4x400 meters for girls. Section G on track.
Section G of the girls class. Abigail Watt, Mount Elite. Keandra Marston, the Queen's School. Corvette Mighty, Camperdown. Janine Richards, Petersfield. Only 4 facing the starter here. And Jaren Richards from Petersfield. On the outside there is Fantasia Henry. But it is Henry Richards from Petersfield. Another Port Antonio win is coming though through Dejani Cato. So Port Antonio High again with the win from the east. 13.85 for Dejani Cato from Port Antonio High with the win. Section G, the girls class 100 meters. Daniel Kent.
And just to let you know, Daniel Kent, who should have a run with the seniors, is added to Section H. He'll be running out of lane number 2.
Daniel Kent in 1. Chanel Jago Bryan.
So Kent will be
Manchester.
running out of lane number 1.
The Queens, Marvian Williams.
H.
Hannah Reed Dental Technical. Joanna Whitehorn Heidel. Taniel Thomas, St. Mary Technical. Your listed competitors here in the final section of the girls class 100 meters. We have a full field here as they stand behind their blocks in cool conditions as high jump activities taking place as well. As the athletes remain behind their block. Just above, gentle wind makes its way across us here in the broadcast area. Special shout out to our viewers and our contributors on the chat. Keep the conversations going. And we thank you for joining us. Spread the word. Like, share and subscribe for the Stride Vision TV. We have much in store for you throughout the course of the season. Subscribe and you will be kept in the loop all the time as we continue the Stride Vision TV Athletics Series for 2023. Right, so quick work by our broadcast technician, showing you what to do on screen. Daniel Kent, unattached. Looks to be representing Alpha though, as she was listed for the women's event. As they go to their marks, a full field here. Section H, the girls class 100 meters. On their marks. In the set position, off and running, and there is a second gun. They will return to face the starter.
Girls class 100.
As soon and very soon we'll be seeing action down by the long jump area. So as you heard it earlier from noted track analyst Raymond Casey Graham, things are taking shape for the big one, the Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. And so far, the two defending champions, Eden Allen and Kingston College, have put themselves in pole positions based on what has been happening so far in the meets leading up to that big one. Off they go this time, and Joanna Whitehorn from Heidel. Beside her, it is Women's Girls. Alicia Phipps on the inside. There is Brian from Manchester, who steps forward. Mandeville's Manchester High with the win. Chanel Jagu Brian, 12.72 for the young lady out of Manchester High, 12.72 with the win. Williams to Queen School second, 12.95. And Kent from Alpha running on a touch, 12.99. Manchester's Chanel Jagu Bryan with the win for this final section. The girls class 1, 100 meters.
The following athletes to start reporting at the presentation area.
So I want to say
Class 3 girls 800 meters.
special good afternoon to you again if you have just joined us, as action currently on the way
So for the class 3 girls
in the high jump.
800 meters, Tabrel Williams, the winner, Alphonsus Davis, Alaika Reynolds, Alphonsus Davis.
And coming up
And Khadija Coombs, St. Jacob
next
third. Please make your way
on
to
the track
presentation area.
will be the 4 by 400 meters.
We're asking Mr. J. Samuel, St. Jacob, and
After
Stephen
that,
Ralph Heidel to make
it
their
will
way
be
to
the
presentation
boys who will
area.
take to the track
Again, if the
in the 4 by 4 4 by 100 meters.
Again, Mr. J. Samuel. She's from St. Jacob.
So continue to keep it locked here on Strive Vision TV. We are here at the Camperdown Classics. My name is Roger Haspel, and keep it locked. We'll be back in a short while.
And
Here you can find the jerk chicken, the Rasta Pasta Authentic, the red snappers, oxtail, which is my top seller, curry goat.
Chef O'Neil Smith says you'll find a real taste of the Caribbean at his restaurant. Whoopsie! House of Dutch Pot on Durango, just south of Flamingo.
So I import all the seasonings and stuff from Jamaica just to give you that authentic. So when you come to House of Dutch Pot, you're literally being on the island.
Smith says the purity of his food is spelled right out in the restaurant's name.
Dutch Pot came from because in Jamaica I grew up poor. So we didn't have no like gas or electricity. Being from the Caribbean, you got to cook your food a certain way to get that certain flavor.
Caribbean cuisine features a number of influences and is a fusion of Creole, Cajun, and Indian to even Asian flavors.
You can't put a jerk chicken in the oven and expect to have that smoke flavor because the jerk is a slow cooking process that you really can't rush.
But the biggest impact on Caribbean cuisine comes from West Africa. As early as the 1500s, African slaves were combining okra, kalaloo, pigeon peas, plantains, fish cakes, and more to staple foods found on the islands. Smith says he hopes his kitchen can act as a melting pot for those new to Caribbean dishes and those looking for a taste of home.
I did my homework and I know that there's a lot of Caribbean people living in Nevada. I came to Las Vegas not for the income, but for the outcome.
Smith says he hopes people of all races can pull up a chair and enjoy his cooking.
Because I came to Las Vegas and I noticed we don't have that Jamaican Caribbean culture out here. So that's what I'm trying to create, so everyone knows that House of Dutch Pot is more than just a restaurant. It's a culture.
I urge all of you to enjoy your life.
The precious moments you have.
To spend each day with some laughter and some thought.
You should have your emotions move to tears.
Louis Zamperini. He's just extraordinary. His whole life was about all the lessons he learned from the resilience of the human spirit.
To persevere, I think, is important for everybody.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Welcome back here. We are here at the Camperdown Classics. Welcome back here at the Camperdown Classics at the National Stadium. And we are here for the start of the 4x400 meters. Section 1. Of course, this is part of the Strive Vision TB Athletic Series for 2023. My name is Roger Haspel. You just saw the completion of the Class 1 girls 100 meters.
I urge all of you to enjoy
Hydel sprinters looking good.
Moments you have.
To spend each day.
Your
with some
competitors here are Gainstead, St. Mary High, Magotty, Merle Grove, and St. Mary Technical. 4. St. Mary Technical has been scratched. So we have Merle Grove, Magotty, St. Mary High, and Gainstead. And Magotty's, the ladies from St. Elizabeth Magotty goes to the work early. St. Mary High, though, from the east, looks as if they have that lead based on the stagger at 200 meters. So Magotty from the west and St. Mary from the east, they are the two teams going at it for now, as Merle Grove tries to stay in the picture. Gainstead hopelessly out. Into the straight, St. Mary High, your Eastern champions. They have a comfortable lead heading into the first change. Magotty second, Merle Grove. So St. Mary High now surges forward and opens up 10-15 meters on Magotty. St. Mary High now, they are looking good in this first section of the girls 4x400 meters, passing the marathon tunnel for the second time. St. Mary with a 20-meter lead, pulling away all the time. Merle Grove in second. We see the young lady from Gainstead gaining a lot of ground to catch up to Merle Grove High. Will she have enough to reel her in at the end, because she has done a lot? But at the top, St. Mary High continues with the lead. Magotty second, Merle Grove third. Gainstead still gaining all the time on Merle Grove. She's winded now, but that was a good run to break into that huge gap for third spot. But St. Mary High continues to dominate, and they opens up another 50 meters or so on Magotty.
They have the advantage on the backstretch here.
Merle Grove in second, Gainstead in third. The lead continues to be extended by St. Mary.
St. Mary High.
St. Mary with a huge lead in this first section of the girls 4x400 meters. The Eastern champions looking to stake a claim here. Magotty remains in second. Gainstead continues to gain on Merle Grove. After that hopeless first leg, Gainstead now comes into your picture, trying to put a challenge on Merle Grove. And the final change is made, and St. Mary High with a 70-meter lead, extending it all the time, motoring along. Gainstead gains, but not enough, as Merle Grove continues to hold on to third, Gainstead in fourth. The lead opens up by another 10 meters or so. It's now a 90-meter lead by St. Mary High, and pulling away all the time. This lead is going to be a big one. This victory is going to be big. It could be a victory margin of over 100 meters. Into the straight for the final time. The Eastern champions, they are motoring along. They are coming home for the win. St. Mary High comes into the picture, and they are going to win by 90 meters or so. 3 minutes 57.06 for St. Mary High with the win. First section, girls 4x400 meters here at the Camperdown Classics. Magotty comes home now. Merle Grove will hold on for third, while Gainstead will cross the line.
Ahead of Gainstead.
356.80 in the end for St. Mary High, while Magate takes second. So no doubt St. Mary warming up for the Eastern Championships, an event that they have been dominating for the past few years. Port Antonio will seek to put up a challenge again this year. In the past we have teams like Morant Bay and Oberlin, dominant teams of the past in the East. Titchfield High. It's all about St. Mary High these days. Former girls' champs winner as well, trying to get back to those glory days. St. Mary High, that would have produced an outstanding athlete in the 1970s, Jacqueline Pusey, multiple time girl champs winner. Jacqueline Pusey would have been on numerous Jamaican teams, international teams, in the era of the Merlin Otis. Section B, the girls 4x400 meters coming up. Listed competitors here: Manchester High, Port Antonio, Camperdown, St. Andrew High, Dintle Technical, Denby High, and St. Jago B. Those are your listed competitors here for the second section, the girls 4x400 meters. Second of three.
So section B on track now. Girls open 4x400 meters relay. St. Jago, lane 7, Denby. Lane 6, Dental Technical.
So there will be
St. Andrew High.
6 schools who will face the starter here
Lane 3, Port
in this second section.
Section B of the girls.
Section B, the girls 4x400 meters open. So coming from the top, we have St. Jago, Denby, Dintle, St. Andrew. That's St. Andrew High for girls, Camperdown, and Port Antonio. Manchester was listed, but they are absent. So 6 will face the starter here as they go to their marks. As the wind quite vociferous and as blowing away a couple of the boxes down there on track. We see the block in lane 5 as well as in lane 6 being blown away by the wind, 7 and 8 too. So fierce wind coming across from the south as they stand behind their blocks yet again. So we have St. Jago, Denby, Dintle, St. Andrew High, Camperdown, and Port Antonio. Quite windy here, as you might be seeing in the feather banners fluttering fiercely in the wind. The feather banners of the sponsors. That's a high.
So St. Jago in 8, Denby in 7, Dintle 6, St. Andrew High in 5.
The athletes remain behind their blocks, standing behind their blocks for the second section of the girls. 4x400 meters open. you have just joined us, you're watching the Camperdown Classics on Stride Vision TV. In the set position. Oh.
Please stop, please
and
stop. St. Jago, please stop.
And there looks to be Dintil Technical with an unusual fast start. She's standing behind the blocks. Not certain what will be the decisions of the officials. We saw Denby, they heard quite late. They almost ran 100 meters. So I guess the athletes will be all cautioned. As they stand behind their blocks yet again. They have been asked to go down on their marks. Section B, the girls, 4x400 meters. Still cool conditions here. The sun has been staying away most of the morning, but it's somewhere out there. Off they go. Dintil gets up well after that faulty start by them, and they go to work early. On the inside, Camperdown. So Dintil with the lead. On the outside there, St. Jago too. So St. Jago might have the lead based on the stacker. Denby tries to stay in the picture. On the inside there is Port Antonio as well. But St. Jago B, followed by Dintil. Those are the top two based on the stacker in this opening leg of the girls 4x400 meters. Section B here at the Camperdown Classic. St. Jago out there in lane 8. Comes into your picture now. Holding on that lead. Dintil closing in and might have the lead based on the stagger. St. Jago tries to hold on. Camperdown is coming in to the picture too. So it's going to be a close change. St. Jago on the outside. Dintil in the middle. Camperdown. And just about an even break and an even change. And Camperdown now surges forward based on the stagger. And Camperdown now assumes leadership. St. Jago on the outside. They will come across now. And let us see where she will place herself, just on the shoulders of Camperdown. So it's St. Jago and Camperdown. Dintil in second. St. Andrew. Denby. Camperdown finds something again and comes into the picture. The supporters of Camperdown are quite happy. St. Jago in second. Dintil now comes into the picture. The athlete from Dintil, she's surging forward, or rather Port Antonio. It's Port Antonio actually running the same gear as Dintil, and Port Antonio now snatches the lead away from St. Jago. Camperdown. So Port Antonio continues to lead. St. Jago. Camperdown. And St. Andrew High hopelessly at the back. So St. Jago settles between Port Antonio and Camperdown. Port Antonio with the lead out of the east. So that's going to be an interesting battle in Eastern Championships if Port Antonio maintain this form. Into the straight they come. We have another change. Port Antonio with a huge lead. St. Jago in second. Camperdown third. Dintil fourth. And Port Antonio is going to make an important 35-meter lead change. Port Antonio drives along. St. Jago will try to close that gap as much as possible. But Port Antonio bouncing along on the back straight now. 300 meters remaining. Camperdown in third. Dintil in fourth. Denby and St. Andrew. St. Jago tries to close the gap as they pass the marathon tunnel. 200 meters. That gap is still a big one for St. Jago to close. Port Antonio finds something again and pulls away. Into the straight they come. Port Antonio from the east. They are coming into the straight. They are holding a 25-meter lead, possibly 30. St. Jago closes, but the gap is so wide that it is so insignificant as Port Antonio crosses the line now by 35 meters, 3 minutes 52.27. 3 minutes 52.57 is the time there for Port Antonio with the wind.
3-1. So that time, the fastest time so far.
Port Antonio winning that event quite impressively. 3 minutes 53.31. St. Jago second, 3:59.55. Dintle third, 4 minutes 03.92. Port Antonio impresses in wing. Section B of the girls, 4x400 meters. So the third and final section coming up. Third and final section in the girls. 4x400 meters. St. Catherine High, Alphonsus Davis, Excelsior, the Queen School, Wolmer's Girls, St. Jago, Petersfield, your listed competitors. And so, good afternoon again and welcome. Camperdown Classics.
So the final section comes up now.
Here on Stride Vision TV.
Relay open for girls. The lane assignments in lane 8, Heidel.
And
lane 7, Petersfield.
there was a time back in the day
lane 5,
when we call
lane 4,
at Champs. It's Camperdown's time.
Excelsior.
Those were the good old days. And of course they have a meet named in their honor. Justice to their pedigree and history in terms of track and field in Jamaica. We saw Rushan Clark, of recent vintage, dominating the 400-meter hurdles last year. And he also led the Camperdown team to the Penn Relays 4x100 meters victory last year, as Camperdown continues, or rather they reclaim the most titles won at the Penn Relays by a Jamaican high school boys with that victory, just edging out Jamaica College in that epic battle at Penn Relays last year. Rushan Clark on anchor. Rolling back the years for Camperdown when they used to dominate at Penn's. As the athletes stand behind their blocks, we have Alphonsus Davis. St. Catherine was listed, but they're not there. Excelsior, the Queen School, Wolmer's, as the athlete from the Queen School asks for some attention. Women's girls there. I think St. Jago is missing. And out there in lane 7, it's Peter's Field High. There might have been an issue with the block for the young lady from the Queen School. Of course, the Queen School had their meet a couple of weeks ago. The Queen School, the last corporate area school to win girls champs. That was back in 1977. Led then by the Grace Jackson. Team captain then by Olive McNaughton. Off they go. And this is the third and final section of the girls 4x400 meters here at the Camperdown Classics. Excelsior goes to work early and might have the lead based on the stagger of Francis Davis left back. So too the Queen School. St. Jago not there. On the outside there's Petersfield. So they're going around. And Heidel is in this event actually, and they are out front. And we expect the Heidel team to dominate this race. They have been the Girls' Championship winners for a number of years now. They are also the Penn Relays champion. And here they are in lane 8. Heidel in the middle, Woolmers and Excelsior. Abigail Campbell takes the baton around for Heidel, and off they go. Heidel with a big lead. Excelsior second. Alphonsus Davis now comes into third. Woolmers, Petersfield, the Queens at the back. It's Heidel with a significant lead. 30 meters or so. Excelsior second. Woolmers now comes into third. Alphonsus Davis just behind with just about 200 meters on this leg to come. Heidel. Alphonsus Davis surges by Woolmers and trying to come into the third spot. But it's Heidel with the lead. So it's an interesting battle for the other places. Woolmers now find something, and Woolmers girls come through and into second. And that was a big run from the youngster from Woolmers as closing the gap into second. Alphonsus Davis back into third and Excelsior. So it's a battle there for the second spot. But it's all about Heidel. They're leading big. Heidel by 40 meters. Alphonsus Davis now steps into second. Excelsior tracks them. Woolmers in fourth. Heidel at the 200 meters mark on this third leg. Alphonsus Davis in second. Excelsior fights back. Excelsior surges by Alphonsus Davis yet again. Into second they come. But look at your screen. It's all about the young ladies from Ferry St. Catherine. Heidel. That young lady though has been winded and she's losing that gap all the time. Woolmers now surges back into second. And and the baton is dropped. And this could be an interesting race here now, as Heidel with a big lead has seen it whittled down to almost nothing, but they surge forward again. And maybe they'll just do justice this time again on this final leg. It was a baton slip for Heidel, but they maintain their dominance in this race as they open up that lead again. Let's see if she can maintain that gap. Of no doubt she'd have to do more, but she's doing justice so far. On the final leg, into the straight, Woolmers in second. Excelsior now comes in the third. So it's a battle between Woolmers and Excelsior for second. Heidel holding on. Heidel is coming home, and Heidel is gonna win in a flash time. 3 minutes 49. Excelsior second, Woolmers third, Alphonsus Davis fourth. Mini battle here for the last spot position here. Petersfield and the Queen School battling, and the Queen School will win that mini battle. The Queen School
in the series of 4x400 meters relay. And as mentioned, we go right.
The Queen School win that mini battle for the final position. But it was all about Heido with the win.
Camperdown Classic for 2023 for the singing of the national anthem.
As we stand by here for the singing of the national anthem. Sung by the former principal at Camperdown. Mrs. Cynthia Cook.
Respect for all, stir response to duty's call, strengthen us the weak to cherish, give us vision lest we perish, knowledge send us heavenly Father, grant true wisdom from above, justice, truth be ours forever, Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, Jamaica, land we love.
All right, so that was the national anthem.
Much, Mrs. Cook, member of the organizing committee.
Sung
now for prayers, we're led by
Mrs. Cynthia Cook, former principal at Camperdown High, as we are now having the opening ceremony here at the Camperdown Classics. We are standing by to join Dwight Fraser any minute now, down by trackside.
As you continue to bless the Camperdown Classic in its 18th year, continue to make it be better, bigger and better.
You might be having something special down there for us.
Our athletes, our coaches,
here on Stride Vision TV,
our sponsors and media personnel, as we highlight the talent
we have
here in Jamaica
the
and overseas. Continue to bless the
opening ceremony now here.
Travel from far and near to
of course, we have the girls competing in the morning session.
Continue to keep us safe.
And we'll now, after this opening ceremony, head to the track for competition on the boys' side.
And now the official welcome by Mrs. Camille Walters, the chairman of the organizing committee.
Welcome one and all to the 18th staging of the Camperdown Classic. We would especially like to welcome our patrons. We're happy to have you back. Back to you, Oliver.
Thank you very much.
So as we get set now to take some of
the Classic is honoring Godfrey Murray.
The official opening ceremony. Oliver Watt is the man reading at the podium, and of course the welcome party for this the Camperdown Classic includes, of course, the former principal Cynthia Cook, who sang the national anthem earlier on. She is the lady in that
winning medals in the 100 meters at champs and running a leg
brown felt hat with the Camperdown colors, red and blue t-shirt.
Godfrey won bronze in the Commonwealth
And
Games in 1970, bronze in the CAC Games in 1971,
in the party as well
1972 Summer Olympics in
are
Germany. After leaving high school,
at least two students
scholarship to the University of Michigan,
who stand in the background, who currently attend the institution in East Kingston. Their motto being Solum Optima Petenda Sunt. So they
Godfrey was the first black man from the University of Michigan track and field team to earn the Big Ten Medal of Honor, the highest honor the conference bestowed upon its student athletes. He was a four-time All-American and four-time Big Ten champion. Camperdown Classic is pleased to make this posthumous award.
So it's a posthumous award, we understand.
A guinea dog, Godfrey Murray. And we are delighted to have his daughter and other
So his daughter and other members of his family are here, who will accept
by Mrs. Walters.
the presentation to be made by Mrs. Walters, a teacher currently at Camperdown High School. This is the Camperdown Classics, and this is actually the opening ceremony. Roger Asphalt did duties earlier on in the 4x400 meters, of which Heidel winning the last section, and then the boys should be in action now as the girls make way for the boys who will compete in the afternoon session. Godfrey Murray must not be confused with Edwin Murray. Edwin Murray was a Colossus and a man who would serve at GC Foster College. Godfrey Murray attended Camperdown during the 60s.
A response from Shelley
Former
Murray,
track and field athlete.
the daughter of our honoree.
Is an outstanding 110 meter hurdler, although he was a very good sprinter, winning medals in the 100 meters at champs and running a leg at the pen relays in the 4x1 for Camperdown. It was his hurdling that made the headlines as a Jamaican athlete. Godfrey won bronze in the Commonwealth Games for Jamaica in 1970, bronze at the CAC Games after Central American and the Caribbean Games in 1971, and placed fourth in the 1972 Summer Olympics in Germany.
Special thanks and acknowledgement to Mr. Hewitt, Mr. and Mrs. Batchelor, Melita Notice, Godfrey and Joel Murray, Editha Murray, and the rest of the Murray, Notice, and Alcock family, and Camperdown Organizing Committee, and more. We thank you, and blessings and love.
Godfrey, in fact, as we just hear his daughter
For being with us this afternoon. Thank you for
and
coming.
other members of the
Thank you
Murray
to our
family
sponsors.
here at the Camperdown Classics, honoring posthumously Godfrey Murray, national athlete
Niche Financing, Kingston Bookshop, Premier Optical,
and Olympian,
Herald Bibles,
being recognized
Beer Pack, Full Circle,
by
Rainbow
Camperdown.
Awnings, ADD Enterprises, Agent Sasko, Clarence Richards, and
So
King, Castan, Adlat Studios,
after leaving high school, Godfrey won a scholarship to the University of Michigan, where he studied physiotherapy and practiced in the profession until he passed last year. The first black University of Michigan to earn the Big Ten Medal of Honor, the highest honor the conference bestows upon its student athletes. And he was a four-time All-American and a four-time Big Ten champion. So to come now would be the boys competing. So the boys will compete in the afternoon session now, starting of course with the 4x100 meters. So schools like Calabar and Jamaica College, St. Jago, several other athletes, several other schools should be represented in this one. As I said before, that the girls having competed in the girls having competed earlier on have now made way for the boys, who are getting ready to compete in the afternoon session. And of course the action is at Kingston's National Stadium for the Camperdown Classic. In a little while though, we should be panning to the action in the high jump, But of course, it's an indication that this meet is a qualifier for the Boys and Girls Athletics Championship, March 28 to April 1, right here at the National Stadium. Stay with us on Stride Vision TV as our coverage continues. We said before that the morning session having to do with the girls who did well, Alphonsus Davis being one of them, solid times being reported in the middle distance events, as well as Heidel doing well also too in the sprints. That's the 100 meters. In addition to Heidel closed the show by winning the 4x400 meters, and coached by Corey Bennett, who himself now must split duties between Heidel and Calabar, being in the first year at Calabar with that institution. Certainly a school that is expected to take some points from the big three, meaning St. Jago, Kingston College being defending champion, as well as Jamaica College in there as well. But it's interesting to note that this championship, certainly Boys and Girls Athletics Championship, March 28 to April 1, will be an humdinger. And what we can say is, though, that development meets like these, the Camperdown Classic, is the springboard for the performances that you will see over those 5 days, March 28 to April 1. Happening simultaneously today, though, is the Milo Western Relays at GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sports, where the Edwin Islands will clash with a Homewood Technical, for example, in the 4x100 meters. Immaculate did something spectacular last year, and we should expect to see them at the Corporate Era Championship. And what that is that they won the Class 1, 2, 3, and 4 girls 4x100 meters event. If they can repeat that this season remains to be seen. The Corporate Era Championship, though, is set for March 3 and 4, right here inside the National Stadium, March 3 being the Friday and the 4th being the Saturday. That too is a qualifier for Boys and Girls Athletics Championship. But as I said before, wherever you're watching us from around the world, we say keep it locked on Stride Vision. Good afternoon, Jamaica time. Good morning, good evening, or good night. We say, of course, good morning to our friends perhaps watching the broadcast in Dubai and sections of also United Arab Emirates who touched base with us earlier on. Keep it locked on Stride Vision. Our coverage continues.
Girls class 4x100 meters relays to turn up now for the presentation. Also the winners in the 800 meters. Please report to the presentation area now. The results of the girls 4x100.
So a wide shot of the stadium and some of the sponsors.
First Heidel, second St. Jago, and third Immaculate.
And Roger has for himself getting a taste of the action. How were the 4x4s for you, Roger?
It was okay. Not much to write home about in these events. You know, Heidel, they are the dominant 4x400 meter girls team of the past couple of years.
Yes.
They had a mishap on the final leg, but they held on for that win. And no doubt they will be a strong contender again.
Yes.
For the girls 4x400 meters.
We're getting set now to see the boys in action. And happening simultaneously with this meet is a Milo Western Relays, Roger.
Yes. Held over there at GC Foster College for the 3rd year because of the unavailability of the Catherine Hall Stadium. And,
yes.
You know.
And that has been for some time though, Roger.
Yes. And no doubt they would have preferred that the event maintain its whole Western identity.
Second is St. Jago, 47.28.
Yes, in terms of a venue, but that's not the case. And they are here again. Most importantly, that the athletes from the West have their time in the sun.
Indeed.
And it is currently happening at the GC Foster College.
So Cornwall College, Herbert Morrison, several other schools, as Roger said, from the West.
And of course, there are a number of corporate area schools who will be going over there to compete in the relays and so on.
Right.
Of course, they started earlier with the hurdles and so on.
And I know today, Roger, that getting confirmation that Calabar have split their team in two. They'll be having athletes at this meet.
Yeah, well, I think all the schools would do it. I'm not seeing Eden Allen here, though.
Not at all.
But I'm seeing, and I don't think I'm seeing Homewood as well.
No, I haven't seen Homewood at all.
But Heidel is here. As we're still awaiting the start list for this first event in the boys class 3 by 100 meters. As I think they're still trying to list the athletes for their respective event or their respective lanes. But for now we are seeing the likes of Woolmer's down there, maybe a Denby down there as well. St. Jago looks to be down there too. Port Antonio looks to be down there. But we'll have the athletes listed for this event. So we have the likes of Magati in 1, Denby in 2, Bridgeport in 3, St. Mary Technical in 4, Port Antonio in 5, Manchester in 6, and could be St. Mary High out there, as well as Mavis Bank. So you have St. Mary Technical
So the winners in the
and the St. Mary High,
100 meters class 1 girls.
both listed in this event.
First, Heidel in a meet record of 44.59.
As you just saw the opening ceremony here at the Camperdown Classics.
And third, Petersfield,
And
49.0.
it's all systems go now for the boys to have their time in the sun here this afternoon here at the Camperdown Classics. Here is Trivision TV, and of course you're watching part of the Trivision TV Athletic Series for 2023, and we should be back here next week Saturday for the S.W. Isaacs Memorial Track Meet here at the National Stadium as well, named in honor of the outstanding former principal of St. Andrew Technical, Isaac Henry. But today it's all about Camperdown and the rich legacies that noble institution has left in Jamaica's track and field DNA. And the athletes still standing behind their blocks to get started for this opening event here. I think they're still having some issues down by the start. As we see the girls competing in the high jump class 1 as well. That is the only other activity taking place outside what we'll see on the track in a short while. The sun comes out finally. It has been hidden among the clouds all morning. Conditions still cool despite the sun being out. But no doubt the conditions will get a little warmer as the afternoon progresses. As we see in some presentation, St. Jago, there, Immaculate. We see down there as well. We see Immaculate there for third. I'm not certain why we're not seeing the winner on podium 1. That was another presentation ceremony there here at the Camperdown Classics. So the athletes continue to stand awaiting the starter's gun.
On track is Class 3 boys 4 by 100 meters. In lane
And it is
Magotty High.
the Class 3 boys,
Denby. Lane
4 by 100 meters. The opening event for boys on the track today here at the Camperdown Classics. The 18th staging of the event, and how time
Lane 7 St. Mary High.
flies.
And in lane 8
It's almost as if it was last year
Box 1.
we had the inaugural staging of the Camperdown Classics. It's now the 18th staging.
Are you ready? Box 3.
That shows
Box 1.
the
All yours, Mr. Starter. Oops, hold on.
time waits on no man. Be on time all the time.
Not yet ready. Please hold.
That's a traditional saying that we'd have learned growing up as youngsters. Almost unbelievable that it has been 18 years of the Camperdown Classics. Becoming a full adult on the J3 local track and field calendar. So not certain what is holding up action here on the track. But the athletes are still down there, not certain why they have been held so long, but no doubt we are seeing action over there by the high jump as well, as the youngster from Heidel makes an attempt and has hit down the bar. So the wind is coming across fiercely again as another athlete from Heidel attempts to clear the bar. She stopped in her stride to start again.
In lane 1, Magotty High. Lane 2,
as they are having the redraw of the lanes here for this event apparently.
lane 4,
As the Heidel athlete go for the jump and clears the bar.
5, Port Antonio. In lane 6, Manchester.
So competition over there in the high jump area.
And in lane 8, Baby's Bank.
But on your screen, you're at the start of the 4 by 100 meters for Class 3 boys. So we have Magotty, Denby, Bridgeport, St. Mary Technical, Port Antonio High, Manchester, St. Mary High, the Eastern champions. No doubt will want to defend their Eastern title again this year on the boys' side as well. And we have St. Mary High, or rather Mavis Bank High out there in the outer lane. As finally the athletes have been asked to go down on their marks for this opening event on the boys section here at the Camperdown Classics for 2023 in the afternoon session. The boys class 3, 4 by 100 meters. Off they go this time, and it's a clean break. St. Mary High goes to work on the outside lane. Port Antonio follows them, so it could be a battle of the East. St. Mary and Port Antonio, they are going at it. Manchester High tries to stay in the picture. On the inner lanes, we have the likes of Magotty and Denby. But Port Antonio appears to have the lead based on the stagger. St. Mary out there it is Manchester. So St. Mary and Port Antonio, it's the battle of the East. Into the straight they come. St. Mary on the outside, Port Antonio on the inside. Port Antonio is surging. St. Mary is trying to hold on. Port Antonio on the inside. It's Bridgeport trying to fight. Port Antonio holding on. Bridgeport is closing down to the wire, but Port Antonio with the win. 48.04 is the flash time for Port Antonio High.
Official time 47.77.
47.77 for Port Antonio. Bridgeport second, 47.82. And St. Mary, 47.85. That was a wonderful race won by Port Antonio. Here's your home straight replay. Port Antonio holding on that lead. Bridgeport rapidly closing all the time. St. Mary was holding on. And Port Antonio held on for the win. Throwing down the gauntlet for the East. That was Section 1. As we stand by for the other section to come. Class 3 boys. As on your picture right now. The boys Class 2 triple jump. Youngster from Kingston College.
Next on track.
Showing as we speak about Kingston College. Coming with another deep squad again this year.
In lane 2, Camperdown. In lane 3,
and no doubt will continue to show their strength
in lane 4, Jamaica College B.
In the horizontal jumps.
Portmore. Lane 6, St. Jago. Lane 7,
So
Petersfield.
we get ready for the second section.
Lane 8, St. Andrew Technical.
In the boys 4x100 meters for Class 3.
Fern Court. That's lane 1, Wilmers, lane 2, Camperdown.
And your listed competitors
lane 4, Jamaica
are as follows.
lane 5,
Wilmers boys B.
lane 6, St. Jago High B.
Camperdown.
Lane 7,
Fern Court.
Petersfield. And
Jamaica
lane
College.
8, St. Andrew
Greater
Technical.
Portmore. St. Jago B. Petersfield. And St. Andrew Technical. But a number of those schools are not there. Well, we are not seeing Wilmer's boys as yet. Camperdown is there. Fern Court is there. Jamaica College B is there. Greater Portmore there. St. Jago there. Petersfield there. And St. Andrew Technical there. And in fact, Wilmer's, they are now there. So we have a full field in this Class 3 boys 4x100 meters. For Section 2 of the boys Class 3 4x100 meters. Just saw Port Antonio coming away with the win a short while ago, 47 seconds, 7-7. So we have Wilmers, Camperdown, Fern Court, Jamaica College, Greater Portmore, St. Jago, Petersfield, St. Andrew Technical. On their marks. In the set position. In fact, they have been held in their marks in the set position this time. They are off. Level. Break. JCB makes the early running along with St. Jago B. The top two teams at the moment. And on the outside there's Petersfield showing great strides. St. Jago, Jamaica College having problems and they are out as St. Jago continues to dominate along with Petersfield. St. Jago goes to work. Petersfield on the outside. Fern Court on the inside. Into the straight they come. Final change. Petersfield and St. Jago. St. Jago B. Fern Court comes through. The team from Claremont St. Anne is striding home to take the win. The second section, 45.67 for Fern Court High, 45.67 St. Jago B, 46.16. Jamaica College B had serious problems on that first changeover. And in fact, it didn't happen in the end. As Ferncourt sneaked up on that final exchange. A smooth change it was. And they poured home to take the win. 45.65. The boys from Class 3. 4x100 meters, Section B.
Lane 4, Calabar. Lane 5, Kingston College. Lane 6, Jamaica College. Lane 7, Herbert Morris.
So, after that epic run there by the Ferncourt team out of St. Anne, Ferncourt, St. Anne, the team from Claremont. Claremont having their time in the sun here at the Camperdown Classics today. And I'm certain Robert Williams of IRA FM, Maurice Wilson, principal at GC Foster College, Carroll, they'll all be happy with that run from Ferncourt. So the third section coming up, Class 3 boys, 4x100 meters.
Are you ready?
Woolmer's boys.
Box 3.
In fact, we have Arden, Woolmer's, St. Jago, Calabar, Kingston College, Jamaica College A, Herbert Morrison, and Mona. This could be fireworks here. It's all the big boys of track and field on the boys' side are there. Woolmer, St. Jago, Calabar, Kingston College, Jamaica College, Herbert Morrison cannot be counted out as well from the west. So it's a battle of the big schools in this event. We have seen Calabar doing quite well.
We got an okay, Mr. Stafford, from the other boxes, so it's in your court.
All season. And this will be another opportunity to showcase what they have in Class 3. We know they have been building from the root in the past couple of years. And word is out that they will be very strong in Class 3. The Calabar team, look for them in lane 4. So, stand by, our viewers. This could be a very interesting race. As they go to their marks for this third section. Class 3 boys, 4x100 meters. The big boys are there, or the big boy schools are there. Off and running. It's a clean start. JC makes the early running. Calabar stays with them. KC tries to stay with them. St. Jago is there too. First change. St. Jago looks good. Jamaica College. Calabar now surges forward. Calabar now having that slight lead. Kingston College having a lot of work to do. Jamaica College on the outside. St. Jago on the inside. Jamaica College on the outside. Calabar is looking good. Into the straight they come. It's between Calabar and Jamaica College on the outside. It's going to be a hell for leather. Jamaica College on the outside. Calabar is surging. Calabar, Jamaica College. Calabar is holding on. And Red Hill Road strikes for the win. Woolmer's runs on for third. Jamaica College holding on for second. 44.74. 44.47. JCA second, 44.65. And Woolmer's third. That was a wonderful run from Calabar. They started off well. There was a time when St. Jago was in it. Jamaica College also was making a running. But that final change, Jamaica College looks as if they would have had it wrapped up at the top. But the youngster and anchor for Calabar had other ideas. He held on for the lead. And he came home with the win. In Class 3. And there you'd have seen it again. So, that was an exciting run. Kingston College disappointed. A poor race from them. I don't think they even had a final change. So no doubt there will be work to do down there at Yard Street. But for now, it's all about the green and black from Red Hills Road. St. Andrew. 44-47 for the win. JCA 44-65. For second, Wilmers 44.74. So, we will now head over to Class 2. First section coming up. Glenmuir, St. Mary Technical, Morant Bay, Sydney Pagan, Denby, McGrath out of St. Catherine, St. Thomas Technical, Calabar B. They have just seen their main team winning there in Class 3. Now what will the B team do here in the opening race of the Class 2 boys 4x100 meters? So far we have only seen 4 competitors in this opening event for Class 2 boys. We're seeing Calabar B and McGrath out of Linstead, St. Catherine. Then we have St. Mary Technical and Glenmuir out of Maypen. School that have produced the likes of a former national champion in Taekwondo, Tracy. Glenmuir, known in the sporting circles for football. And have done well in the school challenge quiz as well from that academic competition. Oh, and the youngster from Calabar looks to have jumped the gun early. And St. Mary Technical got the script late that you'd have to come and start again. First section, Class 2 boys, 4x100 meters here at the Camperdown Classics. Good afternoon to you again if you have just joined us. You'd have just seen an exciting Class 1 race, Class 3 race rather, the 4x1 for Class 3. No doubt would have made the entire Calabar community quite happy with that run. There's only 4 teams here: Glenmuir, St. Mary, McGrath and Calabar. Calabar B, that is. On their marks again. In the set position, off and running.
So we're back here for
So Calabar B goes to work early, clearly, based on the stagger, having that lead on the inside. St. Mary Technical and McGrath. Calabar having things all their own way on the back straight. The man from St. Mary Technical tries to remain in the picture. but it's all about Calabar B. Smooth change. It's all about Calabar. The Calabar B team in Class 2. Into the straight they come again. Calabar showing good dominance here in the relays. St. Mary Technical on the inside. But the B team from Red Hills Road crosses the line. 43.16. St. Mary second. McGrath and Glenmuir. 42.88 for Calabar B. St. Mary Technical 45.01. McGrath 47.79.
Good start then for the team from Red Hills Road.
So Calabar closed the show in Class 3 and they opened the show in Class 2 with their B team.
Section B. In lane 1, Greater Portmore. In lane 2, St. Andrew Technical.
So
Lane 3,
on to Section B.
In lane 4, Petersfield.
Class 2 boys, 4 by 100 meters.
Lane 6, Bridgeport. Lane 7, Manchester.
Greater Portmore.
And in lane 8,
St. Andrew Technical.
So that's lane 1, Greater Portmore. Lane 2, St. Andrew Technical. Lane
Mona.
3, Mona.
Petersfield.
Lane 4, Petersfield.
St. Catherine.
Lane 5,
Bridgeport.
Lane 6, Bridgeport.
Manchester High.
Lane 7, Manchester.
And St. Mary High. Your listed competitors here for Section 2 or Section B of the boys. Class 2, 4 by 100 meters here at the Camperdown Classics, part of the Strivision TV Athletic Series for 2023. So Greater Portmore will run from 1, St. Andrew Technical in 2, Mona in 3, Petersfield in 4, St. Catherine in 5, Bridgeport in 6, Manchester in 7, and St. Mary, the Eastern champions, they run out of lane 8, off and running. Bridgeport gets up well, Manchester 2, Petersfield tries to remain in the picture, Bridgeport running well, Petersfield tries to stay in the picture. St. Catherine boys running well too. And the boys from St. Catherine looking to have the lead based on the stacker. Manchester on the inside. It's Mona. Change is made. Manchester High on the outside running wood. St. Catherine though looks good at the moment. On the outside there it is Manchester into the straight. Manchester and St. Catherine now they are going at it. St. Catherine High from St. John's Road. Manchester High from Mandeville. And Manchester is holding on. St. Catherine is trying to close. And Manchester is going to win by a step. St. Mary tumbles over the line in third. 44.93. The flash time there for Manchester High. Taking Section 2. 44.58 for Manchester High. St. Catherine 44.66 for second. 45.8 for St. Mary High, the Eastern champs. But that was good running from Manchester. Mandeville having their time in the sun early here in the afternoon session at the Camperdown Classics.
Final section of this Class 2 boys 4 by 100 meters event sponsored by Digicel.
That was Section 2.
In lane 1, Falcons.
Section 3 coming up. We have a track club in Falcons in 1. St. Jago
Camperdown. Lane 4,
in 2.
Wilmers.
Camperdown listed.
Lane 6,
And Camperdown, we are not seeing anyone from Camperdown.
and in lane 8,
Camperdown High School not having a team at their own event. Seems to be strange. Hopefully we'll see some the Camperdown team comes out. And Woolmer's boys there.
box 3.
Herbert Morrison.
1. Ignition,
there.
you're ready.
Calabar there.
Yours, Mr. Starter.
Jamaica College A there. And Clarendon College out there trying to bring back the glory years for the Chapelton-based team. Would have won boys champs 2 times back in the 1980s. They're out there in lane 8. So no Camperdown at their own meet. And no Wilmers boys and no Falcons. In the set position, off and running St. Jago on the inside lane. Calabar gets up well. They go at it and surges past Jamaica College on this first change. Jamaica College tries to remain in the picture, and Jamaica College out there looking well, but Calabar still in the picture, and Calabar makes the running. Jamaica College tries to stay with them, and Calabar still with the lead. The final change is coming up. It's all about Calabar from Red Hills Road. Jamaica College on the outside, and here comes the team from Red Hills Road. Look at them go. Here they come. 41.95 the flash time. Jamaica College second, St. Jago third. So 41.66. That is an impressive time by Calabar. 41.66. So Calabar showing strong intent in class 2 as well in terms of their sprinters. We are waiting to see what they'll produce in class 1. But it's safe to say right now, Calabar, they are looking good in the sprints in both class 3 and class 1. Dominated that race from start to finish over Jamaica College. So the official time, Calabar 41.66, JCA 42.57, and St. Jago B 44.28, your top 3.
Next on track.
And
100 meters, class 1.
The class 1 boys will be coming up next.
Lane 2, Ardennes. Lane 3, Manchester.
And this is the opening section in the boys class 1, 4x100 meters.
Lane 6, Petersfield. In lane 7,
we have Ardennes.
And in lane 8,
Manchester. St. Mary Technical. York Castle.
Box 1.
Petersfield.
Box 2.
Denby.
And box 3.
Glenmuir. Those are your listed competitors.
Not sure. Would box 3 repeat, please?
So we have Ardennes, Manchester, St. Mary Technical. We are not seeing York Castle.
Box 3, are you ready?
Petersfield, they're there. Not seeing Denby. But their Clarendon neighbors are there in Glenmuir High. Or their hometown neighbors of Maypen, Glenmuir High. In this opening, class 1 boys, 4x100 meters. Good afternoon wherever you are in the diaspora. You know you have been asking questions as to what meets we'll be doing throughout the course of the week. And I'm certain that many of you have logged on. Blessings to the Florida crew, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, Tallahassee. Yeah. Entire Florida crew locked in. As 5 will face the starter here. in section 1 of the boys 4x100 meters here. Camperdown Classics 2023, the 18th staging of the event. In the set position, off and running. It's a level break. Petersfield looks good and makes the early road. Manchester on the inside looking good too. So Petersfield and Manchester, they are going at it. Arden on the inner lane, but Manchester High now assumes leadership. Dominance in this race. Manchester, Petersfield, Glenmere on the outside. So it's Manchester and Petersfield. Manchester, Arden on the inside. Into the straight they come. Arden trying to close the gap on the inside. Manchester though, Arden trying to close. Petersfield on the outside. Manchester is holding on. The team from Mandeville again will come home with the win here in Class 1. 43.25 is the flash time for the team from Mandeville. Manchester 42.96. Petersfield second 43.28. Arden 43.83. Rounding out the top three. Section 1. Class 1. 4x100 meters here at the Camperdown Classics.
That's the track umpires at the various boxes. We're asking that once you are settled for your box, that you raise your white flag.
Have 6 listed competitors here. Not certain there are as much out there. But our listed competitors are as follows: Bridgeport, Falcons,
Social Development Fund sponsored event,
and St. Andrew Technical.
100 meters, class 1, section
4 will face the starter.
in lane 1. From lane 4.
So there's no Bridgeport and there's no Kingston High.
Lane 4, St. Mary High. Lane 5,
As
Camperdown Academy.
they stand by
Lane 6, Falcons
for this
Track Club. Lane 7,
Section B
St. Andrew Technical.
of the boys. Class 1, 4x100 meters. They have been asked to go down on their marks. St. Mary's, Steertown, Falcons, and St. Andrew Technical. St. Mary High, the Eastern champions. Steertown Academy out of St. Anne's Bay in St. Anne. Off and running. Steertown gets up well. Falcons Track Club 2. St. Andrew Technical on the outside. On the inside is St. Mary High. So the change is made. And Falcons made the change good. Along with St. Mary. St. Mary now. Steertown in the thick of things. St. Andrew Technical on the outside there. But Steertown comes through. Steertown with the advantage. Into the straight they come. Steertown on the outside there. St. Andrew Technical tries to close. So too St. Mary High. But it's Steertown Academy. They're coming home with the win for St. Anne. 42.53. The flash time for Steertown Academy. 42.27. Stats 42.38. And St. Mary 43.57. Steertown with the win. Section B. Class 1 boys. 4x100 meters.
And just to correct, the event is sponsored by the Sports Development Foundation, SDF.
So,
And not any other that you may
here we are, heading into section C. Class 1 boys 4x100 meters. Listed competitors.
Lane 3 of this section
Morant
C.
Bay, Camperdown, Clarendon, Jamaica College A, Herbert Morrison, Calabar, Woolmers, and St. Jago.
Lane 5, Herbert Morrison, technical.
So there's no Morant Bay and there's no Camperdown. Another disappointment again for the hosts, not having a team in Class 2 and now not having one here in Class 1. Camperdown needs to do better than that, man. You're the host. You were called a sprint factory at one stage. You need to fix whatever problems there is. You need to have teams representing in the sprint events in which you would have made your name over the years. So no Camperdown here again. So we have 5 facing the starter. Clarendon College, Jamaica College A, Herbert Morrison Technical, they are missing out of lane 5. In 6, it's Calabar, Wolmer's, and St. Jago. A very interesting race here developing as they go to their marks. Section C, off and running. Calabar gets up well. Jamaica College tries to track them, but Calabar and JC St. Jago on the outside going well. Clean change by Calabar. Jamaica College makes a good change to Wolmer's, trying to compete. St. Jago still there in lane 7. So it's all about Calabar, and Jamaica College now snatches the lead away. JC with the lead. St. Jago on the outside. Wolmer's trying to close. Final change about to be made. Jamaica College out front. The change is made and they're struggling, but the white flag comes up. Barely making it, Jamaica College, but they are coming away with the win. They made the change just in time. Just in time. The white flag came up. 41.40. Jamaica College with the win. 41.12. Morant Bay second. St. Jamaica College, one of the favorites for the event, along with Kingston College at champs this year. Kingston College not having a team today here in Class 1. As you know, their Class 1 team would have just arrived back from Trinidad and Tobago, where they competed go high school relays. They won down there as well. And Jamaica College here with the win, making the change just, only just. So that was the completion of the boys Class 1. Jamaica College there with the win. So the next event on the track will be the 800 meters. And already we are seeing the competitors all getting prepared to come out on track. There'll be 4 sections there for the Class 3 boys, 800 meters. If you have just joined us on Stride Vision TV, we're here at the Camperdown Classics, the 18th staging of the event, here at the National Stadium. And of course, it's part of the Stride Vision TV Athletic Series for 2023. Our latest stop here on the track and field calendar. Nice turnout in the stands here, good support. Everyone having a good time, enjoying another lovely day in track and field action. As the boys will now come out for the first section. The Class 3 boys, 800 meters. And 12 competitors will face a starter here in the opening section. We have Roger Hutchins, St. Mary High, Kamoni Henry, Greater Portmore, Jamar Green Arden, Tejan Ricketts, Fogar Road, Roshane Howard, Donald Quarry, Philip Palmer, St. Jago, Philip Martin, Jamaica College, Gary Griffiths, Greater Portmore, we have Shanton White, Denby, Giovanni Golson, St. Mary Technical, Roger Bailey, Knox College, Marquis Miles, Herbert Morrison, and Nkrumah Brown, St. Thomas Technical, off and running. I don't think there's the youngster from Jamaica College in that event. As the man from St. Mary goes to work early in this opening stanza of the boys.
We now give you the results of the girls'
Class 3, 800 meters.
First, Harris Pommy,
So Hutchins from St. Mary
Excelsior,
with the lead.
12.42 seconds.
Into the straight they come for the first time.
Second place, Tiana Marshall of Wolmer's.
Roshan Howard from Donald Quarry.
Third,
In second.
Odetta Mitchell of Heidel. Fourth, Dawania
Coming forward now for Fogar Road.
Lewis of Merlgrove. Fifth,
Tejan Ricketts.
Campbell of Ferncourt. And sixth, Adora Campbell.
But Hutchins from St. Mary continues to show the way.
First three places to report to the presentation area.
In this first
Cummings of Excelsior.
boys Class 3, 800 meters. Hutchins now steps on the gas and pulls away from the man from Fogar Road, Tejan Ricketts. In third place is the man from Denby.
So leading the first section of the Class 3 boys 800 meters.
Shanton White.
Roche
Roche Hutchins looking to score big for St. Mary this year at the Eastern Champs. He continues to open up his big lead here in the opening Class 3 boys. Look at him in your picture all alone, driving forward, showing good finishing form. Comes through with the win. 2 minutes 05.99 for the man from St. Mary High. Denby's youngster steps forward now and snatches second, Shanton White. Third, the man from Fogar Road, Tejan Ricketts. Hutchins 2 minutes 05.75. White 2 minutes 18.76. From Denby, Hutchins from St. Mary High, your winner. Ricketts takes third for Fogar Road in 2 minutes 19.89. Your winner, Roche Hutchins, St. Mary High, the Eastern champions of Jamaica. So we will stand by now for the second section. Class 3 boys, 800 meters. You'd have seen what the best of the East has to offer there. One of the best. We'll head over now I want to say a special shout out to all our viewers locked on Stride Vision TV right now. Thanks for joining us. Certainly hoping that you are enjoying the coverage and also having your respective debates and conversations and chats in track and field. Your competitors here for Section B are as follows: Jeremy Jones, Kingston College; Jacine Godson, Clarendon College; Tyrese White from Port Antonio, look for him; Omari King, Petersfield; or Daniel Bryan, Tasha Schooling; Alphonsus Davis, Tyree Hopkins, and Magates, Jaden Brown. We have Dorian Douglas from St. Jago, Tarian Wint from St. Jago, and Johannes Carty from Jamaica College. Those are your competitors down on the track. They are off and running.
So section B,
it's a level break, the bunch. Tasha Scoldings. Daniel Bryan. Coming over now is Magati, Jaden Brown, one of the favorites in this event. And he steps forward early and is setting the pace. Here he comes into the straight for the first time.
Pretty decent program, as mentioned earlier at Manatee High.
The man from Magati with the lead.
Remember the man Bowen took 1,500 meters at Class 2 last year.
So, Tyrese White from Port Antonio.
And it's the man from Manatee High in Jaden Brown who leads.
Jaden Brown from Magatish continues to show the way. Onto the straight for the back straight for the final time. We see Alphonsus Davis, Tyrone Hopkins comes into the picture. And Javante Taylor for St. Mary in second. But Jaden Brown from Magati continues to dominate. Here he comes into the straight with a huge lead. Brown from Magati St. Elizabeth. Look at him go. He's looking strong. Here he is pouring forward. He's gone across the line now in 2 minutes 03.06 the flash time. The man from St. Mary second, and Alphonsus Davis third. But the winner there, Jaden Brown from Magati.
Results now.
2 minutes 04. 2 minutes 0.
The girls 100 meters class 2. First,
2 minutes 0. 6.09 for Jaden Brown from Magati.
12.22 seconds.
Your official time there for the winner.
Second, Jodianne Daly of Heidel.
Section B.
Third, Shemoni.
Class 3 boys 800 meters. One of the top Class 3 800 meters runners for 2023 so far here in Class 3. Jaden Brown with the win.
McCormack of Bridgeport. So that's Abigail Wood of Holy Childhood.
So Hutchins from St. Mary winning Section A. We move to the other side of the island now in St. Elizabeth Magati winning Section B. And now we head over to Section C, where we'll be having a large field. We have V-Bert Mingo from Camperdown, J.D.O. Grant, Greater Portmore, Johnny Williams, St. Jago, Kingston College's Christopher Anderson, Carlos Bryson from Calabar, Dariel Saunders, Camperdown, Craigie Wint, Charlie Smith, not seeing him, but there's Malik Clark from Port Antonio there. There's no Jelani Brown from Kingston College. Margatis Theodore Rowe, Corey Christie from St. Jago, and Bevin Davey from Jamaica College. Those are your competitors down there for Section C, the boys, Class 3, 800 meters. So there are 9 competitors. Off and running. Mingo sprints down there in lane 1 for Camperdown as the bunch at the top, being led by Christopher Anderson from Kingston College. Just behind him is Carlos Bryson from Calabar, and coming over from Port Antonio, Malik Clark. So the bunch tight. And the man from Calabar now goes to the lead. Bryson. Just on his shoulder is Anderson from Kingston College. Camperdown's Saunders there as they make a bunch coming into the straight for the first time.
800 meters.
So Anderson from Kingston College, just on his shoulder is Bryson from Calabar, and there's Saunders from Camperdown. Also the man from St. Jago, Johnny Williams. So Carlos Bryson now steps away for Calabar. He opens up a couple meters on Christopher Anderson from Kingston College. Behind Anderson is Saunders from Camperdown. So on the back straight for the final time in this 800 meters of Class 3 boys. Section C. Bryson continues to show the way. The man from St. Jago comes alongside Christopher Anderson from Kingston College into second. But Carlos Bryson from Calabar is showing the way. He is looking strong. Into the straight. Bryson from Calabar pumping his way forward. He leads by more than 30 meters. Anderson from Kingston College finds a second gear, sweeps by his competitor from St. Jago. He'll come home for second, but Carlos Bryson from Calabar with the win. Anderson, Kingston College second. Williams third for St. Jago. Saunders fourth. 2 minutes 07.97 for Carlos Bryson from Calabar. Anderson second, 2 minutes 13.73 for Kingston College.
Results of the girls class 1, 100 meters. First, Alana
Christopher Carlos Bryson from Calabar there, showing the way for Red Hills Road in the third section of the boys class 3, 800 meters.
11.79, and third, Onika Lishan McCann.
Fourth and final section coming up.
Onika McCann in 11.95. Fourth for Shania Myers, also
A huge field here again.
Blazion
Matthew McIntosh, Port Antonio. Luke Plummer, Sydney Pagan.
St. Mary High.
Leonard Facey,
Once again,
Campion.
the winners, first 3 places,
Rajay Redwood, Knox.
Alia Baker and Onika McCann to report to the presentation.
Javel Watson, Calabar. Shakal Medley from Denby. Alejandro Palmer from Calabar. Cavil Nooks from Jamaica College. Anthony Briscoe from Port Antonio. Those are your competitors here. Off and running. And the outer lane there, Nooks from Jamaica College. And Alejandro Palmer from Calabar.
This event sponsored by
Matthew McIntosh from Port Antonio makes the early running as the man from Calabar steps forward with the early lead. Alejandro Palmer in the first 200 meters. Shot by Nooks from Jamaica College. Then there's Petersfield, Rick Watson and the group, including Shakari Medley from Denby. So into the straight they come for the first time. Alejandro Palmer from Calabar showing the way by 3 meters. Nooks in second. The other Calabar youngster comes into the picture now, Javel Watson. Palmer steps away from Nooks. Javel Watson of Calabar in third place. But Alejandro Palmer is dominating this race. He motors along on the back straight for the final time. Nooks trying to keep a pace. Trying to hold off Javel Watson, the other youngster from Calabar. But Alejandro Palmer from Calabar is opening more daylight between himself and Nooks. Into the straight. Alejandro Palmer, here he comes, 100 meters left. Alejandro Palmer from Calabar looking good. Here he comes. He's bouncing along. Nooks trying to hold on for second for Jamaica College. The other youngster from Calabar trying to find something in overdrive. But Nooks is going to hold on for Jamaica College. Second, Alejandro Palmer with the win. 2:05.16 for Alejandro Palmer from Calabar. Nooks 2 minutes 12.10. Watson from Calabar 2 minutes 13.48. As there's a youngster from Petersfield showing sprinting prowess, making up the back of the field, much to the delight of the spectators here. But it was all about Alejandro Palmer from Calabar with the win.
That's the girls class 1, 4x400 meters. First, Excelsior, 3 minutes 51.86. Second, Wilmers.
Moving over into section A of the class 2 boys, 800 meters coming up shortly. We have a full field here, plus more. Daniel Francis, Alphonsus Davis, Omarion Randu, Rossies, Jermaine Spence, Denby, Dante Simpson, Port Antonio, Michael Thomas, Charlie Smith, Romaine Guthrie, Bridgeport, Iro Gevans from Belair, Tevon Thomas, Stacia Scolding, St. Mary High, Tyler Lindsay, Jermaine Brown, Norman Manley, Rodina Johnson, Sidney Pagan along with his teammate Rajiv Wright. As Alphonsus Davis, Daniel Francis goes for the early lead.
So the first section of the
Jermaine Spence from Denby, just on his shoulders. And coming across, the man from Bridgeport, Romaine Guthrie. But Jermaine Spence from Denby now shows the way at the 200 meters mark. Daniel Francis from Alphonsus Davis. Coming forward now is the man from St. Mary High, Tyler Lindsay. But Denby continues to show the way in this opening stanza of the boys class 2 for 800 meters section A. So here comes Lindsay from St. Mary High. And just on his shoulder, the man from Alphonsus Davis, Daniel Francis, the bell lap. Francis surges forward for Alphonsus Davis.
Has the lead.
Leading the man from St. Mary High, Tyler Lindsay. But here comes Dante Simpson now from Port Antonio. Goes in search of Francis.
Looks comfortable at the moment.
The man from Port Antonio, though, is coming up forward now. Pulls alongside Francis and overtakes him at 200 meters.
It is Dante Simpson of Port
Dante Simpson of Port Antonio now looks to be the one to beat Francis. Will he be able to find something in this home straight? Not certain. Dante Simpson with the lead into the straight. Francis appears that he'll settle for where he is at the moment. But here comes the man from Port Antonio. Dante Simpson crosses the line ahead of Francis from Alphonsus Davis.
2 minutes 04.24.
The flash time, 2 minutes 04.24 for Dante Simpson out of Port Antonio in the east.
That's the flash time.
2 minutes 05.53, the official time for Simpson. Francis is second.
Of Port Antonio to take section 1.
That was section 1 of the 2 minutes 07.37 for Francis from Alphonsus Davis. And that was section 1 of the boys, class 2, 800 meters. Johnson taking third.
Set a new national indoor record in the high jump, clearing 1 meter and 97.
So Lamar Distin, we have just been told, set another national indoor high jump record for women's, clearing 1.97 meters. Betters her own mark.
The height that she has cleared outdoors.
So a new national record in the women's high jump done by Lamar Distin. So the second class 2 boys, 800 meters on your track. Not much facing the starter here. Only five will face the starter. We have Aisha Char Burt from BB Coke, Manas Singh, Jamaica College, Jerry's Brooks, Alphonsus Davis, Nathaniel Robson from Norman Manley, and Justin Webb from Calabar. Your 5 competitors. Webb from Calabar goes to the lead early as the group behind him being led by Manas Singh from Jamaica College and Norman Manley's Nathaniel Robson. Jerry's Brooks from Alphonsus Davis. And Isachar Burt at the back of the field for BB Coke. Calabar again showing good prowess in the middle distances.
In second at the moment.
Justin Webb will take them into the bell lap for Calabar. Manas Singh holds on for second for Jamaica College. And Robson from Norman Manley in third.
100 meters to run now.
So just about 300 meters to come.
The advantage.
Justin Webb from Calabar shows the way on the back straight for the final time. Manas Singh currently holding on for second, but being challenged now by Jerry's Brooks for Alphonsus Davis for that second spot. While in the meantime, Justin Webb continues to open up his huge lead. Coming around at the top curve. Here he comes into the straight. Justin Webb from Calabar. Here he comes. Look at him go. He's all alone. Jerry Brooks now takes second position away from Manas Singh from Jamaica College. Crossing the line now for the win. Justin Webb, Calabar. Alphonsus Davis is Jerry Brooks second. Singh from Jamaica College third. The time there for Justin Webb. Flash time 2 minutes 06.73. We await the official time. Webb 2 minutes 06.62.
Another result for you, the girls 800 meters.
The official time for the man from Calabar. Section 2. The boys class 2. 800 meters. Good afternoon to you again if you have just joined us. Good afternoon, you have been with us all morning. Thanks for staying with us. We're here at the Camperdown Classics and it's part of the Strivision TV Athletic Series for 2023. All right, next event on the track. Section C, Class 2 boys, 800 meters. Malcolm Gordon, Belair. Raheem Russell, Tasha Golding. Tia Brown, Port Antonio. Raheem Palmer, Alphonsus Davis. Tyrone Lawson, Jamaica College, the one to watch. Sharon Connolly, Magotty. Foga Rose, Kennar Reed. Then there is Samuel Creary from Jamaica College. So those two, no doubt, will want to set the pace for the team from Old Hope Road. As Tyrone Lawson from Jamaica College goes to work early.
He's the early leader here.
And he's holding on to that lead ahead of Rashane James from Clarendon College.
2021 and 2022 respectively.
As Tyrone Lawson takes them into the home straight for the first time. Then there's Tia Brown now who comes forward.
So Lawson
for
Tia Brown of
Port Antonio.
in second, the whistle sounds.
And the bell lap is here. Tyrone Lawson leads the way for Jamaica College. Tia Brown from Port Antonio and Russell from Clarendon College.
The rest of the competitors.
So Lawson
James of Clarendon College
opens up 20 meters on Tia Brown. Tia Brown tries to motor along and cut into the lead of Tyrone Lawson. Samuel Creary, a champion from Class 3. He's coming now into third place. Brown is surging forward. Lawson is holding on. Ken Brown drives forward. Brown is closing the gap all the time. Lawson is fading. Brown is closing. Brown is closing for Port Antonio. Lawson is hanging on for dear life. Down to the wire and Brown takes it. Brown ran down Tyrone Lawson and got him on the line. 2 minutes 00.61. Lawson second, 2 minutes 00.66. And Creary left it late as usual, but he'll have to settle for third place. 2 minutes 06.40. Tia Brown from Port Antonio. The sun rises in the east again.
Results of the
What a race from the youngster from Port Antonio, showing strength to come home with that win.
Williams, St. Mary High, 1.60 meters. Second, Maria Simpson of Immaculate. Third,
So, after making most of the running,
Janice Adams of
Tyrone Lawson
and Zelia Powell.
was beaten on the line by Tia Brown
Four will report to the presentation
from
here.
Port Antonio High.
And fifth was Sharika Christie of Heidel. And sixth, Joona of Whitehorn, also of
Brown
Heidel.
cut a
So
big lead.
the women's high jump,
He
that's
cut it down. At one stage he was trailing by about 30 meters.
Williams of St. Mary High.
But as Herb McKinley said, when he was running at the 1952 Olympics, when he got the baton hopelessly out of it, he said, just a little at a time, a little at a time, a little at a time. And he did that and carried Jamaica on the cusp of victory, where George Roden took home the baton for gold for Jamaica at the 1952 Olympics. Similar something there a short while ago with Tia Brown, ate away all the time, a little at a time, before catching Lawson on the line. So,
section D
this
on
is
the way.
Gordon from
Class
BB
two
Cook,
boys, 800 meters.
Dominic Beckford Ascot,
BB Cook's Dejon Gordon has started
St.
off
Thomas
fast
Technical,
on the inside
Gordon.
lane.
So Dejon Gordon from BB Cook. There's Errol Needham from Fogar Road. And there's Anthony Clark, Calabar, Alphonsus Davis, Jepton Campbell,
Class 2 boys, 800 meters.
McGrath, Sean Watson at the back.
Again, we can't say thank you enough to all our sponsors who have come on board to make sure
So
that
into the
18th
straight.
staging of the Camperdown
So
Classic
Gordon from
is
BB
successful.
Cook.
You don't want to be
The bell lap is
celebrating.
upon us.
And I'm also sure you're on your phones messaging and
Dejon
calling
Gordon
those of your
from
friends and
BB
family
Cook continues to
who
make the
are
running.
not yet inside the national-
But Anthony Clark from Calabar now,
tuning in on the live stream.
the danger man, with just about 300 meters. Clark from Calabar now surges forward. Fogar Roads, Errol Needham in third place. Dejon Gordon tries to stay with Anthony Clark from Calabar
Chasing them
as 200 meters remain. Clark from Calabar now
of Alphonsus Davis.
pulls away again.
150 meters to run.
Clark from Calabar.
Clark of Calabar.
Gordon from BB Coke still in second. Errol Needham from Fogar Road in second. Into the final straight. Anthony Clark from Calabar showing the way. The man from Alphonsus Davis now is surging forward. This could be interesting. Another surge here from Dejon Gordon from BB Cook. And Dejon Gordon now takes over as the man from Alphonsus Davis flies to snatch second away from Anthony Clark. Jepton Campbell second, but Dejon Gordon with the win for BB Cook. 2 minutes 08.54, 2 minutes 08.31 the official time for Dejon Gordon of BB Cook, St. Elizabeth South. Their time in the sun again. The man from BB Coke with the win. Francis Davis Campbell second, 2:08.54. Clark third, 2:08.72 from Calabar.
Carisha Morrison of Woolworths, 1.45 meters. Second, Ryan Brown of Heidel, also 1.45 meters. Third, Deandra Fitton of
So,
Jago, 1.40 meters. Fourth was Chanel Byfield
standing by
of the Queen's School. Fifth,
for section E.
Champion College, Stefanko Henry. And sixth,
And this could be a very interesting race, because we have the likes of Yashan Bowen from Magati and Rashid Price from Jamaica College. Ricardo Nicholson and Kevon Richards from Calabar.
So this one should be quite interesting as well.
Outside there
Rashid Price of Jamaica College.
is Benjamin from Camperdown, who goes to the lead. Price from Jamaica College now surges forward though. So too Bowen from Magotty. Magotty's Bowen, the one to watch though, along with Rashid Price. Price will take them into the straight for the first time from Jamaica College. Bowen closes for Magotty on the outside. And Shavon Campbell from Fogar Road in the bunch, along with Calabar's Kevon Richards. Rashid Price takes him into the bell lap. Richards comes into second. Bowen from Magotty buys his time as Kevon Richards from Calabar go after the man from Jamaica College. Price is holding on. I suspect that Magotty's Bowen will find something extra in the closing stages of this race. Richards continue to keep track of Rashid Price from Jamaica College. Price from Jamaica College. Richards from Calabar. Price continues to show the way into the straight. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be a sprint. Richards on the outside. Price on the inside. Richards tries to close. Price trying to hold him off. Price from Jamaica College is still holding on. Richards is trying to close, but all hope road prevails over Red Hills Road. This time 2 minutes 02.60, 2 minutes 02.38 for Rashid Price from Jamaica College. Rashid Price with the win. Kevon Richards kept him honest, but Price win by 3 steps. Richards 202.82, and Rashid Bowen dropped back into 4th place for Magotty High. Lambert takes 3rd from St. Jago, 2 minutes 08.64. So that was the completion of the Class 2 boys event. We'll stand by for the Class 1 boys, the big boys, 800 meters. We are here at the Camperdown Classics, part of the 2023 Strivision TV Athletic Series. I am Roger Haspel, taking you throughout the course of these events. So, the Class 1 boys is coming up shortly. And we have seen a full field here. Shadrick Robinson, Calabar. Kemar Williams, Alphonsus Davis. Deshaun Barnett of Legacy Athletics. Shaquan McLaren, Campion. Ali Davison Higgs, Jamaica College. Demain Whitaker McGrath, Orlando Smith, Calabar. Adriana Smith, Bridgeport. Shaquan McLaren, Campion. And Adriana Brown from Calabar comes over on the back straight for the first time. Adriana Brown from Calabar leads them at the 200 meters mark. His teammate Shadrick Robinson just in second. Into the straight. Orlando Smith from Calabar. His teammate Shadrick Robinson in second.
The man from Calabar is the early leader.
And in third place right now could be the man from Camperdown and Bridgeport. Jamaica College, Ali Davison Higgs trying to come into the group. But Orlando Smith from Calabar continues to lead ahead of his teammate Shashik Robinson, the top two. Coming forward now is the man from Campion College, Shaquan McLaren. Orlando Smith, though, continues to lead for Calabar. The group is getting a bit tight for second spot. Coming forward now is Higgs from Jamaica College. And Higgs now will kick into the straight, challenging the Calabar duo. Higgs on the outside now. Storms forward Jamaica College. Will the Calabar duo give up? The Calabar man is holding on. Higgs on the outside. Richards for Calabar comes home for the win. Higgs split the Calabar duo, as Robinson has to settle for third. But Orlando Smith with the win for the man from Red Hills Road. 2 minutes 00. Higgs second, 2:00.85. Smith 2:01.66 for third. First section. Class 1 boys. 800 meters. That was a nice run between the youngsters from Calabar and Jamaica College. Having a slugfest there. Calabar prevailing in the end. As we've seen, another full field coming up. This is section B, class 1 boys, 800 meters. We are seeing a group from Calabar. As the names have not been loaded as yet. So finally, Moalimo Thomas from Bridgeport, Adrian Smith, Bridgeport, Andre Nemad, Port Antonio, Sandrine Dunkley, Alphonsus Davis, Kyle Bowes, Calabar, Deshaun Salmon, Manchester, Alder Thompson, Port Antonio, Stephen Smith, St. Catherine, Everton Swaby, Fogar Road, Tatius Goldings, Jabari Harvey, Ray J. Thomas, Calabar, Ricardo Thomas Roberts, Clarendon College, and Amarian Clark from Calabar trio will run in a group. So they are off and running. And on the outside there is Steve Smith from St. Catherine. At the top, Andre Nemmer from Port Antonio. In second, coming across, Andre Dunkley from Alphonsus Davis. In third, Bridgeport Smith. In fourth. So the man from St. John's Road, St. Catherine High, with the early lead. Thompson from Port Antonio will come into the straight in second place. Alphonsus Davis, Sanjay Dunkley in third. As the Calabar trio now will come forward. Audley Thompson from Port Antonio up there too. So St. Catherine with the lead. Stephen Smith, he opens up quite a few meters, but the Calabar duo now goes to work. Smith for St. Catherine holding on, but the group is closing, and the group is closing, including the Calabar duo. Smith losing ground all the time as the Calabar duo now drives forward. Manchester High Salmon down there in the back as well. So into the straight they come. Steve Smith from St. Catherine hanging on by a thread. Into the straight. Calabar now searches forward. Thomas pulls away. Here he comes. It's going to be a Quinella. It's a Calabar Quinella here. While Port Antonio, Alger Thompson takes third. 2 minutes 03.56. Clark with the win. Omarion Clark. 2:03. Thomas second. Ray J. Thomas 2:04.75. For second, that was the second section in the boys class 1, 800 meters. Thompson for Port Antonio third, 2:05.53. So Calabar running as a group, but the top two sorted themselves in the end. Reeling in long-time leader Smith from St. Catherine, who faded badly in the end. Standing by for section C. All right, so we're standing by for section C. The boys class 1, 800 meters. This is going to be a full field. We have the likes of George Robinson from Penwood, Calandro McNeil from Steertown, Kevin Brown, Port Antonio, Rashidi Morrison, Calabar, Kevin Morgan, Port Antonio, Devon Hyde, St. Mary Technical, D. White Leslie, St. Mary Technical, Omaria Nation, B.B. Coke, David Poyser, Sidney Pagan, Claire Christie, St. Joseph, Dominic Drysdale, Morant Bay, Orlando Higgins, Alphonsus Davis, and Sebastian Spence, Richport. They have not yet left the call area. They are doing so now, as we get prepared for section C, the boys class 1, 800 meters. A lovely afternoon here for track and field action. And while the sun is out, conditions are cool. If you have just joined us, welcome again. We are here at the Camperdown Classics, the 18th staging of the event, right here on Stride Vision TV. And of course, this is part of the Stride Vision TV series for 2023. Glad to have you on board. Special shout out to all our 21,000 or so viewers that would have joined us today. All right, so on they go. George Robinson from Penwood on the inside, and Calabars. Rashidi Morrison, the one to watch. St. Mary Devon Hyde will want to do justice for the Eastern champions as Hyde comes across for St. Mary. Coming over as well is Higgins.
Audio check 1, 2, 3. Checking audio. Checking audio.
So
Sebastian Spence.
Rashidi Robinson from Morrison from Calabar biding his time there. And into the straight they come.
Audio check 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
For the first time.
We're not ready yet, but we're doing a test.
Hyde from St. Mary High with the lead. As the group closes in. Passing just about the bell lap comes up. And the man from BB Coke continues to lead. And Sidney Pagan, David Poyser comes up. While Rashidi Morrison from Calabar now goes into another gear. Into the straight on the final back straight for the final time. And leading is the man from Bridgeport now. He moves forward, Sebastian Spence. Spence continues to take them home at the 200 meters to come mark. Bridgeport Spence is holding on.
Seems to be the man with the key.
Still with the lead. The man from Bridgeport into the straight. Spence from Bridgeport closing again. Is Nation from BB Coke. He drives forward. He pulls away. Here he comes. BB Coke.
So Nation wins it. Leslie will be second.
Leslie takes second for St. Mary Technical. And Spence from Bridgeport, who made a dash for it earlier, had to settle for third. But Nation from BB Coke, St. Elizabeth with the win. 2 minutes 03.16. And Dwight Fraser standing by with an interview for us.
Thanks so much, Raj, as you join us at trackside, where we're standing by to speak with somebody from the organizing committee. It is Sasha Gay Walters, and of course she's a member, as we said before, of the organizing committee of the Camperdown Classic in the year of our Lord 2023. How are you doing, Sasha?
I am good. A bit tired, but I am good.
Welcome to the areas of Stride Vision TV.
Pleasure to be here with you.
You know, as a past student, a former teacher, and now a member of the organizing committee, certainly if I caught you, I should find the blue and red blood.
Definitely, and I've been a part of the organizing committee from 2004. So I've been there from its inception.
The meet was not held back in 2021, sorry, as a result of the pandemic. So how many years we're running with the Camperdown Classic?
This is our 18th staging. We tried in 2021, but it was just too many. With all of what is happening with COVID-19, we just could not execute the meet. So we took a decision as a committee not to host in 2021. But this year is our 18th staging. Last year, our 17th staging had no spectators. So we are pleased that we are back with our spectators.
Definitely too, because in a time when many companies and or individuals are recovering from the situation of the pandemic some 2-3 years ago, you still manage as a member of the organizing committee and Camperdown itself to pull these level of sponsorship of which you could tell us about.
Yes, definitely. Our past students plays a major role in this. As a matter of fact, half of our sponsorship list is for past students. I'm going to go through our list. We have Grace Foods and Western Sports, who are our titled sponsor. We also have Sports Development Foundation, who is our associate sponsors. And then we have Digicel Jamaica, Niche Financing, Kingston Bookshop, Premier Optical, Errol Biles, a former sprinter. And
former sprinter champion.
Yes, did well. We honored him a few years ago. We have Mail Pack, we have Full Circle, who is a group of past students, past athletes. We have ADD Enterprises, a past student and a past athlete. Rainbow Awnings, we have Agent Sasko. We have Clarence Richards, he's also a past student and past athlete. We honored him a few years ago as well. Andy Midas King, Castak, that's our past student association. We have Adlib Studio, who is also a past student, and we have RS Foundation from India, who donated our medals. And this is their second year doing it.
Look at that. So, in these tough times, you managed to pull at least 24 sponsors.
Yes, and an overseas sponsor. So.
How happy are you that the meet is back, though, and that you have this level of support from the schools in the corporate area and out of town?
We are excited. We expected it because of what we were hearing coming into the meet. But usually, Camperdown Classic is one of those meets with at least 1,000 athletes. And this year, initially, we surpassed 2,000. But when we fine-tune and remove the duplicates, it was still almost 2,000, 1,700 and something. I don't remember the exact figure, but that was astonishing to us because we were not expecting that. We had to print numbers late. We expected at least 1,500 because we're saying everybody's coming back and things like that, but we did not expect to go over the 1,500. So we are pleased with that.
How happy are you too that the meet is being streamed live here on Stride Vision TV, a television part?
We are exceptionally glad about that. Last year, Stride Vision approached us and they offered a good sponsorship to us, and this year they came back again, and we're like family now, I must say. So thank you, Stride Vision, for supporting, and you are one of our best sponsors because without you, we would not reach those at home. So we really appreciate that.
Of course, you reach those at home and abroad.
Right. I was saying home and living rooms tents.
and I'm truly happy too that Stride Vision is on board to support the meet. And we get set now to throw it back to Roger in just a little while. Roger Hasfall is standing by, but also too, just let me add that this meet being a qualifier for Boys and Girls Athletics Championship, you're happy for that as well, right?
Yes, I am. We are happy about that. Our meet is normally run clean, and so far we're having some good performances, and we're seeing the competitiveness, and we appreciate that.
Right. So Roger Hasfall is standing by, and Roger will be getting ready for the 800 meters, which is on track. And it is the 800 meters class 2 boys. Bearing in mind, though, here the Camperdown Classic, that's a qualifier for champs. Roger Asphalt, it's all yours.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome once again. And this is the field including Ascot, Aquan Johnson, St. Mary High, Section E, the boys class 1, 800 meters.
So Section E of the class 1
and
boys, 800 meters.
At the top there is Little from St. Thomas Technical out there. In the middle, it's Hyde from St. Mary High.
Antoine Dove of Petersfield.
Antoine Dove of Petersfield up there as well.
St. Thomas Technical's Roderick Husen.
So Roderick Husen from St. Thomas Technical.
Was momentarily in second.
Coming into the straight.
So Dove of Petersfield.
So this is the man from Petersfield taking them into the straight.
This seems to be Antoine Witter.
But coming in now is Antoine Witter from Magati, taking them past the bell lap into the straight on the bottom curve. Witter takes them with 300 meters. Witter from Magati shows the way. Dove in second place, passing the marathon tunnel. Just about 200 meters. Antoine Witter, the others hopelessly left behind. Witter is pulling away all the time. A group is developing to battle for second. Dove, Petersfield holding on for that. But driving forward now is another Petersfield youngster in Reed, driving forward. But look at the man go from Magati. Here he comes. 1 minute 57.75 for the man from Magati High, Antoine Witter. 1 minute 57.75. The winning time, the flash time that is.
Where is Kenya College?
Kenya College.
Okay, see the matter, African. Kenya College.
All right, so they're off and running, and the man from Bel Air takes the early initiative. It's a loaded field here. Alphonsus Davis, Tyrone Thompson out there on the outer. Comes across. And it's early days here.
800 meters on the way.
LaVar Barrett from St. Mary High.
Tristan Green in the pool green. He leads
And
at the moment.
Tristan O'Brien Green from Bel Air up there at the top curve for the first time. A lot of green and yellows in this race.
Christian of BB Cope.
Christian from BB Cope now joins as a group, comes forward.
Showing Ashman.
So there's Ashman from Manchester and Oliphant, the top two, the two from Manchester. And behind them is the man from Jamaica College, Markel Mills.
Green of Bel Air in charge.
Green continues to hold that lead.
Looking to join him at the front. And
But
go
there is
behind him.
the Manchester man moving forward now.
Ashman of Manchester High.
So
In the mix, JC's Mills
Oliphant
is there as well.
from Manchester leads. Mills from Jamaica College comes into the picture as the group remains
Manchester High. Then BB Cope
in a chase.
follows suit.
Markel Mills from Jamaica College now goes after
Is Andre
the man from
200 meters to run.
Manchester, Oliphant.
Manchester High.
Oliphant now. But Mills is pulling forward. Mills from Jamaica College. Oliphant is holding on for Manchester. It's going to be a sprint into the straight. Oliphant holds on. Mills tries to catch him for Jamaica College. But Oliphant found something extra. Rapidly closing on the inside there is Green again. And this is the man crossing the line. Oliphant from Manchester. 2:04.94 ahead of Mills from Jamaica College. And Green, who made the early running from Bel Air, 2:04.90.
One more section to come now. In the Class 1 boys 800 meters, the event sponsored by Digicel. Reminding you that the senior
And in fact, this was the other youngster in Ashman from Manchester with the win.
800 meters.
2:04.67. Mills from Jamaica College second, 2:07.11.
For men. And then, of course, we have the two invitational meters, starting with the women, and then the men, and then we end with the boys 4x4 relay open.
And of course, we
Next
thank our
event.
sponsors once again, Grace Foods. Niche Match Financing, that's Niche Financing.
Waffle Davis, Glenmore.
Premier Optical,
Franklin Taylor, Fogo Road. Traffic Bacchus, Calabar. Kemario Bygrave, Jamaica College. Shadeen Smith, Calabar. Jevor Murray, Calabar. Kiwarne Fletcher, Calabar. Kendall Frew, Jamaica College. Omarion Davis, Jamaica College. Omarion Davis has been pulling up for the past couple of meets for Jamaica College, as he's listed here to run again. As they go to their marks. So Jamaica College having about 5 or 6 athletes in this event. As coming up later on, we'll be having the 100 meters and so on. So there's a lot of running left for the afternoon. The group is tight here in this early goings in this section G of the boys class 1, 800 meters. It's going to be a tussle between Jamaica College and Calabar. Jamaica College having the lights of Kemaria Bygrave, Kendall Frew, Omarion Davis, Nicholas Power.
So
this is going to be
Class 1 boys 800 meters on the
a Jamaica College power race. Calabar will have other ideas though. Candale Frew, Bygrave, Power, Davis takes them past
It's actually Omarion Davis in third.
the bell lap. Davis holds on for third. Remember, the past couple of weeks he has been pulling up. As the top two now go at it, KMR, Kendall Frew. As the JC Power duo moves forward. Frew leads for Jamaica College.
So it seems to be Bygrave and Frew.
Kemaria Bygrave. Kendall Frew, the man from Calabar, will try to spoil things there for the old home. Fletcher, that is.
Into the straightaway now.
And Bygrave now steps forward. Frew. It's going to be a Jamaica College Quinella. Kemaria Bygrave crosses the line. Frew seconds. 1 minute 52.82. 1 minute 52.82. Jamaica College taking the top 2 spots. The others down the pack. Ambleton,
So that should give you an
Power,
idea
and so on.
as to how good that time
It's a
is
strong group for Jamaica College.
in the context of things.
But 1 minute 52.82 is the fastest time of the day.
We have a result for you, the boys class 2 high jump. The winner, Dejante Lewis of Calabar, 1.65 meters.
1 minute 52 is the winning time there for the man from Jamaica College. That was a powerful field
1.65 meters.
there from Jamaica College.
And a three-way tie for third.
1 minute 52.67 or 57 for Bygrave.
Patrick Brown, St. Jago, and Kamari Ferguson.
Nicholas Power takes second at the Jamaica College
60 meters. We ask those
group takes a photo. So we stand by for the 400 meters for senior men.
Event not finished.
As we have just seen the completion of the 800 meters. We have a number of events to come today for the remainder of the afternoon. We have the 400 meters.
So the next event on track will be the senior men's
400 meters for senior men. Then there is the 100 meters for classes 4 down to 1. And then
First one on track.
we'll also have
momentarily.
the 60 meters invitational sprint for men as Jamaica senior athletes prepare for the indoor season. And of course, the event will close out with the traditional 4x400 meters relay. We expect fireworks there as the wind fiercely blows away some of the blocks at the starting area. Good afternoon to you again, wherever you're joined us from. I am Roger Haspel. For now, standing by is Mr. Dwight Fraser, who will take in short order. But it's a senior men 400 meters, the next event on track.
In the senior men's 400 meter, Roger, here is where some of the senior athletes make their debut, using these development meets as a springboard. As you said before, World Indoor, the World Championship in Hungary, and several other meets.
Yes, and especially, you know, a lot of the athletes will be competing in indoors. You know, 60 meters is an indoor event, and hence the addition of that a little later
these
on.
development meets, yes. We saw Elaine Thompson-Era opening up her season at the Queen's Grace Jackson meet. Today, Brianna Williams expected to run in that invitational women's 60 meters.
Right, yes. So
and Johan Blake as well.
Johan Blake expected to compete here again as well this evening.
Yeah.
So,
as well as Akeem Blake.
There'll be a treat for you viewers on Strivision TV for the remainder of the afternoon and evening session.
We saw some good running though, Roger, in the 800 meters.
We are having just about 2,100 of you viewing us right now as we speak. Special afternoon to you. So far, we have just about 26,000 viewers so far today. Pleasure having you. Continue to support Strivision TV in our quest to bring you first-class coverage of track and field action.
Of the men's 400 meters.
This is the men's 400 meters, and Lerone Morgan from Legacy.
As Lerone Morgan of Legacy Athletics.
He takes charge from Legacy Athletics. There's Michael Chin from Camperdown. There's also some masters are in the event as well.
Just about 200 meters left in this one on the outside.
So Lerone Morgan from Legacy Athletics. Legacy, of course, is the offshoot of Calabar High School. On the inside is Michael Chin from Calabar, Camperdown. And Lerone Morgan from Legacy Athletics. Chin tries to close the gap. On the outside is Richard Faulkner as a senior. But Lerone Morgan from Legacy Athletics. And crossing the line, Morgan in a time that we'll want to hopefully forget soon.
If that time 56.76 is correct, it's a very good time, I would say.
And
56.52
they battled a very strong headwind into the straight. The athletes have been battling the wind all morning, but that was a Masters event.
No medics needed at the end of it, thankfully.
Section A. So another Masters event coming up.
3 4x100 meters. First, Calabar, 44.47. Second, Jamaica College, 44.65. And third, Woolworths, 44.74. Fourth was Pernicourt, fifth, St. Jago, and sixth, Kingston College. We asked the first 3 places to present yourselves to the presentation area as soon as possible.
Section B of the men's 400 meters.
We have Tajay Antonio Parker coming up. Matthew Marston, Roisin Richards, David Buckham, Zane McFarlane, Rakesh Buckridge, and Antoine Williams. This is another senior men event.
For Section B, in lane 7 from Speeders Track Club, Rakesh Buckridge. Lane 6 from Legacy Athletics, by way of Grenada,
Right, so
Zane McFarlane. In lane 5 from
standing by,
Track Club, by
Section
way of Canada,
B.
David Buckham. In lane 3, running unattached, Matthew Marston. And in lane 2, also running unattached, Tashay Parker. The lineup for Section B of the men's 400 meters.
I reverse it back.
So they go to their marks. 5 competitors. We have Buckridge from Speeders, Zane McFarlane Legacy by way of Grenada, swept David Buckham by way of Canada.
5 listed in this one for Section B.
And there's Matthew Marston and Parker.
He starts strongly in the bright red, running out of lane number 5, representing Swept Track Club.
So David Buckham
just on his right is Zane
running for
McFarlane of Legacy
Swept
Athletics.
Track Club out of Canada,
Pulling away from the field, Tashay Parker on the
while
inside.
Zane McFarlane
Running unattached
representing
today.
Legacy Athletics by way of Grenada. The top 2 Eastern Caribbean islands represented. So Buckham from Swept, slightly with the lead. McFarlane from Grenada and Legacy. He comes forward. He has the strength. But Buckham still holding on with the win. 50.11. McFarlane second. And Parker third. 50.11 is your flash time. 49.84 for David Buckham, representing Swept Track Club out of Canada. So if you have just joined us, good afternoon to you again. And we're here at the 18th staging of the Camperdown Classics, part of the Trivision TV Athletic Series for 2023.
The first 3 places, Jabbar Thomas, Javon Cephas, and Alvin Angus to report to the presentation area.
See on track now, men's 400 meters. In lane 7 from Legacy Athletics, Jordan Bernard.
All right, so
lane 6 from Excelsior Community College, Sonny Gordon.
your next competitors on track: John Bernard from Legacy Athletics, Asuni Gordon from Exeter, Orlando Bennett, Racers Track Club,
Lane 3 from Swept Track Club, Akeem Williams.
Orlando Bennett.
And in lane number 2, the 2022 NAGAT Championships 200 meters
From
finalist,
hurdling fame,
Titans Track Club,
Tevin Dunn, Legacy Athletics,
Darian Skerritt. That's the lineup for
Akeem
Section C of
Williams,
men's 400 meters. Mr. Sartor.
and Dorian Skerritt by way of St. Kitts. So they go to their marks. 6 will face a starter here. In the set position,
Here for Orlando Bennett.
Bennett
Coming out of lane number 5.
running well. of 110-meter hurdles fame.
Inside that Skerritt of Titans Track Club.
Skerritt running well for Titans. On the outside there is Bernard, Gordon and Bennett. Bennett still leads. But there's a group that is closing. Williams from swept.
Skerritt on the inside also.
Skerritt from the inside. And here he comes. Darian Skerritt into the straight. He comes home all alone. He's representing Titans. Darian Skerritt by way of St. Kitts. He's driving forward. Darian Cassin Skerritt wins. 49.53 the flash time.
49.53 is a flash
49.53 remains the flash time for the man from St. Kitts. Darian Skerritt. 49.26. Dunn from Legacy takes second, 51.31, and Bennett, who led in the early stages, 51.93 for Orlando Bennett.
And all the result for you, the boys 4x100
Your 110-meter
class 2.
hurdler.
First, Calabar, 41.66 seconds.
Stepping up with some strength work today.
42.5.
He's representing racers.
And third, Calabar B, 42.88.
Section D coming up.
Fifth, Herbert Morrison, and sixth, Manchester High. So once again, we ask representatives from Calabar, Jamaica College A, and Calabar B
Javon Thomas.
to the presentation area.
Ashani Smith.
So on track now, section D in lane 8.
All right, so let's start over. We have Quasi Wright from Striders, Jamali Ferguson Striders, the top two out there. Kemar Davis, Titans. There's
Made that lane 6, sorry. From Titans Track Club, Kemar Davis.
There is
lane 4 from
4.
Legacy Athletics,
Jordan Jarrett.
And in lane 3.
And there is Ashani Smith from Titans.
Track Club, Ashani Smith.
So those are your 5 competitors. As they go to their marks. Section D, senior men, 400 meters. Off and running. And Smith runs out well for Titans. On the outside there's Wright from Striders. Ferguson also of Striders. Davis from Titans.
Davis of Titans Track Club in lane 6.
Davis looks good at the 200 meters mark.
Smith also there running out of lane number 3.
Kemar Davis from Titans. Still looking good. Jamali Ferguson from Striders. Into the straight they come. Davis takes them there. But beside him is Ferguson, who's going to give him a challenge. Ferguson steps forward. Closing on the inside there is Smith. But Jamali Ferguson is holding on. Showing strength to cross the line. 51.07. Smith from Titans second.
Ahead of his teammate,
So
Ashani Smith.
Jamali Ferguson from Striders Academy with the win in the section D. 51.28. Jarrett from Legacy second, 52.11. Davis Titans, who led for most of the way, faded into third. Completion there, 52.39 for Kemar Davis, taking third place. Section D, the men, senior men, 400 meters.
Section E on track now.
So section E coming up.
In lane 6 from Racers Track Club.
So we have
Kevin Stone. Lane
6
4 from
listed,
Petersfield, Romario Stewart.
but there are
Lane
only
3 from
5.
Legacy Athletics, Warren Tucker. And in lane 2 from St. Andrew Technical,
5 listed.
Shivani Brown.
So we have Kevin Stone from Racers
Just joining the party.
Giovanni Davis from Legacy.
Giovanni Davis of Legacy Athletics.
Romario Strutt. Petersfield. Warren Tucker, Legacy. And Giovanni Jaheem Brown from St. Andrew Technical, Section E. 5 facing the starter here. In the men's 400 meters. The starter put them down on their marks in the set position and off they go. So Stone gets up well for racers. Davis follows him. Stone takes the early initiative. Javon Davis from Legacy. Tucker from Legacy. But Davis tracks Stone on the outside, who continues to show them the way. Kevin Stone from Racers will take them into the straight in front. Kevin Stone from Racers. Davis from Legacy in second. Tucker tries to close. And Davis is now closing. Davis now sweeps by Kevin Stone to win. 48.22.
42 the time on the clock.
For the man from Racers Track Club.
49.57
From Legacy, I beg your pardon, Javon Davis. 49.57 the official time. Second, Stone, 49.84. Strutt from Petersfield, third, 50.85.
Section F coming up shortly.
So, quite a few 400 meters for senior men coming up. We have about 2 more sections to come.
Arian Kadam, Roadway Solutions Sports Foundation, that's from India. In lane 3, Racers Track Club, Cool Graham.
So your listed competitors.
Rashawn Clark,
We have
Track Club.
in this event last year's Boys Championships 400 meter hurdler winner
In lane 6,
Russian Clark,
Nicholas of Swept Track
now
Club.
representing Swept.
In lane 7, Jacob Alexander.
Clark would have anchored the Camperdown to victory at the Penn Relays last year in the 4x100 meters in an epic duel between themselves and Jamaica College, winning by 100th of a second.
Thank you. Lane 7, Jacob Alexander of Lake Ridge High School. And it should be lane 8, Marcus Hutchinson.
Russian Clark, the Carifta champion as well. 400, but he's now running the 400 meters. So 4 will face the starter. You have the likes of Hutchinson, Alexander from Lake Ridge High School, Tariq Dakers.
As we say, welcome to Orion Kadam.
Off and running.
Of Roadway Solutions Sports Foundation.
Aaron
The field
Kadam
here has Rashawn
in.
Clark, the 2022 World Under 20 400 meter hurdles bronze medalist.
Clark goes to work early. And the former Camperdown man is motoring along on the back straight. 200 meters. And the World Under 20 bronze medalist in the 400 hurdles is showing the way. Here he comes at the top curve into the straight. Clark leads. His 400 meter hurdle strength will do him justice in this race. And here he is now finding something extra. Motors along. 47.50 for Rashawn Clark of Swept Track Club, formerly of Camperdown, and the World Under 20 400 meter hurdles bronze medalist, and the 4x100 meters Penn Relays champion for Camperdown for 2022.
50.33 in second, Alexander 50.38 in third.
Afternoon stroll there for Rashawn Clark, 47. 49.23. Biles second, 49.33.
The men's 400 meters.
Dominic Biles running out of the United States. Dominic Biles.
Blaine Buckle, UWI Mona. In lane 2, Ashley Wilson of Titans Track Club. In lane 3, Jarnell Hughes, Racers Track Club.
So,
in lane 5,
a strong field here
Legacy Athletics.
in this men's event, Section G. We have some well-known names. Malik James King, formerly of Calabar, now of Titans. Antonio Watson, formerly of Petersfield, a world youth champion back in 2018. Antonio Cox, also of Racers, formerly of Calabar. Anthony Carpenter, formerly of Calabar Legacy. Javier Brown, formerly of Jamaica College, now at Racers. Zarnell Hughes, the man from Britain, representing Racers Track Club, formerly of Kingston College. He still holds the 100 meters record here at the Boys Championships. We have Asheen Wilson and Blaine Buckle, your other competitors. Oh. So there was a second gun.
Some big names in this one. 2022 European 200 meters gold medalist in Zarnell Hughes. The 2022 World Championship 4x4 silver medalist in Anthony Cox is there. The 2017 World Under 18 400 meters gold medalist in Watson is there. The 2018 World Under 18 400 meter hurdles finalist is also there in Malik James King. And the man who had a very purple patch last season, Asini Wilson, is in the mix too. Mr. Sartor, it's over to you.
So I think Carpenter has been axed from the event. So Carpenter has been taken out for that early sprint out of the blocks. And they're off this time. Zarnell Hughes sprints out. Antonio Watson. Malik James King. Anthony Cox. Zarnell Hughes though with the step on the field. Passing the marathon tunnel. Zarnell Hughes. World champion formerly of Great Britain. Antonio Watson showing great strength. Zarnell Hughes with the lead. Cox is coming into the picture. Antonio Watson on the outside. And into the straight they come. Antonio Watson now showing great strength. Cox on the inside. Watson on the outside. Hell for leather. Antonio Watson wins. Cox second. Zarnell Hughes third. 46.90. The flash time for the former world youth champion Antonio Watson, formerly of Petersfield, now of Racers Track Club. 46.63. Cox 46.63. 68. And Malik James King third, 47.90. Edging out Zarnell Hughes, 47.93 for fourth. So Hughes made most of the running. But in the end, Antonio Cox showing great strength to hold off Anthony Cox for the victory in this final section of the men's 400 meters. As I'll be taking my leave of absence in another 5 or so minutes, as they are standing by for the boys 100 meters class 4 as Dwight Fraser stands by. And Dwight, what a date has been so far?
Certainly, Roger. I mean, from the girls this morning when we saw Kishiro running the fastest time this season over 800 meters. So Alphonsus Davis doing well in the middle distances. To Heidel looking like a school possessed in the sprints. To Calabar and Jamaica College in the boys. It has been an awesome day so far. The seniors getting their debut, Roger, and then to come later on, we still have a Brianna Williams and still have Ewan Blake. It's going to be special.
And for the Calabar fans, definitely your Class 3 and Class 2 sprinters are looking quite awesome. You also have some good 800-meter runners, and you also have good hurdlers. So Calabar will no doubt be making up some noise this year, and the Calabar fans will no doubt be happy to hear that they'll be making up some noise this year.
Indeed. Raymond Casey Graham did say, Roger, that Calabar will be going after some serious points this year at Champs. But Raymond Casey Graham said, you can quote me. He said it this morning. Kingston College will win Champs. He made a prediction like that back in 2017.
Based on what we are seeing, it is clear that Kingston College might have the deepest team this year. Sometimes, there is many a slip between the cup and the lip. The KC faithfuls will say that will not happen this year. But no doubt, yes. The Kingston College team has been showing great depth so far. And, it's just left to be seen how the athletes will shape up in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. I mean,
because, the Gibson race is coming up in another 2 weeks.
Right.
And then sometime you'll take a cue from what happens from there on in.
Well, Roger Haswell certainly would have seen many a boys and girls athletics championship.
Yes. I would have been, my earliest recollection of boys and girls champs was the very year when Kingston College and Calabar had their fracas here in the National Stadium. That was my very first memory of
would that be 86?
That would have been, I think, 1981. That was my earliest recollection of champs. Of course, there are many seniors ahead of me, but many will say I'm a youngster.
Yes.
But that was my very first recollection of champs just before I attended high school. Was preparing to go to high school back then, and would have been getting
a taste of the action.
The relevant information at what high school life was like. Of course, I went to high school a couple of years later, but that was my earliest recollection of champs. It was the fracas between Calabar and
that was what, 85?
81.
81,
yes.
Antonio Watson winning the race just now, the men's 446.17. And somebody asks about Anthony Cox as to which track club he's representing. It's Racers Track Club.
So the Glen Mills coach Racers coming out in their numbers this evening here, showing great numbers in the 400 meters.
And Zarnell Hughes.
Zarnell Hughes, 200 meter, 100 meter sprinter.
47.93 finished fourth.
Of course, he still holds the record
at boys
for
champs.
The boys champs 100 meters.
That's what, 10.01?
10.12.
10.12, yeah.
And of course, remember that epic duel between himself and Javon Mincy, representing Bogwalk at the time.
Yeah, although there's a distinction between having the record at 10.12 but belonging to another jurisdiction.
Well, he represented Kingston College, so that's it. But
irrespective of his nationality?
Yeah,
yes.
Not a problem.
Not a problem.
I mean, we have had the youngster from Monroe who also represented.
Yes, Delano
yeah. Williams,
yes.
Yeah, Delano, and also there's Michelle Blake, formerly of Jamaica College, who represented Great Britain as well.
And we could speak to the Africans who have represented Kingston College too.
And quite a few nationalities are representing different schools this year. We've seen Afamba from Homewood Technical, out of Uganda,
running for Homewood girls.
I hear that there are some Cubans here as well. Not want to burst the bubble here on Strive Vision TV, but yes, look out for some Cuban athletes in the short order here. Of course, they have athletes from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts, Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Guyana.
So it's a melting pot.
And I have absolutely no problem with it at all.
So the class for boys, 100 meters. We have a lineup on our schedule, but we're not too sure if that's the one because this is showing at least 12 competitors. Should be a David Broadbell there in Bridgeport in lane 2. Beside him also too from Bridgeport should be Taj O'Neill Coley. From Bridgeport to Daquan Lemonius in 3. Chad Brown of Calabar should be in 4. Or make that lane 8. In lane 5 should be one Tay Hamilton of Camperdown. In lane 6, we don't have athlete registered for lane 6. And in lane 8 should be Taj O'Neill Coley of Bridgeport. And you saw what I was mentioning earlier, Roger, about the break in the start. There was a problem with the timing system. Some race had to be called back. So some races had to be called back.
Yes, earlier, yeah. Yeah, well, issues there are, but the meet go on nonetheless.
Yeah. Haven't gotten any word, though, from the Milo Western relay over there at GC Foster College. Raymond Casey Graham did say that he'll be able to give us some info insofar as the 4x1 clash is concerned, as we look at the two sisters from Camperdown, one of whom competed last year. I think it was Brittany Anderson who competed last year at the World Championship in Cali, Colombia.
So the first section on the way. Shed Brown of Calabar on the outside.
So the first section was actually on the way as we spoke. 12:53.
12.53 seconds, the winning time.
So a 1-2 for Calabar.
Meters per second at the wind speed. 13.14 the time adjusted for.
So Brown 12:28 of Calabar, the winner. It was Ched Brown of Calabar and Darby second of Calabar. 15. I'll tell you the second place finisher in just a while. Darby 13.14, the winner of Calabar, and Brown. So we go into another section quickly. So the result coming through officially now. Ched Brown, the winner, Calabar, 12:28. Second, Ian Darby, Calabar, 13.14. And third, Aiden Alexander Phillips of Jamaica College, 13.18. So only 3 athletes in this race, and seem to be one Ty Halliman of Camperdown and Kingston College's Joshua Lewin.
So that's Taj O'Neill Coley.
Seems to be Tyler Morgan, might have won it from Jamaica College.
That was Tyler Morgan of Jamaica College. 12.63.
So Tyler Morgan, your winner, Jamaica College.
0.4 meters per second.
As we get set, now they'll be running these races thick and fast, Roger. As we move up now to section C. So Tyler Morgan, 12.63 the winner. One Ty Hamilton, Camperdown second, 12.84. And third, Joshua Lewin, Kingston College, 13.64. So Christoph Bigelow, Arden in 1. Lee Michael Henry, Arden in 2. So away they go. First time of asking. And it's Jamaica College.
Jamaica College.
The athlete getting up on his toes, 12 seconds flat. the flash time.
Wind speed negative 3.0 meters per second, and first that's Dennis 11.76
So Dennis 11.76.
of Jamaica College.
It was Dennis of Jamaica College, the winner. The time now is 11.76 for Dennis. Boyd, 12.30 seconds, finished second in that event. And as we speak, section D is already on the track. So only 4 competitors in this one.
And in lane 4, Kemal Johnson of York Castle.
So York Castle's Kemar Johnson having very little to do and just shutting it down at about 90 meters to come across the line. 12.55 seconds of flash time, 12.27 seconds for Johnson.
12.27 adjusted time for Johnson of York Castle. And 12.82 for Forrest of Tatius Golding.
So we get set now to go into section D. Don't have the full draw for lanes just yet. As we say, special thanks to Roger Haspel himself, who will be running off and hopefully be joining us later on. So Matthews of Calabar will take this one, 12.90. 12.90 the flash time. So Matthews 12.64, Hendricks second 13.11, and Henry third 13.28.
Negative 3.10 meters per second. 13.11 for Hendricks, who was second.
Which puts us now to another section. Mark Daniel Allen Wilmers in 1. In 2 beside him, Cameron Williams, Jamaica College. And in lane 7 is Renard Bygrave, Tishos Golden. In lane 8 from St. Mary's Technical, Coron is Skirvin. So away they go. And on the inside, it seems to be Wilmers Mark Daniel Allen looking strong, but on the outside too, Skirvin of St. Mary Technical. Holding on to win it though is Wilmers boys, Mark Daniel Allen. Don't see a flash time for him, as the clock wasn't running for the spectators here at the National Stadium. And so we'll wait to see what will come up on the clock. But from our estimation, it seems as if it was Mark Daniel Allen of Wilmers would have won it. So again, there's an issue with the timing system. I suppose they might be sorting that out in just a bit before the next event gets underway on the track. So away they go. This is now section E, where the Brian Minley, Manchester High, he's leading all comers on the outside from Herbert Morrison, David Wallace, but Wallace won't get there in time. 13.75.
Ahead of Wallace,
so
Morrison. So that's Minley.
So Brian Minley, 12.10. Minley from Manchester High, your winner. And a second in the event from Herbert Morrison, David Wallace, 12.18. Quickly moving over to section F. In lane 1 should be Donovan Chambers of Bridgeport. In 2, J. Alex Henry, Greater Portmore. From front court, Omar Dowan runs out of lane 3. In lane 4, John Aaron Spence, Herbert Morrison. In lane 5, Jamaica College's Gregory Williams. In 6, Perry Radway, Manchester. In 7, Jamal Williams, Dintil. And in lane 8, Usain Bernard from Petersfield. The last Usain ran for Jamaica is now a world record holder over 100 meters at 9.58 seconds, done back in 2009 Berlin. And Spence it is of Herbert Morrison.
Second in lane 1, Donovan Chambers of Bridgeport. Flash time 12.44.
So 12.16 the time rounded down to now for Spence.
12.16 for Spence. Wind speed
So the
negative 1.60 meters per second.
So the race is now running quick and brisk. Jamaica College's Cheyenne Barrett runs in 1. In lane 2, Jeremiah McCorrine, Port Antonio. In 3, Ordinale Bryan, Tatius Golden. In 4, David McCarthy, Mavis Bank. In 5, Fitzroy Harris, Robert Morrison. In lane 6, Delton Roden, St. Mary High. In lane 7, should be Kurt Koff-Wilmers and Jaden Johnson, Bridgeport in 8. So where they go. First time of asking. We look to the middle of the track. Immediately, Fitzroy Harris of Herbert Morrison looking good. Also to on his shoulder from St. Mary, Delton Roden. But pulling away is Harris of Herbert Morrison. The flash time, 12.72.
Flash time 12.72 seconds. Wind speed negative 4.1 meters per second.
So Roden finished second, 12.85. But there was no mistake in getting the winner, Fitzroy Harris. 12.43. In H, the next event on the track, 100 meters class 3 boys. In lane 1, Ajani Danville Wilmers. In 2, Shamar Malcolm Wilmers. Running out of lane 3, Ricolli Keys, Sydney Pagan Agricultural High School. From Campion College, Nazir McMorris in 4. In lane 5, Tyreek Morgan, Sydney Pagan. In 6, from Happy Grove, Shane Francis out in the east. Bridgeport's Alexandra McGaw runs in lane 7. And in lane 8, Byron Walker of Calabar. So only lane 2 vacant at the moment. First time of asking, looking strong, the athlete of Calabar, Byron Walker, ran out of the blocks. My word, from gun to tape. Let's look at the time. My gosh, 11.61. We'll make a note of that.
Flash time 11.61.
Walker, 11.35.
Negative 3.2.
Byron Walker didn't walk out of the blocks. He ran out of it.
11.36 for Walker, Matt Morris.
What great foot speed. And as myself and Roger had the discussion earlier on that Calabar should be making up some noise, and some quality noise too, at Boys Champs this year. 11.35 for Byron Walker. We'll make a note of that. Class 3 boys 100 meters. Move to another section quickly. Seem to be Ebanks of Bridgeport out there in lane 2. Or make that Wilmer's Omari Thomas. Thomas 12.36. This is the 100 meters for class 3 boys.
Negative 1.60.
The fastest time recorded so far was by Byron Walker. 11.35 Calabar. That's the standard or the best time so far, or the time to beat, depending on how you look at it. should be going now into section J.
Section J on the track.
In lane 1 from Denby High, Jamie Brown. In lane 2, Ramir Bryan of Morant Bay. In 3, Sajita Francis, Greater Portmore. Camperdown, Joshua Lewis runs in 4. Azrael Allen, Kingston College in 5. Watch Azrael Allen. In 6, Davian Riley, front court. In 7, Rayon Black, Denby. And in 8, Rodney Evans of Denby. So Denby having 3 competitors, lanes 1, 7 and 8.
Seems to have been a faulty start.
So with none of the athletes scratched for this one, seems as if it was a faulty start. And so now they get back to their mark. Into the set position, away they go. The athlete of Denby, Jamie Brown, got up well, but in the middle of the track from front court, Riley.
Lane 5 up there first, that's Azrael Allen of Kingston College.
But it seems it was Azrael Allen of Kingston College, not wearing the traditional purple. 11:94 is time. One of few athletes on the 12 seconds this afternoon. Now in section K, in lane 1, should be Macario Morrison, Manchester High. In 2, Demetrius Scott, Arden. In 3, Kenrick Allison, Mount St. Joseph Catholic. In 4, Javon McCoy, front court. Running out of lane 5, Campion College, Tyler Samuels. Taylor Wint of Greater Portmore runs in 6. And away they go. The athlete, Mount St. Joseph, Kenrick Allison, walked out of the block, but in the middle of the track. It seems as if this is Javon McCoy of front court. 11:66 the flash time for McCoy. Demonstrating some kind of quality that he is the real McCoy. 11:84. Javon McCoy.
Front court.
So we're just glancing back at the so the time coming up now for Javon McCoy, 11:84. And as I said before, he's one of a few athletes
5 competitors
under 12 seconds.
L.
So 5 competitors in section L, and lane 6 it is. The athlete from
Williams, Glenmure, followed by Nathaniel
Williams of Glenmore, 13:31. And McCoy is of front court in the previous event. I'll be skipping past.
Francis of Wilmers was the winner. Negative 2.10 meters per second. And the winning time 13:05. That's Francis Wilmers 13:05, Dejona Williams, Glenmure 13.3.
So we'll move now into section M, other boys 100 meters event.
13.49.
In lane 1, it should be Andre Dixon of Petersfield. In lane 5, Damar Murray Petersfield. Lane 6, Shadane Lewis Petersfield. And in lane 7, Darren Lewin of St. Catherine. So the races are... Could it be that the races are going too fast? And so the organizers having trouble? And not only catching up, but keeping up and ensuring there's efficiency. So they come back again for this event. Not too sure what it was just now, as the athlete had made maybe about 4 to 5 strides down the track before they were called back. So it's lanes 1, 5, 6, and 7. 4 athletes.
This time.
So seems as it is lane 5, Damar Murray of Petersfield. Murray of Petersfield, 12:25.
Second. Flash time 12.25 seconds. Wind speed
So
0.80 meters per second. And the winning time 11.56 or 11.96. Second Lewis 12.14 miles per
So Murray, your winner?
2.
And Murray is from Petersfield. So we go into section N. Class 3 boys, 100 meters. My oh my. A whole lot still to come. So we give you the draw for lane. Jordan Hodgson of Wilmer's boys runs out of 2.
Section N, 14 of
In
class 3.
lane 3 should be Mark Kilmill of Camperdown. Lenroy Thomas of St. Mary High runs out of lane 4. In lane 5, Alex Hansen, St. Catherine. In 6 is Amery Brown, Robert Morrison. In 7, Nathaniel Dyer, Norman Manley High. Good to see Norman Manley here. And Magaty's Damar Leon Lee runs out of lane 8. Lane 8 vacant at the moment. So they're called to their marks.
First there are 6, now there are 5.
So a good start. We'll look now to the athlete of Robert Morrison, Amir Brown, running there out in lane 6. But on the outside to Magaty's Lee.
And close between Wilmers and Herbert Morrison. Flash time
12.55, Damar Leon Lee. 12.27 the time rounded down to. Negative 1.30 meters per second, the wind reading.
Wind speed negative 1.30 meters per second. Lee 12.27 ground second.
And so the athletes really getting a taste now of good competitive action. We should be going now into section O. Seem to be Antoine Reed of St. Jago in 7. David Campbell of Rossies in 6 beside him. And in lane 5, Zandra Myers of Wilmer's Boys. In 4, Jaden Wallison of Herbert Morrison. So immediately now we look to Wallison, Jaden Wallison, but also to glancing on his shoulders, Antoine Reed of St. Jago, 12.74. The flash time for Reed of St. Jago.
2.60 meters per second.
So the wind
12.47 on St. Jago. Second.
So the wind
12.74.
not as
13.16
heavy as it was earlier on, between say 1:30 to 3:30 thereabout, has somewhat eased a bit. So Reed of St. Jago winning 12:47. Second was Jaden Wollaston, Herbert Morrison 12:74, and Davian Campbell Russies 13:13. This is section P.
The leader, Tishane Garvey, Herbert Morrison.
Garvey of Herbert Morrison will lead them home.
Followed by Wilmot
12:43 the flash time for him.
Second. The flash time 12.43 seconds and the wind speed negative 3.2 meters per second. So that's Garvey of Herbert Morrison, winning time 12.16.
So 12:16
Johnson.
for Garvey. Not too sure if he's in relation to Marcus Garvey, but I suppose he is. So the Calabar fans in the stand cheering on their supporter out at the field events area. The Calabar fans cheering on their Calabar athlete over the long jump area. So one of the athletes got left in the block. But as we look at the athlete running in lane 2, Mattox of St. Mary Technical, 12:79.
Timothy Poirier, Kingston College. 12.79 the flash time, negative 1.80 meters per second. So that's Mattox 12.52, Poirier 13.01, and Napier 13.44.
So we go now into section R. In lane 1 should be Vincent Hamilton, Dintel Technical. In 2, Kadeen Robinson, Jamaica College. In 3, DeAndre Beckford of Happy Grove. In lane 4, Lee Michael Henry, Arden High. So the cheering you're hearing in the background. Look at the athlete of Calabar. Oh, unable to clear the bar this time. His teammate in the previous jump did manage to clear the bar. It'll be interesting to hear exactly where the bar stands, or the height of the bar, if you will. So there's some trouble at the start for these boys.
The winners of the boys 4x100 meters class 3, the triple jump class 1, and the 4x100 class 2 to report to the presentation area.
So some presentation should be going on in just a bit. So 7 athletes in this one. And for the 3rd time the athletes are called back. I'm not sure what's transpiring there. Here is the athlete now of Jamaica College, being unlucky himself in knocking over the bar. Looking at the program in terms of the field events, we'll just verify. We're seeing the high jump 4 class 1, 2, and 3 boys. That will perhaps decipher in just a bit as we have a loaded coverage in terms of camera angles. So So this race has been called back no fewer than half a dozen times. We could be here all night. So eventually it's on the way. And now we look at the athlete of Jamaica College, Kadeen Robinson.
So that's Kadeen Robinson, Jamaica College.
Kadeen Robinson of Jamaica College with a flash time of 12:63.
Michael Henry of Arden.
And Lee Michael Henry of Arden might have finished second. We wait for the confirmation, but 12:35 for Kadeen Robinson.
Jamaica College.
And Henry
Winner here.
finishing second in that event. And Henry, by the way, Lee Michael Henry is of Arden. So we train our eyes over to, or the lens of the camera, to the high jump area. Athlete of St. Jago trying himself to get into the mix of things insofar as clearing this height is concerned, but unfortunate in that attempt. Meet slated to end at 5:15, which means it should end in another 15 minutes, but that won't be so. The athlete there of Calabar, look at him go, running in lane 1, 12:08. It is actually Williams of Calabar.
Negative 0.8 meters per second. So that's Williams 11.81.
So Williams 11:81 for Calabar. It is a class 3 boys 100 meters.
13.06.
Heat. So we'll be going up to section X in the boys class 3 100 meters event.
Full field.
Should be a loaded field. Lane 1 should be Gary Mattox of St. Mary Technical. Kingston College Timothy Poirier running in 2. In 3, Dano Napier of St. Catherine. But
looks like Wilmers, Tajay Williams.
so Tajay Williams of
Mikhail.
So Mikhail of Port Antonio, 12:43.
12.43 flash time, negative 4.40. Mikhail 12.16. Hey, 12.47.
You're watching action from the National Stadium at the Camperdown Classics. Many persons have traveled far and wide to be here as we look now to the high jump section to see the athlete of Jamaica College in action. So E2 will fall by the wayside if it continues that way. So several sports journalists gathered at trackside as we look now to Malik Gale of Calabar winning that one.
Negative 3.60 meters per second. Gale first 12.38. Lewis 12.61. And
this now should be section S.
Reeves 13.13.
We'll wait to confirm. Earlier today, though, when the meet took the break, we were able to, of course, bring Mr. Roger Asphalt in the commentary, and he stayed on for just over 4 hours. Wow! That was a good attempt in the high jump event. Good attempt by the athlete of Jamaica College. So only 6 competitors for this one.
It's 3 to 8 and Calabar on the outside.
So wow, the athlete of Calabar, the athletes of Calabar certainly have looked good since the start of the boys class 3 100 meters event. We had a Byron Walker who ran 11:35 earlier on, and now 11:95 by another athlete of Calabar. It is Coombs.
Coombs 11.6.
And Coombs was a winner last week.
Negative 2 meters per second.
So calling for support. Let's see if this athlete can clear the bar. Yes! Oh! I did say yes, and in the same vein said no, because his entire torso cleared the bar. But if we had the benefit of the replay, we could show you that his calf clipped the implement, knocking over the bar. So we go back to action on the track. In lane 1 should be Brian Blake of Jamaica College, favorite opus in campus. In lane 2, Mario Ross Wilmers. Agay Quadagay. Jashawn Samuels Bridgeport runs in lane 3. Glenmure's Joshua Campbell in 4. From Ferncourt, Delancey Morgan in 5. Herbert Morrison Technical, Dijon Ferguson runs in 6. Jair Coombs, Jamaica College, and Tequan Campbell of JC. Getting some information now that there might be an issue with the program insofar as the races are concerned, and I did say that they were going extremely fast, and there might be some mix-up now between the previous heat and this section, but nonetheless we'll still give you action here on Strat Vision TV as we look at the boys high jump event in place. And the second athlete of Calabar suffering the same fate in that the torso is actually clearing the bar, but they're not getting the kick to bring the leg, or the flip to get the leg out of the way. Or it must all be done in one motion.
Please know that heat W was the one run before this one.
Okay, so now we're hearing that section W ran before this.
Thank you.
It certainly has been difficult for us as the announcers to be going back and forth as we look at the athlete of Jamaica College knocking over the bar. Schools, the schools, Jamaica College, Kingston College, Calabar, the top 3, will have to get it right at these meets. And you're looking at the development stage and where it all begins here on Strat Vision TV to go into champs as contenders, not only on the track but also in the field. It's crucial. So the athletes being told to stand. as the organizers get something sorted out where the races is concerned. We have on our program section V so all the athletes getting a red flag now over there in the high jump section. But we'll see how best we could match numbers. The athlete in lane 6 from Herbert Morrison, competitor 584, is actually Dijon Ferguson, which therefore means that this is section V. In lane 1 should be Brian Blake, Jamaica College. Lane 2, Mario Ross Wilmers. In 3, Jashan Samuels, Bridgeport. In 4, Joshua Campbell, Glenmore. In 5, Delancey Morgan, Frontcourt. In 6, Dijon Ferguson, Herbert Morrison. 6 competitors. Away they go, and we look immediately to Blake of Jamaica College, but also to Wilmers boys, Mario Ross. Ross really running like a scared hare in the driver's seat. 11:94, the flash time for him.
11.94, the flash time. Wind speed negative 1.7.
So the wind speed is negative 1.70 meters per second, which means therefore it is legal. If it goes anywhere over 2 meters per second, then it becomes illegal. Wow, so after a lengthy delay with the organizers sorting out as to where exactly we reached, that issue has been fixed, at least on the surface. Trust and hope that there will be no recurrence. This is the Camperdown Classic on Stride Vision TV. Yours truly, Dwight Fraser. Earlier on we heard from Roger Haswell. The entire hard-working crew in the background includes Mikado, who I've dubbed the operations manager, who pulls the strings in just about every direction, and his sidekick Jason, a jack of some trade and a master of all.
So this is the final section of the boys 100 meters class 3, section X.
This is section X. The boys class 3 100 meters. There's no break at the start. The athlete in the middle of the track seem to be from Camperdown. Not in the fray, but Calabar. Another victory for the green and black standard bearers. 12.22 seconds the time. I'll be moving now to the class 2 boys in just a while.
12.79, wind speed negative 4.1 meters per second.
So we look at now an athlete from could be San Diego.
Thank you, Sir Spencer. We go now to the boys class 2, 100 meters, section 1 coming up.
Yes, clearing the bar. Yeah.
The main assignments in lane 1.
A rare sight.
Jaden Davis. Lane 2 from Mona, Richard Edwards. Lane 3, the fastest boy in class 2 this season from Calabar, Shaquane Gordon. Lane 4 from Lakeridge High, Jordan Biles. Lane 5, the man who dominated at class 3 last year from Calabar, Nicoy Bramwell. Lane 6 from Mona.
This should be an interesting event because we have Nicoy Bramwell who finished second last week. And Bramwell a winner of so Nicoy Bramwell won class 3 last year in the 200 meters, up in class now at class 2. So this is a big one now. So a good start. The athlete of Calabar, but Biles of Lakeridge pressing hard. Wow! Good sprinting, 11:27.
Biles of Lakeridge and Bramwell. 11:27 the flash time, negative 2.3 meters per second.
So
speed.
The Class 2 boys event have started with a bang. Gordon of Calabar, 11 seconds flat. And Biles of Lakeridge, 11:09. So Shakwan Gordon of Calabar. Bramwell was timed at 11:22 for third place.
Davis 11:77 in fifth.
So Nicole Bramwell
Section 1 track lane 1, Christopher Barrett Wilmers, lane 2, Patrick
unable to win after 2 starts.
Davian Chambers, St. Thomas Technical, lane 4, Rodriguez Stewart Charlie Smith, lane 5, Raheem Shorter, St. Jago, lane 6,
But nonetheless, he's still a worthy competitor.
Manchester High, and lane 8, Amelia Bird, Sidney Pagan.
So this is now section 2 of the boys 100 meters Class 2 event.
So here they go then for the second section.
So second section, Robinson of Manchester out there in lane 7, but he won't catch them on the day. 12:18 Bowles of Clarendon College.
5 meters per second, the wind speed. Official time 11.89 for Bowers, Barrett 12.02, and Robinson 12.44.
The winners of the 4x100 Class 3 boys, the triple jump Class 1 boys, and the 4x100 Class 2 winners, please report to the presentation area to collect your awards.
Section C on track lane 1, Shakir Lewis, Jamaica College, lane 2, Nora Davidson, Glenure, lane 3, O'Shea Malcolm Falcons, 4 is Siobhan Quinlan Bridgeport, 5, Devontae Mighty McGrath, 6, Theo Brown, Port Antonio, 7, Raheem Allison, Carnan College, and lane 8, Andrew Wright, Petersfield. And scoring 6 actually emptying this one on the outside from Clarendon College in 7 is Allison. Lane 1 is Shakir Lewis of Jamaica College. It's Lewis and Allison coming to the line. Lewis on the outside, on the inside, and Allison of Clarendon College on the outside. Too close to call from my vantage point. Negative 2.4 meters per second the wind speed. Allison giving it from Clarendon College, 11.49. Lewis 11.59 in second, and Malcolm 11.82 in third.
Winners for the men's 400 meters senior men, please report to the presentation area. Antonio Watson, 4663. Anthony Cox and Malik James King, please report to the presentation area now.
Section D on track lane 1, Christopher Ellis Calabar. Jaheim Perkins, Calabar, lane 2. Patrick McKenzie, St. Catherine. 3, Deron Rennie, Camperdown. 4, Philip Query, Charlie Smith. 5, Jaheim Waters, McGrath. In 6 is Peter Bennett, Maggotty. 7, Jordan Johnson, Bridgeport. And in lane 8 is Javion Padley, Jamaica College. Away they go, first time of asking. Jaheim Waters in 5. start up well, but Patrick McKenzie of St. Catherine and Calabar's Jaheen Perkins on the inside. Perkins will get the win ahead of McKenzie. Negative 0.4 meters per second the wind speed. 11.46 the time adjusted for Perkins. 11.54 for McKenzie of Calabar and St. Catherine respectively.
So Perkins winning there of Calabar, 11.46.
He's from Charlie Smith.
This is
A correction for the men's 400
Class 2 boys.
winners. Antonio Watson first, Anthony Cox second, and Roshan
But
Clark
previously,
third.
Ryan Allison of Clarendon College, 11.49, took section C,
In lane 2,
and section D just completed. Jaheen Perkins of Calabar winning.
Lane 4, Tayshawn Johnson.
Now we move over to section E.
Francis Portantonio.
So an athlete putting up his hand signaling that something is wrong with him or with his equipment. In lane 1 should be Adrian Miller of Denby High. Junior Gallimore Calabar runs out of lane 2. In 3 should be Chris Wayne Dice of McGrath. In lane 4, Campion College's Tashane Johnson. Kyle Francis Port Antonio in 5. In 6 should be Malik Thompson of Morant Bay and Fabian Burke, Clarendon College, in lane 7. Away they go, first time of asking on the inside. Calabar's Junior Gallimore looking good at this stage, but also too is Clarendon College, Fabian Burke. But Gallimore of Calabar will hold on to win, 11.60 seconds of flash time.
Maybe Doyce in second of McGraw.
So there are victories after victories after victories for Calabar. Gallimore winning this one, 11.33. This is section 5 or section E, if you will. 5 numerically and alphabetically it will be E. Wasting no time, and we move over to section F as we're following the alphabet for this one in Ross Athletics. This is the Camperdown Classic. A build-up to the Boys and Girls Athletics Championship March 28 to April 1, a qualifier for it as well. Later on we should have the World 100 meters champion Ewan Blake.
Leonard Hawthorne Falcons. Lane 4, Junior Richmond, Petersfield. Lane 5 is Brian Goldborn Magotty.
In action, as well as
Kelly Bulmers. Lane 7, Doran Pusey, Sidney Pagan.
Brian Williams.
Lane 8, Elon Simpson, Fogel Road. This is section F, that's 6 of 21.
As we watched the high jump earlier on, I understand that Lamar Distin was a winner today. Hopefully we'll get some information on it. And we could perhaps give you some information as to
on the inside in lane
the actual height that she cleared at that indoor meet at the NCAA circuit.
Inside, and so too Falcons is Hawthorne. 11.73 the flash time. Kelly of Wolmers on the outside was also finishing strong, but it's Hemmings at 11.45 who gets the win. Hawthorne is second of Falcons, 11.76 Williams, 11.80 of Wolmers.
Bearing in mind that Brian Williams set to run later on is a Olympic relay gold medalist
The boys class 2 800 meters.
and a world under 20
First,
100 meter champion.
Jamaica College, 2 minutes 2.38.
Sprint double champion at
Second, Kevin Richards of Calabar. Third, Kijani Lambert.
the World Under 20 Championship in Tampere, Finland back in 2018.
Area, please. Fourth was Khalil Shackelford of Port Antonio, and fifth, Ronaldino Benjamin of Camperdown High.
A Pan American 100 meter gold medalist as well.
So we may go then for
A World Junior double gold medalist, 100 and 200, and the Olympic 4x100 meters relay gold medalist. So she's decorated, and she's also to the Carifta champion, Brianna
And
Williams.
in lane 6 was Fuller of St. Jago. Negative 0.4 meters per second. The winner 11. The wind speed. The winner right 11.75. Fuller St. Jago 12.34 and Bursing 12.45 He's from Glenmuir.
I think they might be going now into section G. Or section G just completed.
Section H.
Which is section H now on track.
Class 2 boys, 100 meters.
The 100 meters for class 2 boys. We're saying good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night. Wherever you're tracking the broadcast, our friends in many parts of the world.
Lane 2 is the Manjanani Monteith Clarendon College, 3 Kajori there, Manchester High.
Paying homage to them.
Martin Jamaica College.
Several persons in the diaspora. We thank you so much for your patronage. For those in Doha, Qatar, we say good morning at 22 minutes after 1, Sunday morning that is. In Wellington, New Zealand, at 22 minutes after 11, Sunday morning. Almost heading into Sunday afternoon in New Zealand. And Berlin is where? In Germany, yeah. 23 minutes after 11, Saturday night. This is section H. This is the athlete Nathaniel Martin of Jamaica College. Steamrolls his competitor, 11:50. The flash time for Martin. We'll wait to see where the time will be set at. If it will be rounded up or rounded down. It's rounded down to 11:25 for Martin of Jamaica College. A solid competitor. Focus. And getting the job done.
Let me give you a correction. The boys 800 meters class
23 minutes after 5, just about the same time as Jamaica Land will have in Toronto. We say good afternoon to you. Our friends in Cape Town, South Africa, good morning, 23 minutes after 12. Sao Paulo, Brazil, just a little after 7 as well, 23 minutes past 7. Los Angeles in the West Coast. Remember, there are 3 hours behind us on the East Coast. So at 5:24 in Miami, it will be 24 minutes after 2 in Los Angeles. Saying good afternoon to them as well. Barcelona, Spain. We could say buenos noches, good night, 11:24 in Spain. And we're not leaving out our friends in London at 24 minutes after 10 Saturday night. An indication as we went around the world just now as to the kind of coverage that we provide here on Stride Vision. As we see now section I on track with the class 2 boys 100 meters. They're in the set position and away they go. Looking immediately to the athlete of St. Jacob, Denroy Robinson, looking strong, striding away from this field. On his outside too from Clarendon College, Jamari Anderson, but too far on the day to be caught. 12:10 the flash time for Robinson of St. Jago. Negative 1.90 meters per second, the wind speed, and the wind almost dying out now here inside the National Stadium.
Of Clarendon College.
We're almost approaching nightfall in another half hour to 45 minutes or so. And while the duel happens here between Jamaica College and a Calabar, for example, on the boys' side, on the girls' side, there's a slugfest between defending champions Edwin Allen and of course former champions Homewood Technical at the Milo Western Relays at GC Foster College.
Here 146.58, the new national indoor 800 meter record. So Navatsky Anderson, formerly of St. Jago, now the holder of both the outdoor and indoor senior men's 800 meter records.
A look at the spectators here at the National Stadium inside the grandstand, and a fair turnout that have come to support the meet here this afternoon. Nice wide shot to show you the bleachers, and we get back to the race. Away they go. First time of asking as the switcher goes to the wide shot, and we see Calabar having some trouble with the athlete on his outside. Battle Royal on 11:50 the flash time.
The man from St. Mary Technical, Kendrick Sharp and Dante Mendez of Calabar.
So it's Mendez who survived the fight just now.
The wind speed.
Negative 1.5 meters per second the wind speed, but Mendez of Calabar held on. Dante Mendez of Calabar winning 11:23 in that section. Moving over now to section K. We'll give you the draw for lanes in just a bit. In lane 1 from Calabar should be Kuweni Lindo. In lane 2 beside him from Bel Air, Dominique Anderson. In lane 3 should be Kevin Bliss of Mona. Roshane Bonnick of Sydney Pagan should be in 4. In lane 5, Deshaunte Dawson of Greater Portmore. In lane 6, Omarion White, York Castle. In 7, J.D. Walker, Ascot High. And in lane 8, Kimani Francis representing Alphonsus Davis. Lilith Sims, who have followed our broadcasts in many moons, should be packing to come to Boys Champs this year. So too is Richard Johnson, our good friend Craker, Conroy Solomon as well, formerly of Calabar. So Calabar, as we mentioned, Calabar, Queen Lindo steps on the gas. Something special on the ground with these Calabar athletes. 11:72, another win for the school based at Red Hills Road. Wow, here at the Camperdown Classic, they're really putting on a show. Don't go anywhere because the show gets better as the evening progresses. As we said before, that the World Championship Sprint Relay gold medalist Ewan Blake. Ewan Blake is also an Olympic silver medalist over 200 meters. He was part of the trio when Jamaica finished 1, 2, 3 at the London Olympics. Usain Bolt winning, Ewan Blake finishing second, and third was Warren Weir. And Ewan Blake was part of the gold medal winning team in 2012, that 4x100 meters at the London Olympics with Usain Bolt. He should be on the show later on in the men's 60 meters. Had somewhat of a fierce season at the Diamond League in 2022. Let's see what will happen in 2023. The athlete there in lane 4, Bailey of Camperdown. As we mentioned, Ewan Blake, who himself represented St. Jago and had many clashes with Camperdown athletes.
11:36 the time adjusted for Bailey of Camperdown.
And share some good friendship with several athletes from Camperdown too. Bailey of Camperdown, 11:36 winning this one. Section L. Moving over now to Section M. Class 2 boys, 100 meters. In lane 1 should be Shavar Henry of St. Mary Technical. In 2, Edward Sterling, Wilmer's boys. DeJounte Throop, Herbert Morrison in 3. Jamari Jones, Greater Portmore in 4. Dante Carson, Ascot High in 5. In lane 6, Nathaniel Reed, that is, of Kingston Technical. In 7, Okina McCarthy, Dintel Technical. And in lane 8, Kimani Gordon of Calabar. If there are 8 races on offer, Calabar have taken 7.
So the competitive scene here. Lane 3, DeJounte
and the athlete of Calabar in this event. If you're watching for the statistics and the build-up to champs, this athlete is Kimani Gordon of Calabar. Then later on we'll be moving over to the Class 1 boys. That will be followed by the 100 meters for men, followed by the special 60 meters. And then the 4x400 meters will close the show. So it is Gordon of Calabar who steps on the gas. Wow! 11:41 was really cruising at that time.
On the clock, that's the crash time, negative 1.9 meters per second. 11:14 for Gordon of Calabar, Carson 11:90 in second, and McCarthy 12:15 in third.
So Gordon of Calabar 11:14. It's Kimani Gordon of Calabar getting the win.
100 meters. Chad Brown of Calabar, 12.28 seconds. Second, Tyler Morgan, Jamaica College.
Didn't get the result of the high jump boys, and we might be going
Wantai Hamilton of Camperdown
to search for that in just a bit.
Please report to the presentation area now. Thank you.
And somebody had messaged me earlier on to thank many other persons from St. Andrew Technical, Mano, Alicia Bailey, Melbourne Newell, and several others who received. That includes also to a gentleman from the class of 79, or he played for Stat 79ers basketball team.
Marcus Gordon of Mona, four competitors in fact, lane 6, Daniel Pearson, Greater Portmore, and Jaboy Green on the outside of
Mr. Minto, Michael Minto, who support the athletes when they come up. And Lilith Sims is known for that as well, offering support in almost every quarter. And we say congratulations to these past students of their respective schools.
And Pearson of Greater Portmore will be third.
12:08 the flash time. It is also important to have that, as we did the interview last week with our good friend Ricky Martin and of course Rick Chase, of having the base to support the athletes once they get the scholarship and come to the United States or Canada, wherever, that sometimes the athletes are lost in the system because they don't have that support base by persons who live in these jurisdictions, who understand these territories, who themselves have been through the NCAA competition and know the rigors and the ins and outs. And I think at some point in our history we need to recognize these persons who have formed the nucleus and or the basis of this Old Girls Association or the Old Boys Association to rescue these athletes and keep them going. So no trouble this time now. Keep your eyes on the athlete of Bridgeport out there in lane 8. He's one tough cookie. But on the inside, the athlete of Manchester, 12:05 Scott, wasn't perturbed by that duel out there in lane 7 and 8 respectively. Did his own thing and came through the winner in 11:79 in section O. Scott of Manchester High.
And Goodwin 12.06, negative 1.0 meters per second is the wind speed.
Want to thank our sponsors too on Stride Vision TV, Niche Financing, Western Union, 876 Springwater, as well as Quality since 1922. Grace, it celebrated 100 years last year at Champs and 100 years overall as being Jamaica's top brand, Grace Kennedy.
In lane 1 from St. Catherine, Ronaldo Stewart. Lane 2 from Bridgeport, Gennard Thomas.
Come next week, the Stride Vision team should be here again at the National Stadium of the SW Isaac Henry Track Meet, named after the former principal of St. Andrew Technical, Stafford Wycliffe Isaac Henry, who left us in the flesh July 1990. And the motto, honor, diligence and service. Stats have produced many Olympians, including Mike Frey, senior brother of the journalist, sports broadcaster par excellence, Bobby Frey. Mike Frey, an Olympian. As we look at a break at the start, the athlete running there in lane 2 might be disqualified. We wait to see what the
and that might very well, that section P rather.
Section E is, might be a disqualification for the athlete in lane 2. We wait to see what the officials will say. But St. Andrew Technical producing some top Olympians. And check Michael Davis also too in that checklist, as well as Root and Williamson. And we did mention Mike Frey earlier on too.
Gennard Thomas of Bridgeport is qualified for a false start.
So
down to 4.
So the athlete of Bridgeport, as we pointed out quite rightly, disqualified for a false start. And the assignment now down to 4. Away they go, second time of asking. Lane 7, Bulmers, but also to Stewart of St. Catherine, looking well. And the athlete of St. Catherine, 12:03, winning.
The man from McGraw, negative 1.4 meters per second, the wind speed. 11.75 for Stewart. Ewart is in second at 12.01.
Watching the comments on our YouTube page as well. Would like to know what the temperatures are like right now in New York, for example, and the temperatures in Philadelphia, and also to many persons watching the broadcast and listening would be telling us quite quickly.
Keanu Charles.
Of course, our condolence and sentiments extended to families and friends in Buffalo who themselves went through a wicked winter storm earlier this year,
Lane 4 from the Seas, Kendrick Plummer.
which resulted in the death,
From York Castle,
quite unfortunately, of several persons.
Then in Lane 6 from Calabar, Jamal Stevenson.
And also to our prayers extended to Turkey and Syria, where
Lane 8 from St. Thomas,
massive earthquake and earth tremors which followed resulted in the death of over 22,000 persons. Now, my gosh, that ain't an easy one to swallow.
So lane 8
And while the rescue missions continue, many persons are still being pulled from the rubble and found or taken out alive, and we thank God for that. Into the set position. Could this be another win for Calabar? They have two athletes in there, one in one. And the other out in lane 5. Stewart in the middle of the track, just getting into his running now. Getting upright, getting straight, glancing to his left. 11:49 the flash time.
11:49 the flash time.
He navigated it well because at 20 meters, he was almost up on the shoulders of the athlete Stewart, who finished second at 11:31. But then by 60 meters, he was already accelerating.
Needed to make presentation of your contribution.
And here at the Camperdown Classic, Camperdown have produced many Olympians as well. Remember Raymond Stewart,
On track now. Lane 1, Romario Blake, Sidney
who himself 100-meter Olympic finalist,
Lane 3, Ainsley McGregor Woolman.
and also to Don Quarry,
St. Mary.
legendary Don Quarry, who won the 200 meters at the 1976 Olympics
Christopher Burton Denby. And in lane 8,
in Montreal, Canada, after finishing second in the 100 meters. Here's Crawford of Trinidad and Tobago. The high jump boys event is still underway in the backdrop. These athletes are on their mark for this event. This now is section R.
break at the start there for section R. That's section 18 of 21.
So we look to section R to see if we could give you the lineup quickly. In lane 1 should be Romario Blake of Sidney Pagan. In 2, Antonio Williams Belair. In 3, Ainsley McGregor Woolmers. In 4, Tenny Daly of St. Mary High. In 5, Devane Codner McGraw. In 6, Rajvi Mason, Donald Quarry out there in the east. Don Christopher Burton of Denby runs in 7, and in lane 8, Carnell Forbes. Section R, class 2, 100-meter boys. The girls ran this morning. And from Sidney Pagan, Kishiro
Another break at the start here
was outstanding on the day.
So disqualified for a false start, Tenny Daly, St. Mary High.
So the athlete scratched from this one is Tenny Daly of St. Mary High, disqualified for a false start in lane 4.
Oh, that was a bullet start for Ainsley McGregor.
So Ainsley McGregor of Woolmers in lane 3. They didn't see where he go. Got up too fast and left the rest of the field. 11:48 the flash time for him.
Negative 1.1 meters per second the wind speed.
The boys class 1 event will come up next.
Time adjusted to 11.21 for McGregor of Woolmers. Blake 11.67 of Sidney Pagan in second. 11.89 for Forbes of Penwood in third. So where they go then for section S.
This is section S.
Harvey of Manchester on the inside.
And Harvey of Manchester navigating well
And he certainly does.
to win it, 12:44.
Taking section S. Negative 2.9 meters per second. The wind speed 12.44. The flash time 12.16. The adjusted time for Harvey Scott 12.25 in second. And that's your top two for section S. So section T comes up now.
So as Harvey won, 12.16.
Denby. Lane 2.
The wind reading was negative 2.80 meters per second.
Cardoza Mona. Lane 4. Denzel Carter of Puga Road. Lane 5. Giordano Mardna of Woolmers. Well, that lane is empty, sorry. Lane 6 is Milton Pinedo, Greater Portmore. 7. Tayshawn Lawrence, Jamaica College. And lane 8, Riando Harvey, Denby.
So we get ready for another section here at Kingston's National Stadium. Nice picture quality. Away they go, the athlete of Jamaica College. Didn't got up well, and Calabar making use of the advantage now. Swain it is of Calabar, running away, 11:56.
The time on the clock, negative 0.7 meters per second, the wind speed. $11.30 for Swain of Calabar, Winter 11.56 in second, and Carter 12.03 in third.
So we look back at the replay to see Swain of Calabar.
We're asking the athletes that just completed section
Wow.
to report.
Look at excellent running
That's the whole winter.
on Stride Vision TV.
Calabar, Matthew Cardozo,
Welcome to Sports TV.
Denzel Carter, Fogle Road, Giordano Marno, Woolmers, Milton Pinedo, Greater Portmore, to Sean Lawrence, Jamaica College, and Riando Harvey Denby. Please report back at the start area now. That's for the just concluded race on track.
So the current viewers watching us, 2,268, and the total view count for today, 32,842. That, my word, would be the biggest number for Stride Vision this year. Wow. Take a bow, gentlemen. So these athletes now are called to their marks.
So section U, what was to be the final section now on track. Of course, you have a rerun.
Earlier on, though, with our Stride Vision backdrop, we were able to speak with Sasha K. Walters, the secretary of the organizing committee of the Camperdown Classic. And then before the meet ends, we hope to have at least another 2 interviews. Hopefully we can get to speak with Brian Williams, and if possible, Ewan Blake. If Ewan Blake is unavailable, then we might move to Akeem Blake. No relation, mind you. So you're in time to watch the afternoon session. These are the Class 2 boys. After these boys, then we'll have the Class 1 boys. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can bet you that you'll be given a treat. Don't go anywhere. After that, the men's 100 meters. Then after the men, then there's special 60 meters where Ewan Blake and Brandon Williams will be running. That athlete now is certainly gone. There's some kind of mix-up there between the starters and the athletes. Is it that the athletes are not hearing the gun? Because from where we sit and our vantage point, we'll have to give the officials the benefit of the doubt. And oftentimes we stay from afar and make the criticism, and 75% of the time we're wrong, as was the case in many national trials before. In the event though where there is a problem with the equipment, then the athletes cannot be blamed. As we look now to the viewership climbing up to 2,347 and passing that 33,000 threshold for today. If there were any more records to break by the Stride Vision team, the bar has been set so high. So away they go. First time of asking. Only 5 athletes left in this one. After all the drama and the spills and the thrill, the athlete of Kingston College, they're running out of lane 8. Might be the winner at 12:32. So we say good afternoon to Leighton Levy, journalist, analyst, writer, broadcaster par excellence, has joined us. And if you read his CV, we will be here all afternoon. Yeah. So David Francis of Niche Financing has joined us as well too. And in fact, Mr. Francis could know also too that Niche Financing was on the rollout with IRFM yesterday in Alpha Tree. Yeah.
So section T back on.
So the brand Niche Financing aligning itself with many major sporting disciplines and several big things. So we should be hearing more from the brand Niche. Yeah. They're on their marks. We'll wait to see if there'll be any drama in this one. We have had so much we could open a theater. Away they go.
So here they go then.
On the inside, the athlete of Calabar. This is the final section. Swain 11:72.
The flash time, negative 1.6 meters per second, the wind speed.
So that now puts the wrap on the Class 2 boys.
11:46, the time adjusted for Swain.
As we look at the replay, somewhat of a duel in the middle of the track there, but by the time the athlete of Calabar was already gearing down and winning in 11:46. Someone had asked us also too for the information that we could provide as it regards the high jump. We're searching to find also to the results where Lamar Distin won today, unable to come up with it. As soon as we get that, we should be able to tell you before we close the broadcast out in another hour and a half, 90 minutes or so.
100 meters sponsored by Western Union.
So Western Union, the sponsor of the Class 1 boys 100 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for big things now.
Lane 1 from Camperdown, Rolando Thomas. In lane 2 from Steertown Academy, Tayshawn Barnes. In lane 3, the man who won bronze last year at Champs and Gold at Carifta from Herbert Morrison Technical, DeAndre Daly.
We spoke about Lamar Distin. Let us go to see what the height was for the high jump Class 1 girls event, if we're able to find it in time.
The second fastest time so far this season from Kingston College, Adrian Carr.
This race, ladies and gentlemen, has the World Championship silver medalist Adrian Carr lined up there out in lane 6. And we're getting ready to call this one. This one should be big. Section 1 it is. This is 5 competitors. Away they go. First time of asking in the middle of the track. The athlete of Jamaica College, Jaden Reed, looking strong at this point. It is Reed of Jamaica College. 10:88. Wow!
So 10:88 the flash time, negative 0.9.
That's a good time.
Seems like a JC 1-2. Benjamin gets the nod at 10.6.
10:60. Benjamin gets it, but it's a Jamaica College 1-2. The replay for you.
10.75, the top 3 in section 1. 21 sections for class 1 boys, which means we have 20.
At this point, it was a battle between second and third until Benjamin on the outside came close. 10:88, Jamaica College. So Carr of Kingston College was part of the World Championship team that got on the medal podium last year of Kingston College. Just finishing in the fray at about third. Not too sure this was an even start, but nonetheless, Campbell of Falcons running smoothly. Richards running best of all 2 and hoping to shut it down and get his nose in the fray. And we look at the clock, which is still running. Again, this is another indication of what has been happening to the meet organizers, where there was issue with the start, where several races had to be called back, and there were issues also to the clock. And so we couldn't give you the official time for that race.
11.34 for Richards.
Richards 11:34, it's coming through now. But 10:88 by Benjamin is a time to beat so far in these boys. Class 1, 100 meters here at the Camperdown Classic at Kingston's National Stadium.
Remind you that we have the women's and men's invitational 60 meters to come as we get ready for section 3 or C. In lane 1 from Woolmer's, Yuan Milligan.
So Kamala McLeish standing by to speak with us from Alpha Convent of Mercy, and she should be talking to us about the performance of Alpha,
Lane 6 from Glenmore, Jordan.
or maybe that interview won't happen this year.
Natal Reed. Mr. Starter.
So Richards of Arden, 11:34, winning the previous heat. We go now into section C. In lane 1, Yawan Milligan, Woolmers. Christian Emmanuel, Campion College in 2. Jonathan Ferguson, Steertown in 3. Nicoy Drummond of Camperdown in 4. Watch out for Drummond. Leroy Dunkley, St. Andrew Technical, running there in 5. Jordan Stewart, Glenmore in 6. Craig Prendergast, Calabar in 7. And Natal Reed of St. Mary Technical running there in lane 8.
That's the stadium electrician. You may now go ahead and turn the lights on.
So the meet set to finish at 5:15. The meet was set to finish at 5:15, but now we're almost 1 hour past that time. Just about 4 minutes to 6 o'clock in the PM here in Jamaica Land we love. They're on their marks. And the athlete of Steertown, Jonathan Ferguson, jumped up a little bit too early. the replay will show you which of the athlete got up a little bit too early. Based on where we sit, could be competitor 1438. But they're called back to their marks. But nonetheless, they're off and running. Nicoy Drummond of Camperdown. 11:09. And getting the cheer of his Camperdown fans, supporters, and fellow student athletes in the stand here. 11:09 for Drummond. Of Camperdown.
10:82 for Drummond of Camperdown.
10:82, the time rounded down to.
Of St. Andrew Technical and Reed 12:34 of St. Mary Technical.
So Dunkley of Stats had finished second, 11:18. We'll double check that, yes. So St. Andrew Technical knocking on the door, bringing back the days of yesteryear when Victor Lester Charles Sylvester Poppy Thomas was in charge of the track team there back in the 90s. And Stats on the girls' side finish in the top 10 with an athlete such as Charmaine Edley, Ed Windsor Blair, Nadine Palmer, or Nadine is her first name, not too sure if Palmer was her surname. So this one has Kingston College in it and Wolmer's. The battle between these two. Wade of Kingston College, 11.50. The flash time for him.
Negative 2.1 meters per second is the wind speed. Ray 11.36 in second.
So Lenroy Dunkley of Stats finishing second in the previous heat of 11.18. Many persons from St. Andrew Technical fame listening the broadcast or watching the broadcast could make a note of that. St. Andrew Technical had worthy competitors too in the 90s. There was a Mitchell Francis, a solid 400-meter hurdler. A Petrina Allen, a solid 400-meter hurdler on the girls' side. There was a Martin Reed back in the day who won the 5,000 almost every year at Champs. But there was also a Howard Reed of Stats who himself ran the 800 meters well. So the athlete in purple recognizing danger and ease out, says the official. You know, as I said before, these are the moments when the athletes have to get it right. Because if you're called to your set and you jump out of the blocks, and if you will land on your stomach, you have still false started. Away they go. Second time of asking. The athlete in the middle of the track is from Wolmer's also to keep your eye on Bennett of Heidel. Bennett's just flying 11:49 and leaving Brown and Campbell of Wolmer's, that pair in his wake. Bennett, the flash time 11. The official time now 11:22. As we see the lights being turned on here now at the National Stadium.
Campbell 11.49 in third.
So now we get set now to move into another section. They're moving thick and fast, mind you. We should be going now into section F. Javon Johnson of Dintil in 1. David Douglas of Wilmers in 3. Running out of lane in 2, that is. Running out of lane 3 from Happy Grove, Courtney Williams. Dwight Codner, or make that Dwight Donner of Jamaica College in 4. Tajay Kroll of Rossies in 5. Travoy Smith of Herbert Morris in 6. Rohane Martin of St. Mary Technical in 7. And Garnet Simpson of St. Mary Technical in lane 8. Second time of asking. They look good at the start. Also to keep your eye on Douglas of Wilmers. But coming through to Happy Grove, Williams. And Williams of Happy Grove dips at the line at 11.82. He will take it.
And from Herbert Morrison, Travoy Smith in lane 6 was finishing like a break trade, 11.82 the first time. Negative 0.8 meters per second the wind speed.
Negative 0.8 meters per second the wind speed in that race of just completed.
11.55 the time adjusted.
11.55 for Williams. Courtney Williams of Happy Grove, your winner.
The times
and so
at least 100th of a second.
The wind almost coming to a standstill. And the wind gauge readers giving us the accurate wind reading, and that is a demonstration of how far down the wind has come from what it was earlier on, when it was almost 2 meters per second, and above in some cases, almost like a hurricane, if you will. So this is another section. This is a Section G.
So Section G.
We look at the athlete of St. Jago having on the outside to contend with an athlete of Ascot, and there was almost like a blanket finish, 11.89. We'll wait to decide. From our vantage point, though, it seems as if the athlete of Jamaica College might have gotten the nod. We wait to see what the officials tell us by virtue of where they sit.
That was a close one there for Section G.
So it is
Charles of Jamaica College.
Charles of Jamaica College, as was suspected. Dorian Daniel Sway Charles, winning in 11.61. Moody 11.62, and Moody, mind you, is from Ferncourt. Tariq Moody. Ferncourt have been doing well, or I should say Ferncourt have been doing better than previous years. They won a section of the 800 meters for the boys earlier on, and have been asking some questions in some other events throughout the afternoon.
Cleanly away first time of asking. It's Tajai Duffus.
So Duffus of St. Jago, but BB Cox Cox.
Duffus wins it.
But Duffus wins the fight. It was a fight.
Negative 0.8 meters per second. The wind
A three-way battle, and Duffus surviving 11.21 of St. Jago.
And Williams.
So section I now. In lane 1 should be Sajay Campbell of St. Catherine. In 2, Dimitri Wright, Kingston Technical. Jason Blake of Kingston High runs out of lane 3. From Knox College, Kareem Bent in 4. Andrew Daly of Herbert Morrison runs in 5. In lane 6, Stephen Rankin, Mount St. Joseph Catholic. In lane 7, Daniel Beckford, JC. And from Dinton Technical in lane 8, Monroe Keithan. Away they go. Looking smooth, the athlete of Jamaica College, Daniel Beckford. On the inside is Campbell, hoping to create some magic here. The athlete of Jamaica College with a solid form from gun to tape. From start to finish, 11.15 the flash time for the athlete of Jamaica College, Daniel Beckford, but now getting 10.88.
Second 11.03 and Rankin 11.52. He's from Mount St. Joseph Rankin.
So Daniel Beckford of Jamaica College, just like in Heat 1, where his teammate Benjamin ran 10.88, Beckford getting the identical time. So this now is section I. In lane 1, Sajay Campbell, St. Catherine. Kingston Technical, Demario Wright runs in 2. Jason Blake, Kingston High in 3. In 4, Kareem Bent, Knox College. In 5, Andrew Daly, Herbert Morrison.
So where they go then? On the inside from Jamaica College in
This is section J. Solomon of Jamaica College seemed to have had it, but there was a late finish by Tremaine Hamilton of Clarendon College. Hamilton 10.97.
The placings Hamilton 10.97. Clarendon College Solomon 11.08 of Jamaica College, and Green St. Catherine 11.18 in third.
So Hamilton winning 10.97 of Clarendon College, and Solomon of Jamaica College finishing second in the event. Section J in a time of 11.08. We move over now to section K. Still a whole lot of running left. Mark Manley of Calabar runs in 1. Javier Morrison of Dental Technical runs in 2. Quasi Wright, Strider Sports Academy in 3. Creighton Bourne of Glenmuir in 4. Ryan Jackson of Falcons runs in 5. There's a break at the start. Nate Nandan Hamilton, Strider Sports Academy should be in 6. In lane 7 should be Troy Beckford, that is Troy Oxford, Dental Technical, and Radiq Allen of Kingston High running there in lane 8. This was it again. The athlete, lane 6 it was, Nathan Hamilton, Strider Sports Academy, holding his head, recognizing what have gone wrong. And so you can scratch him from your program. He's out. DQ'd. So, there they go now. Second time of asking the athlete of Calabar running there in lane 2. Mark Manley.
Section K.
11.37. In fact, it was Jackson, 11.07, who came through to pip him on the line. Jackson of Falcons Track Club, competitor 4.61.
Of Dental Technical, the wind speed negative 0.5 meters per second. Section L comes up now.
This now is section L, and Matthew Sullivan of Camperdown. He's a seasoned competitor, pulling down. Oh my, his season might be over.
And on the inside was Johnson of Bridgeport.
My oh my.
Inside Matthew James in lane 6 of Clarendon College. Those two went across close together.
So the athlete of Camperdown.
4 meters per second, the wind speed 12.11, the time for Johnson of Bridgeport.
So the athlete of Camperdown, as we look back at the replay, this is where something happened, just about 50 meters or so. He felt something. You could see him still trying to go, but then you always risk it if you push yourself beyond that. So back to the start, where we should now be going into section M. Away they go, first time of asking. The athlete of Calabar, Christopher McKenzie, got up early. Also two, Xavier Jude, Codling. But Herbert Mercer's Michael Lee is there as well. But Codling,
Oh, this man is strolling here.
wow, 11:32.
11:32 the flash time. Negative 0.9 meters.
It's interesting to look back at that replay because Codling really wasn't running.
Codling of Calabar Hill, 11:2.
Now look at that. As if it was an afternoon stroll. At the goal in the middle to just glance right, glance left, and jog right through. These are early days now, as Codling got 11:06. He wasn't under any degree of pressure. And you know, Raymond Casey Graham said it in the first interview we did today, off camera, that even though Calabar might or will not win champs, they will be making some statements and some noise in some key areas.
So where they go then for section M.
So the athlete of Herbert Morrison, Novell Palmer, got up well. Whiteley of Arden, though, has a measured 11:67 for Whiteley.
11:67 the flash time. Negative 0.2 meters per second the wind speed. 11:40 the time for Whiteley of Arden. Palmer 11:54 of Herbert Morrison, and Smart 12.16 from Penwood.
So we go now into section N.
So ladies and gentlemen, we should be having a short break from the 100 meters to have the 60 meters, starting with the women. Of course, these are invitational 60 meters. The women slated.
So we understand that
the men to follow.
stay with us here on Stride Vision TV. If you've just got up out of bed, we say good morning to you. If you're heading off to work, stay with us on your mobile devices. If you're at home, anywhere across the length and breadth of this side of the world, as we approach nightfall, thanks for staying with us on Stride Vision TV. We don't take your viewership for granted, as we recognize that you have choices. And so we appreciate your patronage. A special thanks to our sponsors, Western Union, 876 Spring Water, Quality since 1922 Grace, and Niche Financing Limited, who certainly has built a brand among companies, loan companies that is. We should be going to a quick ad break, should we? Oh, just a wide shot of the grandstand here at the National Stadium. But many persons have come out in their numbers week in, week out. And if you have track and field 7 days a week, they'll have their church service right here in worship. Amen to that. So we're getting ready now for the 60 meters. Stride Vision. Of course, we ask you to click the notification bell, like, subscribe, and share. And on my desktop at work and at home, I ensure that the kids subscribe. So they would say, "Daddy, Stride Vision is coming up in so and so hours. Get yourself ready." I say that I'll be there. I should be working. So we should be having the lineup, and we'll be going to that in just a bit. They did say that there'll be a break, so we did break at section N, and we'll be going to the invitational for women and then the men. Let me see if they have the lineup ready for us. Melanie Walker, the Olympic 400 meter hurdles champion. Jura Levy, national representative of great distinction. She's with Legacy Athletics. Brianna Williams, the Olympic relay champion, the Pan American 100 meter gold medalist, as well as the world sprint double world junior champion out of Tampere, Finland back in 2018. Daniel Kent is in there as well as Ruana Wright. So Melanie Walker in 2, Jura Levy in 3, Brianna Williams in 4, Daniel Kent in 5, and Ruana Wright should be running in lane 6. We'll expect some fireworks, because the last time here at the National Stadium we had Elaine Thompson-Hira, the Olympic champion. We did manage though to get an interview with Elaine Thompson-Hira, but we'll have to see how quick we can get Brianna Williams to join us in the box at Stride Division here at the National Stadium. Then also too, after the women, and in the event that Brianna Williams unable to climb the flight of stairs to come up to the broadcast point, then we will go to her. Our cameras are already on standby preparing for that. And so don't go anywhere. The race comes up in just a bit. We want to tell you also too that the men, just after the women, Taekwondo Tracy of Swept Track Club will be running in lane 3. Javal Wright of Swept Track Club in 5. Akeem Blake, he'll be running in 4. Blake, the World Championship 100 meters finalist. Yuan Blake, a world champion out of 2011 in Daegu, South Korea, as well as an Olympic relay gold medalist and Olympic 200 meter silver medalist. Yuan Blake. Javon Ogilvy. Blake will be running in 5, mind you. Javon, or that is Johan Ogilvy of Titans Track Club, will be running in lane 2. In lane 6, Azan Taftian of Titans. In lane 4, Javane White, Titans, and in 2 should be Blaine Buckle. So 2 athletes in 2. That must be a mix-up. We'll wait to see how they'll sort that out in just a bit. As we look at the athletes now getting ready, so you don't want to move. So we should be moving into position to get ready for this event, as we see the 4 athletes.
For the light that shines towards the finish line area to also be turned on. That's the lights that shine towards the finish line.
So we're getting a quick announcement now from the announcer that they need the lights to be turned on that shines in the direction of the finish line. And we wait to see if that set of lights will come on. As the cameras train in the direction of the senior women, getting ready now for this one, which should be a big one here at the Camperdown Classics. You're watching Stride Vision TV. It should feature Melanie Walker in 2, Jura Levy in 3, Bernard Williams in 4, Daniel Kent in 5, and Ruana Wright in lane 6. The stadium announcer, Donald Smith, will make the announcement.
World Championship 2x1 bronze medalist from Legacy Athletics, Jura Levy.
So we hope to get a little closer to the action. So Brianna Williams getting the applaud and love of the crowd here at the National Stadium. So hoping to stay within range insofar as the coverage is concerned. So Brianna Williams, we get set. They should be going to their marks in just about now. So 5 competitors listed, only 4 have turned up. Jura Levy running in 3, Brianna Williams in 4, Daniel Kent in 5, and Rena Wright in 6. And away they go. What a great start for Brianna Williams. Jura Levy on her inside, but Brianna Williams did well. 7.50 the flash time. Brianna Williams did well to shake off the competition on her inside. So the time now for Brianna Williams, 7.22 seconds. Jura Levy got up on her shoulder, 7:34, and almost 12/100ths of a second. But the demonstration of speed and talent by a terrific performance from the Olympic relay gold medalist Brianna Williams, 7.22 seconds. So Brianna Williams just at the finish line doing some interviews, and she's getting the love of the crowd, and hopefully we can get some of the audio in there.
How was the run like for you?
It just felt light, felt very quick. I'm just be happy to be here in the season.
Obviously, you've been working with Titans in your background training. Have you seen early fruits of that work?
Yes, definitely. We've been working on endurance on the last part of the races, and this is just a start to getting to the 100 and 200.
What do you feel that you've made in terms of the most improvements in your mind?
I just working on my end part of the 100. Yeah.
In terms of goals for this season, in terms of what do you think in terms of the most important thing that you need to
just to surpass my personal best, and also to run consistently 10, 7, 10, 8.
What is it like for you as competing locally this early in the season? Usually we see you towards the back end of the season.
So Brianna Williams providing some interviews at trackside.
Went in 2012. I competed at the Queen's Craze Justin. So I just felt like that. I'm happy to be here competing. I just feel at home, and I'm so happy for the crowd and the atmosphere today.
Do you have any other successes on mind this for the season, or just the first and last one?
Yes, the Gibson Relay is on February 25th.
What's the major training locally as compared to training overseas? Some might say training in
there's no distractions. Just hard work and just focusing on the goals. The Gibson Relays and several others, I'm not sure.
The start looks pretty sharp.
Thank you.
This is your usual start. You're starting the preparation for the season?
No, nothing changed from my start. No.
Enjoying the training there at your new club?
Yes, I am. I'm enjoying it at my coaches and my teammates, and I'm enjoying training. Yes.
Of course, being in the likes of Shelley and Fraser Price, it pushes you as well.
Oh yes, definitely. My teammates push me every day, and they encourage me, and I'm so happy to have them.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So Brianna Williams providing an interview for us here on Stride Vision TV, and then getting the chance also to sign some autographs. And so she'll be coming off the track in just a bit to do some other interviews. And just to tell you also too that Brianna Williams looking picture perfect the finish. 7:22 the time. And the action is on Stride Vision TV. The former principal of Camperdown is with us as well, Mrs. Cynthia Cook. And Cynthia Cook, are you enjoying the day so far, Ms. Cook?
I am enjoying the day. I am pleased with what I'm seeing, and I'm so happy that Stride Vision is here because they do things right. And we have been getting some good commentary.
Yes.
From people in the diaspora, and they are happy that Stride Vision is there.
So you get good feedback from people in the diaspora?
Yes, we've been getting them, they're watching. And in India, they're watching in India.
Look at that.
Watching in Finland, they're watching in New Zealand. I don't know if it's true, but them tell me they're watching it.
Yes, because our views went up to over 33,000 today.
Wow.
We thank you too, Camperdown, for giving us a platform.
Yes, and we did advertise as much as we could, and we are happy to see that they're watching us.
Thanks again.
You're welcome.
So Cynthia Cook, as we get set now for the men, who should be running just about now, and will get, of course, to the start list and bring up the information as fast as possible. Ewan Blake being introduced to the crowd, and just after Brianna Williams getting a chance to run there. And this is a moment where you want to keep it locked on Stride Vision TV, because this certainly, Emmanuel Archibald in there as well, Ogilvy, Allen White, Ewan Blake. There are two Blakes in there, Akeem and Ewan Blake. Ewan Blake, the most decorated of them all, and the more decorated of the Blakes in this one. And so Ewan Blake, having a season opener, have been through so many challenges himself, Ewan Blake, where injuries are concerned. And there was a point in his career when many persons would have written him off. And he himself spoke of his troubles and struggles to be back. Away they go, first time of asking. Blake got up well and touches to the front. Akeem Blake is with them, but Akeem Blake, Ewan Blake, wow! Akeem Blake it is! 692! Wow! 692 for Akeem Blake, just by a shadow of an inch or 1/100th of a millimeter. 63 for Akeem Blake, beating Ewan Blake by 2/100th of a second. My oh my, that is extremely close. Neither of the athletes on the male side, either Blakes, stayed or hung on for a second to give any interviews. They ran away. My gosh. So neither of the Blakes staying around to do any interview. And we might be asking Brianna Williams in just a bit to join us near Stride Vision in our commentary box. So we'll see if we could get her, but the boys 100 meters still on track. So now we're out of the men and the senior women out of the way. Boy, but terrific performances tonight from Brianna Williams and Ewan Blake and Akeem Blake. But unlike Brianna, who stayed in the mixed zone to offer an interview or two, Ewan Blake and Akeem Blake ran through the line, ran around the 200-meter curve and headed back to their respective warm-up areas, an indication that they were not prepared to give any interviews. And so it is in the early part of the season, given the fact too that both Blakes were opening up their season, Akeem and of course the Olympic 4x100 meters relay gold medalist Ewan Blake. So we'll get back to the commentary, and just to tell you too that the boys 100 meters event continue on the track. A good run though, and a good season opener for both Blakes at the National Stadium. I didn't get a chance even to hang around to ask them where next they'll be going, but it's par for the course, or part of a day's job in the life of a journalist. Sometimes your wish for an interview won't necessarily be granted on every occasion. Still, you understand the importance of doing same. So it was a good workout for yours truly, between running and the fact that I must get up at 5 tomorrow for the Sigma Sagicor Road Race, which runs off at 7:30. That now is another killer. Should be having Jason and Ricardo with us one of the years to run the road races. But here we look at
so lane number 3, that's a man from York Castle, Benjamin Berry, 11.46. He stops the clock at ahead of Chance Degree of Herbert Morrison.
But splendid performances here at the National Stadium with the seniors just now. Really enjoyed it. So the view now heading to almost 3,000 current viewers, but in total we're heading to 37,000. So that certainly was a good treat.
Ladies and gentlemen, of corporate area development meets scheduled for March 3 and 4 here inside the National Stadium. It will be the 10th anniversary.
The lights shining on the finish line. Only 8 panels were turned on, but it was good enough to. It was good enough to at least reflect the lights. So we get set now to move into another event, into the set position, and away they go. The athlete of Wilmer's got up first.
So a good start for Kuwait Kelly of St. Jago. The man Gray Clark of Wilmer's on the inside pressing as well.
So the man from
Kelly will have the advantage.
St. Jago,
in lane 4, 11.29 the flash time.
11.29 seconds of flash time.
5 meters per second is the wind speed. The time adjusted to 11.02 for Kelly. Gray Clark of Wilmer's 11.16 in second.
So here's the time. We'll look at the winning time once again. 11.29 was the flash time, but
Wedderburn 11.40. He's from Steertown Academy.
So with more people coming on, we read some of the comments on our YouTube page.
Section 2 comes up next. That's section 17 of 21. It's a Western Union sponsored class 1 boys.
Somebody was saying that what Akeem and Ewan Blake did was very despicable, not talking to the media. If it was overseas, they wouldn't dare do that. Well, I'll have to put that response or that statement into context, and I explain why after this event. You're on your marks. Still more sections to come. The athlete of Jamaica College got up well. They're out in lane 2, but also too Tomlinson of Wilmer's on the inside, slowly stepping away from the rest of the pack, and comes through to win it in 11.29 seconds. Back to the issue of Ewan Blake and Akeem Blake not giving an interview. It doesn't necessarily work that way when the athlete is running a development meet in Jamaica.
from the season.
Because as per the invitation, remember they're not contracted to run and therefore not contracted to do any interviews after. It would be nice of them if they would. But because it's a season opener for both athletes, Akeem Blake and Ewan Blake in this case, is a situation where they still want to be settled somewhere further down in the season before they actually give any form of interviews. As a media representative myself, I would want the interview, mind you, because it makes for good writing, good story, and juicy information. But you still have to respect the athlete's right for not wanting to give an interview. Still, there are athletes who do win events at major championships, NBA players included, or win some big significant games and don't want to give an interview. There's a clause in the contract where those athletes can be fined. Into the set position, and the athlete of Calabar jumped first,
So section R
but in the middle of the track, in that pink spikes, Brown of York Castle, my oh my, wow. Lean back, get the knees up, clock 11:43. It makes for good television, it makes for good running, it makes for a good future.
11:16 for Brown of York Castle, Graham 11:34 of Calabar in second, and Clayton 11:49 of Petersfield.
Today though we'll do the carbohydrate loading, they say, as well as enough sugar in the bloodstream. And we say good evening to Natalie Bogle as well. There's a sprinter with the 4x100 meters team. It's at Waterford High. Stephanie Pinto, Nicole Jackson in there as well. So section S on the way, and the Steertown Academy, Bennett, or make that Barrett, 11:26. Some good running again from Steertown, having seen an improvement in their program. 10.98 for Barrett of Steertown Academy. Good improvement from Steertown Academy over the last 2 years. Want to say good evening to the coaching staff there.
Class 3 boys winners in the 100 meters.
Some more medal presentation should take place though in the background, though we don't have a camera set up in that area, unlike when we had the opening ceremony earlier today. The athletes look forward to
Please report to the presentation area now.
pick up their medal from solid performances on the day. As we get set now, just about 3 more sections to go, and then we should be going in the men's 100 meters. Understand that there's a section for the men, as well as the 4x400 meters, which will close the show. Those athletes are coming out now. Off and running.
For the penultimate section.
This is the penultimate section. The
of Glenmuir away from
athlete of Glenmuir, Asher,
Carby will be second, and Powell of St. Jago in third.
almost kicking his heels,
0 meters per second.
but getting over the line first, 11:52.
4 for Asher of Glenmuir, Carby 11:50 Calabar, Powell 12:09 from St. Jago. The following competitors, please report to the presentation area for the Class 2 boys 100 meters. Shaquille Gordon Calabar, Jordan Miles, Lakeridge High School, and Kamani Gordon Calabar. Again, Shaquille Gordon Calabar, Jordan Miles, Lakeridge High, and Kamani Gordon Calabar. Please report at the presentation area. That was those names are the top 3 in the Class 2 boys 100 meters.
So,
1 in 11 seconds flat.
So Shaquille Gordon
11.14 in third.
Doing well of Calabar, and he'll be on the medal podium later on. Some outstanding performances on the day though from Calabar, especially in the 100 meters earlier on, classes 3, 2 and 1. And we're just about now at nightfall, bringing the curtains down. This is the penultimate race of the 100 meters. Our program did show 100 meters open for men. Not too sure if that is still on though. We can verify that though as we go along.
The final section of the boys class 1 100 meters.
So a bullet start. Rashid Harris of Camperdown College. He's leaving the rest behind him. Oh!
It's not too bad.
And he has won 11:31. But as a pulled up, an indication that something might be wrong.
Williams of St. Catherine, Williams of
and as simple sometimes as we see an official running over to get a word with him, should seek medical attention right away. As simple as sometimes as you see these incidents, it is a glimpse of what the athletes go through, and sometimes a slight injury just can end the entire season. Wow.
So next on track will be the men's open 100 meters, one section to come.
Okay, so the men's open 100 meters to come. We've seen some good sprinting from the start of the meet this morning when we were here from 9 o'clock. And just a little after 9 when we had the 4x100 meters. The meet set to finish at 5:15. And as our chief producer said, we could be leaving here just after 8. The Camperdown Classic, a build-up to Boys and Girls Athletics Championship. And the event you're just joining us. In speaking with Cynthia Cook, the former principal of Camperdown, on the cycle track just now after the running of the men's 60-meter event, she did say that persons are watching the broadcast from as far away as India, as far away as New Zealand, and several other countries. And so that's the feather in our cap to be able to reach so many persons with a quality product. Our sponsors again, thanks to them: Niche Financing Limited, Find Your Niche, Western Union, 876 Spring Water, Grace, quality since 1922. And after the running of the men's 100 meters, which will be only one section, then we'll be going into the mile relays. Somehow I sense that this Boys and Girls Athletics Championship this year will be extra special. Perhaps will be bringing us back to a 2013 when records
so the men's 100 meters on track now.
Fell like rain.
The lane assignments. In lane 1, running unattached, Rashane McLeod.
So this is now the
athletic Horace Henry. Lane 3,
men's 100 meters.
2014 World Under 24x1 bronze medalist Edward Clark. In lane 4, from New Era Track Club, Paul Henry.
So
lane 5, from Legacy Athletics, Zane McFarlane. Lane 6, Running unattached, Michael Stewart. And then lane
The
7,
4x400 meters will be running in several sections, boys and girls.
the men's 100 meters.
Men's invitational 100 meters event. We have 7 competitors lined up for this one. Into the set position, away they go. The athlete in lane 5, McFarlane, but on his inside in the black.
So McLeod will get the win.
McLeod at 10.96.
And in third seems to be Henry.
So it is over in a flash. And then
10.96 the flash time, negative 0.7 meters per second the wind speed.
and then we get ready now for the
time adjusted
mile
for
relay,
McLeod.
which should bring the curtain down. McLeod, the winner.
And he's actually from Titans Track Club.
10.67.
Clark in second, 10.90.
Didn't
And McFarlane 10.92.
manage though to get any information out of
So the next event
the
on
meet
track will be
at
the
GC Foster College.
Boys Open 4x400 meters relay. It's the last event on the track.
But just a correction
listed.
to something we said earlier on. The boys will be running in separate sections. Wait to see how they'll group them up. We'll tell you in just a bit. The girls did actually
And the lane assignments for
run this morning,
the first
4x4 that is.
of the 4x400 meters.
Okay, so there'll be a section A, B, and C based on what we're seeing on our program in the boys' mile relay. Section A should feature dental technical. St. Andrew Technical High will start in lane 2 from Bumper Hall. In lane 3, Fogo Road High School. In 4, from the east, Donald Quarry High. From downtown Kingston, Kingston High will be running in lane 5. Manchester High School should start in lane 6. Sentiments Technical in 7 and Morant Bay in 8. So the draw for lanes again in section A, or section 1 if you will, of the boys class 1 mile relay. Dental Technical in 1, Stats in 2, Fogo Road in 3, Donald Quarry in 4, Kingston High in 5, Manchester High School in 6, Sentiments Technical in 7, Morant Bay in 8. So a wide shot of the stands from the ground level looking up to the broadcast point. Almost seeing myself on TV. Yeah. And so the spectators too, using the cycle track to depart, heading to their buses. As they get set to depart from the National Stadium, and we'll be having several persons to thank at the end of the broadcast, and we'll be doing that momentarily. But we get these 3 sections out of the way. Section A, B, and C. Members of the Jamaica Constabulary Force have been on hand with a private security team as well during the running of this meet. Not that they expected any trouble or any great disturbances, but just as usual to maintain the peace. And so here is where St. Andrew Technical, famous for running those 4x400 meters back in the day, will get a chance now to get an early season tester just like a Waterford secondary back in the day too at Gibson Relays. As we say good evening to Mr. Clare, who goes by the nickname, as we'd call him, Dinner. Last time was in Jamaica, didn't get a chance to catch up with to do so if he comes at the Crowther Trials, which comes up in a few weeks. Mr. Clare, head coach at Waterford Secondary, who is responsible though for identifying the talent in a Woodruff Mighty. Went on to Jamaica College, win champs in the early 90s with Carl McPherson. Edward Clark was in that team as well as Rupert Eldemeyer, senior of ours and captain of the track team at the time. So it's Dintle Technical in 1, St. Donald Technical in 2, Fogo Road in 3, Donald Quarry in 4, Glenmuir in 5, Manchester in 8. As soon as they called them, as soon as the starter called them to the marks, I should be able to give you some more details. Just double check to see. The meet record for this Camperdown Classic is 3 minute 10:01. We'll see if any of the teams are in shape to come close to that, or if they are in any shape to at least break the record so early in the season.
Section 1 of the 4x400 meters.
Coming later on, 2 should be section 2. Don't go away.
Event sponsored by Sports Development Foundation.
Section 2 should feature
St. Andrew Technical,
Kingston Technical, Magotty, Alphonsus Davis, Jamaica College B, Wolmers,
Lane 4,
as well as Bridgeport and St. Mary Technical. Then
in Lane 6,
Section C should feature
St. Thomas Technical. Section 1 of the Sports Development Foundation.
Clarendon College, Port Antonio, St. Catherine High, Calabar, St. Jacob, Petersfield, Camperdown and Jamaica College. Staying around with us here on Stride Vision Television to watch. So the start boxes, as the officials on the ground get the respective legs in place. All of that happening though out of shot. You're seeing the athletes on the track getting ready now. Those will be running the second leg, standing in their respective lanes as the starter call them to the blocks. There was an issue again with the timing system, and so they make a test one more time with the starting equipment, which, as we said before, we have made many apologies for. Spenders, subscribers, sponsors, fans and or viewers. That's not the kind of product we want going out. So they're in their set position, and away they go. First time of asking. This is a section
4x400 meters relay.
A. Donald Quarry in 4, St. Andrew Technical there in 2. So we keep our eyes though on Donald Quarry at the moment, traveling well so far. Just about 200 meters to go. St. Andrew Technical is into this one. Keep your eyes, work to do. St. Andrew Technical opening up at least now some 20-30 meter advantage. It is Stats on the back. Donald Clint, Manchester closing the gap on Stats. Let us see if this athlete from St. Andrew Technical have enough gas in the tank to maintain the margin. It was cut somewhat, but nonetheless Stats continues to lead. This is good news for the program at Bumper All. St. Andrew Technical leading. The athlete of Manchester not interested to making any on the back stretch. The athlete of St. Andrew Technical is in trouble. Manchester High School, that athlete passing St. Andrew Technical just with 200 meters to go. Can St. Andrew Technical respond? Manchester High leading. They have one final changeover to make, and Manchester have turned things in their favor. Can Stats respond? We wait to see. Just about 15 to 20 meters, that's the advantage. But it's an encouraging performance from St. Andrew Technical here at this meet, week 6 of the development meets. Stats have some work to do because Manchester have gone now some 25 meters ahead. Can St. Andrew Technical shut down Manchester? 250 meters to run. Manchester, the athlete looking solid so far. Stats gone second.
200 meters left in this first section of the 4x4.
Here is where the athlete of Manchester now stepping on the gas. It might take a miracle to catch him. But Manchester leading at the moment, staying in the driver's seat, extending their lead over St. Andrew Technical, the previous leaders, and Manchester will win it in a time of 3:19.03. St. Andrew Technical were the competitors, finishing second.
And it's Folger Road who come across the line in third, just ahead of Edwin Allen. My apologies, Glenmuir and St. Thomas Technical.
Good running there in section 1.
And that's the second
3:18.81
so far this season.
And the announcer saying the second fastest time this season over in a 4x400 meters for boys. Would like to know then where St. Andrew Technical, apart from finishing second, would stand with the time that is returned
3:18.81. That moves
as recorded by the officials.
Edwin Allen on the season's best list, but they sit behind St. Elizabeth Technical. But 2 more sections are still to come in this 4x4.
So the rest of the result yet to come on the board. And we wait to introduce the other section, for which the athletes are already on the track getting warm. So St. Andrew Technical, 3:33.04. 3:23.04. And we'll wait to see Folger Road, 3:30.99 for Folger Road, finishing third in the event. Alright, so we move to section 2 now, and here is where the battle heats up somewhat. Kingston Technical runs out of lane 2, Magotty in 3. Alphonsus Davis runs out of lane 4. Jamaica College B in 5. Wilmer's Boys in 6. Bridgeport High School in 7. And St. Mary Technical for the Class 1 Boys 4x400 meters event. Section 2. As you look at the Manchester team, the athletes now just putting on gear to season run by Manchester High. And so now a quick flash on the track to see the athlete of Jamaica College B standing there in 5, and the athlete of Alphonsus Davis in 4. Back turn to camera, and Magotty High School in 3. Those are the 3 schools that are in shot at the moment.
Section 2 of the 4x400 meters for boys open. Then 3.
So again, we approach another 2 hours after the meet was slated to end at 5:15, but nonetheless, we're soldiering on.
That's Jamaica College B.
So only 3 schools have reported for this one? Yeah, only 3 competitors. Jamaica College, Alphonsus Davis, and Magoti. Lanes 5, 4, and 3 in descending order. So the athlete of Magoti got up late, but Jamaica College B leading at the moment based on the stagger. They're on the backstretch, and JCB going into the ascendancy.
So
Alphonsus Davis and Magoti have a whole lot of work to do. The athlete on the opening leg for Jamaica College, far superior in terms of strength and speed, and that is on display. He's at the center of the track and leads them home to make that first exchange. This might be an afternoon stroll for Jamaica College unless something unforeseen happens.
This is Rashid Sinister.
Might be a prophetic call, but Jamaica College
He hands it over to the Jean Grant.
might have them all measured at this stage, but things could change in a jiffy. We wait to see what transpires. Magoti gone second now. Alphonsus Davis out of the conversation.
Just ahead of Magoti High.
So Magoti now breathing down
B with some work to do though.
on the shoulders of the athlete of Jamaica College, bearing down on him, keeping him honest, and certainly within striking distance. The athlete of Magoti, who did well to cut the gap on the athlete of Jamaica College, doing better now to go in front. And so again, your start doesn't necessarily indicate how well you will finish. To the victor goes a spoil from St. Elizabeth. Magoti, the bread and basket parish, they make the first changeover on this leg, the penultimate leg. They open up now a 5-meter advantage, cutting over now in front of Jamaica College.
Alphonsus Davis. In third. .200 meters left on this third leg. And it's a battle between Magoti.
So it's a battle between Magoti and Jamaica College B. They come now to the final exchange, and Magoti have not relinquished that lead. But can JC find something extra in the closing stages of this leg? They come now to the final leg. Magoti will hand over baton first. The athlete of Jamaica College will be playing a waiting game. We'll wait to see. He's interested in going in front. Magoti won't allow it. He's running a stride with the athlete of Magoti. JCB dashes to the front.
Magoti being asked to chase now. 200 meters to run.
Just about 190 meters to go now. The athlete of Magoti. Look at him closing now on the athlete of Jamaica College. Can Jamaica College find something to respond? Here is Magoti coming forward. The athlete of Jamaica College seem unperturbed. Magoti closing all the time. Magoti closing all the time. Magoti! What a glorious finish. 3 minutes 20.18, but Jamaica College was almost in the driver's seat, and the athlete thought that it was just the roar of the crowd pushing him on. The school out of St. Elizabeth had other ideas. My goodness, what a glorious performance from Magoti.
From Manchester in Heat 1, but still a good time. 3 minutes 27.9 for the JCB team in second. Alphonsus Davis across the line.
So cheers and applause for the athlete on the cycle track in your picture, Magoti. But an awesome performance. Three minute 20 for Magoti. The winning time earlier on was 3 minute 18 for Manchester. And Magoti 3 minute 20.40 JCB 320.79. So we go now into the section where everybody is waiting to see. This is now section C. Ladies and gentlemen,
4x400 meters relay.
do not move.
This one should be exciting.
If you're driving at this moment, if you can find somewhere safe to park, I would advise.
Let's see what transpires.
If you're on the freeway, could you take the nearest exit and perhaps find a safe place on the side of the road? Whatever you're doing, you have to watch this one. This is where the curtain come down on the 2023 staging of the Camperdown Classic. In lane 1, Clarendon College. In lane 2, Port Antonio High. In lane 3, St. Catherine. In lane 4, Calabar High. Lane 5, St. Jago. Lane 6, Petersfield. Lane 7, Camperdown. And Jamaica College A in lane 8. Wow. What a lineup for the track and field purists. Looking at our viewers on the live stream, a count of 2,164, and we're approaching the 40,000 mark for today. If the Stride Vision team need to take a feather in their cap, and certainly, gentlemen, it's a massive achievement.
And we're going to ask the spectators, remember that this meet is a part of the World Athletics Series and it's being watched globally. So we're asking that at the end of the 4x4 and track that you do not storm the field.
So,
Thank you
do not move. My heart is beating fast. My good friend, a coach who was with the Cayman Island, would say, Lord have mercy. We don't know how this one will go down, but certainly. We look now to lane 3. St. Catherine is absent, but the show must go on. So it is Clarendon College in 1, Port Antonio in 2, Calabar in 4, St. Jago in 5, Petersfield 6, Camperdown 7, and Jamaica College in 8. Wow. There's a hush at the National Stadium. And away they go. First time of asking. The big guns, no pun intended, are out. And here's where we separate the men from the boys. Jamaica College in there, as well as Calabar, St. Jago, and Petersfield. They've got just about some 200 meters to go now. And Jamaica College leading on the corner based on the stagger. But St. Jago getting in there as well. Camperdown, worthy competitors, find themselves in second place. Calabar fourth at the moment. But it's all about Jamaica College. Forward Opus in campus leading at the moment. St. Jago gone second. Calabar sits third at the moment. The athlete of Calabar watching Jamaica College and St. Jago just in front and hoping to navigate. But St. Jago leading at the moment. Monk Street out of Spanish Town. JC gone second. Here is where the duel begins. JC and St. Jago at the top of the lane. Calabar hanging back third and Camperdown fourth. They say that the best of friends will have to part. Jamaica College on the outside, St. Jago on the inside. JC leading now. They come now to make this changeover, and Jamaica College seeming determined. But here comes Calabar. Here comes Calabar. Jamaica College leading. Calabar gone second. Ladies and gentlemen, hang on to your seats. St. Jago gone third. JC, are they home and dry? One exchange to go. Jamaica College leading with 200 meters to go on this leg. Calabar gone second. Just about some 15 to 20 meters separate the leader from the chaser in Calabar. St. Jago gone third. Jamaica College it is. We wait to see if the athletes in second and third can step on the gas to close the gap. But JC enjoying the lead at the moment. The athlete of JC having enough fuel in the tank to take him home to maintain that lead for Jamaica College. JC it is. Here is now the final exchange. Jamaica College gone. Calabar in trouble. The baton fell and San Diego now. But can Jamaica College hold on to win this one? We wait to see. The athlete of San Diego hoping to keep Jamaica College within striking distance, but Jamaica College getting away like a scale here. With every stride, 180 meters to go. It is Jamaica College holding on. Will they be caught? Maybe not. Looking smooth. It's all over bar the shout. The athlete from Old Oak Road leading home the dark blues in Jamaica College. They will win it. San Diego will hold on for second place, and Calabar will finish third. So Jamaica College recording the fastest time this season of 3:18.
That's the second fastest time here today, which means Manchester High
3 minutes 13:22. The fastest time recorded by high school male in the male department of the mile relay. 3 minutes 32. JC with a season leader here at the Camperdown Classic. What an awesome finish. And many were expecting a battle between Calabar and Camperdown and Jamaica College in the fight to the finish. But JC, they were better on the day. My goodness, that brings the curtain down on another splendid performance of all the athletes here at the Camperdown Classic. 3:18.62 for San Diego, who managed to finish second. A special thanks to all sponsors though before we run. We want to thank Grace, quality since 1922, Niche Finance Unlimited, Western Union, and 876 Springwater. This was another presentation by Stride Vision TV here at the National Stadium. Before we go though, we have several persons to thank. It was a day filled with action though, as we look at the athletes of Calabar streaming out along with several others, ending the day in fine style. Jamaica College, they would be satisfied. We've passed that 40,000 mark, 40,394, and if we were to hang around for another hour or so, we may have hit the 50,000 mark. Who knows? 2,393 viewers at the moment. We thank you so much for making it Stride Vision TV. Greater things to come throughout the season. This was the Camperdown Classic here at the National Stadium. We saw the performances from the likes of the Olympic relay gold medalist in Brianna Williams over 60 meters, winning there in 7.22 seconds. Ewan Blake got beaten by 200th of a second by Akeem Blake, two worthy competitors who didn't stay around to do any interviews, but nonetheless it brought the life to the party somewhat on the senior side. On the junior side, we got some good performances from Calabar, also two good performances from Kingston College, St. Diego in there as well. Good performances all round on the girls and boys side, and good performances from the entire staff of Stride Division, who work extremely hard. Everyone rotated in every position to make sure for making it Stride Vision TV. We don't take your viewership for granted. We take your patronage seriously, and we appreciate your business. That message to our sponsors too, who have stayed with the product of Stride Vision TV. Special thanks though to our lead man, switcher, broadcast technician, and I call him the operations manager, Nicardo Lloyd. Special thanks also to Jason Howell, who worked on the wheels of steel to pull every single wire to ensure that we were connected at every point, depending on the wind, depending on the light. Also to Carlson Palmer, Tyreek Glanville, Marlon Markland, and Wayne Barrett, who passed through the broadcast as well for approximately 5 hours to ensure that things went up. When next we come to you, we should be again at the National Stadium at the SW Isaac Henry Development Track Meet. As we look at the spectators now stream out through that McDonald Tunnel and head outside where the buses are parked. Just want to tell you also too that this meet, which ends tonight, certainly Cynthia Cook paid a tribute to Stride Vision, in that she mentioned that there were several viewers in New Zealand and in India who she said she wasn't watching the stream, had no time to do it because of pulling the strings in protocols, but she said based on the feedback she was happy to be on board with Stride Vision TV. So for the final time, on behalf of the entire crew, which includes Roger Hasfall, who was here earlier on, worked for the better part of approximately 5 hours or thereabout, and then went back to Broadcast House, I'm Dwight Fraser saying thanks for viewing, and certainly it was our pleasure to almost lose our voice for a good cause. Keep it locked again on Stride Vision TV. The mark will leave you with at 40,579 and counting. And you, the viewers who stay with us till the very last inch of action on our camera, we appreciate you sincerely. And one other thing before we go to, I must make mention though that Jamaica College winning in fine style. If you'd missed the race earlier on, the 4x4, the last event on the track, they ran a season best, a season leading 3 minute 13:22. Though the meet record is 3 minutes 09, Jamaica College not able to topple it, but coming somewhat within some striking distance, and 3 minute 18:62 for St. Jago, who had finished second in that event. We had some worthy competitors throughout the morning session. The afternoon session, topped of all by Brianna Williams, Akeem Blake and Ewan Blake. Those Olympians really gave us a treat. So for the final time, Dwight Fraser saying thanks for watching. Keep it locked on Stride Vision TV, and when next we come to you, we'll be broadcasting the SW Isaac Henry Track Meet, named after the former principal of SCATS, Stafford Wycliffe Isaac Henry.